I was thinking to come on. Do you want to come out to this way? Yeah? You sorting your eyes, or is it okay? What are we doing? Let's do it now. Then come your eyes.
welcome back to day 3 of competition here at the World Rowing Beach Sprint Finals. My name is Camilla Hadlin-Horrocks, joined here by Niamh Hayes. We've been your commentators for the course of this weekend, broadcasting this live to you on worldrowing.com. We've seen an amazing morning of action with a round of 16 across 5 different events. And this afternoon, well, Niamh, things heating up a little bit. We've got a slightly different kind of style this afternoon with each of these events. Can you talk us through what we are going to expect?
Yes, absolutely. So earlier on we saw the last 16. So we are now down to the final 8 in the 5 categories that we have going on this afternoon. It's going to be head-to-head. We're going to be kicking off with quarterfinals, and we will still stay with that same age category. And we will go through the quarterfinals, semi-finals, the final B and the final A. So this is the time that's going to set apart those athletes who have been training specifically for this sport, because they have very little recovery time. You know, they've had a few hours off now, but now it's going to be, you know, a few minutes, and then it's going to be a turnaround and straight into the next round if they get through. So lots of excitement, and that's going to really pull apart the experienced rowers, I think.
Yeah, the power and endurance element all coming to fruition here this afternoon. 5 gold medals to find across the categories that are the junior double sculls, both the men's, women's and mix, and also men's and women's coastal solos. If you weren't with us this morning or for any of yesterday's coverage and you're wondering a little bit more about what beach sprint rowing is all about, we've got a little bit of a taster video for you now to learn all about this sport.
Let's find out how to beach sprint. Here's the start. The first thing that happens is the athlete goes sprinting down the beach on the horn or the dropping of the flag from the start umpire. They race down to their boat. This might be the athlete in their single, or the coxswain in the quad, or the stroke in the double. It's a 250-meter sprint, slaloming on the right-hand side of the first of 3 buoys, and then on the left-hand side of the second buoy. Then they make their way up to the hairpin bend at the third buoy, 250 meters down the course. Navigation is crucial here. They spin around that third buoy, having almost a handbrake turn, really technically challenging to make sure they maintain their boat speed as best as possible. And then here's the difficult bit, lining themselves up for the fastest straight line back to the beach. Spatial awareness absolutely critical. Navigating the currents is what sets apart the winning athletes from those who can't quite make it. As they come to the beach, they'll be looking over their shoulders, checking for that dismount point that they want to time perfectly. They'll run up the beach, around their flag, and hit the buzzer on the sand to stop the clock.
So now you know a little bit more about this fast and furious format of rowing that we're going to see feature at the Olympic Games in Los Angeles 2028. I'm here with one of the pioneers of the format of this sport, the chair of the Coastal Commission, Gwyn Batten. Now, Gwyn, can you talk to us a little bit more about the venue, where we are right now, and the nations and athletes that are taking part here this weekend?
So we're here in Genoa, we're in Italy, it's the northern part of the Mediterranean, and we've got 51 nations and 370 athletes.
So that's a big number. Can you talk to us a little bit more about the format of competition, you know, where we start and then where we end up here across all of these different boat types?
Yeah, so we start out with time trial 1, which takes your top 8 through into the last 16. We then go normally, and unfortunately we weren't able to do that this time, but normally we would do a second time trial, which would take the next 8 into the last 16. Then the head-to-head races start, and we start eliminating people out of the format. From last 16, we go into the last 8. The last 8 is the really special bit, which is where we have 1 hour, and we have racing, intense racing, all the way through to establishing our medalists at the end of that hour.
Those A and B finals are going to be so exciting. We've got some this afternoon. Now, just in terms of the familiarity with rowing, a lot of people will have seen flat water rowing at the Olympics. Can you talk to us a little bit more about the differences between that traditional flat water rowing and this beach sprint formats, and some of the differences with the athletes as well?
Yeah, so for example, flat water rowing is all about going as fast as you can, A to B, on a really really sharp boat, almost like you're indoor cyclists trying to nail that. But outdoor is much more dynamic. You know, it's a bit shorter in terms of distance, but remember we've got to put those 3 races together inside the hour, so endurance is still really important. But, you know, absolutely, when you're looking at the size of the athletes, much greater variability in coastal than we have in indoor because of the components of agility, both in the body and in the mind, but also that speed of running on the beach and then that speed in the waves on the water.
It's just so fast and explosive to watch. And one of the other things I've noticed here is how spectator friendly it is. The crowd are so close to the athletes, which is awesome. And now that this is included in the next Olympic Games in Los Angeles, talk to us a little bit more about how much that means to the sport and also what the future looks like for beach sprint rowing.
We're growing enormously at the moment. We had an unprecedented entry, so it's amazing that so many countries want to come and be part of it. It's about the beach vibe, the beach culture, enjoying it. When we're showing the event, we want people to see everything from the boat setup, which is a bit like a pit room where they've got 3 minutes to set their boat up, all the way through to the interviewing the guys as they finish the finish line, which is quite hard when you haven't got much oxygen coming in. So we just want the audience to be very, very close, and we want the beach vibe to take that out onto the water and enjoy.
Well, Genoa is certainly doing that for us here. It's been an amazing event. Gwyn, thank you so much. I'm going to let you get prepared, ready for our last set of finals here this afternoon in Genoa. You can just hear there 3 minutes left to go until our next round of racing gets underway. We've got these double sculls, the junior mixed double sculls, preparing to put their boats on the water. And as you just heard Gwyn say there, they have 3 minutes essentially to set up their entire boat here this afternoon. So the boat handlers preparing those boats ready to get out on the water, and we go fast and furious formats of competition. The quarterfinals will roll straight into the semi-finals and the finals of the same event. So for the next hour, it's all about these junior mixed double sculls. The athletes will be preparing over there at the start line. You'll have watched that video just a few moments ago. That's where it all begins. They sprint down the beach in a nice straight line out onto our slalom course that's out at sea there. 250 meters of weaving around the boys to that third and final turning point there at the end. It's a big handbrake turn then straight in now towards the beach. The waves are picking up here on the San Nazaro beach. You can see them crashing in, which will make for very exciting exits, but treacherous out there at the moment. And with that intensity of the finals on the line, we could see some really brilliant and exhilarating performances. It all starts in just over 2 minutes time with the quarterfinals of the junior mixed double sculls.
Thank you, Camilla. Yeah, back up in the commentary booth here now, and crews are getting ready to get going. It is actually the Coastal Junior Men's double sculls that we're going to see first up here. It was the mixed, junior mixed we saw first thing this morning, but after lunch now things have changed around. So it's the Coastal Junior Men's double sculls are up next, and we're going to be staying with them right for the next hour or so, because we're going to go from the quarterfinals into the semi-finals, the B final and the A final. So this is our lineup here for the quarterfinals. So first up, it's going to be France versus Australia. Then we will have Italy versus Peru. We have Spain and Turkey. Then and final one coming up there. So there's 4 quarterfinals there. The final one will be Great Britain and Egypt. So lots to look forward to. Again, this is going to be a head-to-head race. One will be going through to semi-finals. One will be eliminated. So all at stake here now for these athletes. So we're under starters' orders. We're in the final minutes. The boats are sitting in the water. The bow rower is sitting in, getting themselves set up, and then the strokes person is up at that start line, gearing themselves up for that sprint down to that beach, where they'll be joining their teammate and then making their way around that course, as was explained to us just a few moments ago. So first quarter final in the junior men's double, and it is of course France versus Australia. Now they've had a few hours to recover here, and they'll be having, I'm sure, looked at the times from the earlier rounds. These two, it's their first time meeting each other on the water, Australia and France. Australia bred a second faster than France this morning in the last 16. So things are going to be very tight, no doubt. Based on conditions going from earlier, and there's actually, it looks like the boats are actually being brought out of the water, so it seems to be a little bit of a delay. I'm not sure why that is happening, but there had been 1 minute to go and the boats were placed in the water, and now they're being taken out again. So just maybe a short delay here. It's very important that everything is up and running and we have the timing systems and everything up and running, because obviously we need everything to go very smoothly for these athletes.
Yeah, and that's the thing. I feel like there needs to be some kind of wiggle room and variability, right, Neve? Because we could see the conditions pick up, the jury have that flexibility to not release the athletes into a very high swell. You know, they can hold them for a little bit of time. But I do wonder if they're just kind of, there we go. We've had a sort of a revised 1 minute call there from the jury. So we'll buckle in. We'll wait for this junior men's double sculls. That's my fault. I thought we were on the mix to start with. That's
what we started with this morning. So yeah, things have changed this afternoon.
Things have changed this afternoon, but here we are anyway. So we'll wait here for this to get underway between Australia and France.
Attention.
Here we go, we're underway here with this first race of the quarterfinals. And like we heard from Gwyn just before the session started, this is where it gets really intense, because if you can get through this quarterfinal, the medals are only shared between 3 athletes in the top 4. That higher probability of getting your hands on some silverware. France getting a great start here. Some good, really swift movements around the turn, but they just clattered that boy somewhat. Australia much cleaner around that first mark in the slalom. Different styles here, different approaches. France just going for that sort of direct move up to the turning point, whereas Australia giving a wide berth there to the slalom.
Absolutely. 2 very different approaches. Both handlers doing a lot now to have to navigate very different waters from what they were out on earlier. So much more movement, so much more to kind of contend with out here. And it is Australia and France going for it here. Looks like advantage at the moment, maybe to Australia ever so slightly. Here they are at the turn. Let's see what they can do around here. So it looks like Australia, both of them actually being pushed that a little bit wide, but nice quick turns. Speed hasn't dropped too much here from these crews. They are both now pointing home on their way home. Now, I think they've learned from what was happening earlier, and they did an extra stroke around that turn to make sure they were headed back to the beach and not being sent off course. Australia there, Samuel Forbes and Oscar Schiel-Gamborg, and France there, Samuel Duboussac and Maxence Viry. Yes, they are doing brilliantly here. Australia navigating so well. Bow is flying out of the water here, doing so well. Conditions so different from what we saw this morning.
Yeah, really different from what we saw this morning. And we heard, again, I think this was the prediction and the weather forecast was that it would build throughout the day, which made some great opportunities here in the quarters, semis and finals. But riding these waves, Australia here, brilliant from Forbes and Schiel-Gamborg. We saw Schiel-Gamborg in the solo yesterday, using all of those skills. He's learned what this water feels like, and it will be Sam Forbes that hits the bank, hits the deck, just ahead of France. A very quick sprint there from Samuel Duboussac, but it's not going to be enough, even with that very rapid pace, to get himself into those semi-finals. But what a race there, opening out this junior men's double sculls.
Now, next up, we have the second quarter-final. This time, it is going to be Italy versus Peru. Nice little bit of dancing going on here from Peru, really getting in the zone. I love to see that. You know, some athletes are so serious, and then some others can have a little bit of fun.
Do you know what? This is what beach sprint is all about, though, really, isn't it? It's that, that's, you know, close spectators, the DJs, the music. It is that real beach vibe that we see, you know, with the likes of surfing and that sort of coastal boat rowing. It is all about the atmosphere here, and also close. You can see Sunday here in Genoa, and we've got crowds at the beach clubs getting ready to watch these junior men's double sculls. Italy on your right, Peru on your left.
Yes, they're off. Italy reigning champions, world champions in this category. Here they are going to attempt to have an opportunity to defend their title, but Peru were that little bit faster earlier in the knockout round. So this is going to be a great, great battle. Peru probably going in maybe as underdogs, knowing that they're up against those world champions from last year, but they are flying it here. You can see how much the bows are jumping in and out of the water. That just goes to show how much things have kind of blown up here over the lunch break.
Bobbly, isn't it? It's like really, but oh wow, that was a real kind of up and down seesaw there for the Peru crew. They are going up and down. That is somewhat difficult to deal with here, and the sun as well. This is the other thing we were finding in yesterday's finals. Given the sun is so clear, you can see the reflection that has on the water, and it makes the turning point so difficult to identify, Neve, if you're looking over your shoulder.
Absolutely, and this is where the boat handlers come into play a lot, because I think rowers are going to rely on those navigation and those directions from the boat handlers. Working out pretty well for both of them at the moment. They're both going in very tight to that marker, boy. Oh, Italy getting to the right side of it. Peru were lucky. They were right up against it, almost being taken the wrong side of it.
Our camera here, very close to the water, and you can just see how this the sort of water conditions have been developing here throughout this day. Out at the furthest point on the course, that's where it's often the trickiest water to deal with. And the boat handlers there, they can see that it's going to be somewhat tricky for them to see the bank as well. This sun, like right above us here in the midday sun, and although it makes for great spectator conditions, it can be so tough out there. And wow, these two doubles matched in synchronicity between Italy and Peru. Bellomo and Tamburino going head-to-head with Diaz-Casenko and Parry.
Peru there just having a big wobble, threw them off slightly here now. Italy are flying it into the beach. They have shortened up the stroke. Here they go. Stroke rate is up, sitting up nice and tall at the finish. Looking over the shoulders here now. Leonardo Bellomo here, looking over the shoulder, going to time this to perfection. Here he goes. He is going, but Peru are now coming. Oh, tumble from Peru.
Oh, that tumble from Peru has cost them the race in towards the line. It's given Italy some alleviation in pressure and given them that semi-final spot with relative ease, but Peru seem like they're fair and square, sort of beaten there, quite comfortable with that loss. But I say that was some frustration being shown in the aftermath from Lorenzo Diaz-Casenko, the bow seat doing that sprint. Just picked up some rocks and threw them down to the ground in absolute detriment to that performance. That was just, yeah, very frustrating for that to be a trip in the quarterfinal.
Very frustrating, but this is what happens. Not everything goes exactly to plan. You know, one wrong step and unfortunately it can mean game over here. But we're quickly moving on to third quarter final here of the Coastal Junior Men's Double Sculls. This time we will have Spain versus Turkey. They are already lined up here at the start line. Such a quick turnaround here for athletes.
Yeah, it's a really quick turnaround, and even some of these athletes are doubling up into the mixed doubles as well, so it's going to be even more tough for them to have to try and recover after these back-to-back races here. And even if they're progressing through, that's going to be so tough for them. But yeah, here on the start line, well, those bucket hats you mentioned earlier, and they're back again for Spain. And
I often wonder, how do they stay on when it's so windy?
Maybe it's that, you know, again, the bucket hat's probably best for that, right? Sure. Rather than a cap, less surface area to get underneath it. But Spain there on the right-hand side, Liata Samper doing that run. And on the left for Turkey, better on Efe Atakli on that initial sprint, much more upright than Spain. But we've not heard the jury and the starter call them to attention yet, have we? So maybe just relaxing. Attention. There it is.
Yeah, as you said, I think sometimes they have a look out, see if there's any big breakers or swells coming in. They will hold off. They have that discretion that they can hold off until it's a bit cleaner, so that the crews can get a clean and safe entry into the boats. But even start, Spain getting a stroke in just ahead of Turkey there. Big long liebacks there from the coastal rowers from Spain, but even now as they head out to that first marker.
Lots of tipping, lots of turning in those first few strokes, especially for Turkey. But look at the wash coming up and into the boat here on the right-hand side for Spain. You can see all of that spray kicking up as they hit those different breakers in this initial part where they are biggest, and they'll surf those coming back in, but they're a real pain on the out leg, having to try and cut through those, which is why that boat shape is as it is, to try and cut through those breaking waves. Around the first slalom, well, it's Spain. You can see there from our side on shot, almost one boat length up.
Yeah, they're heading now for that turning. Boy, Spain keeping it really snappy up against those big waves. As you mentioned, that big swell, very messy out there. You can see it from this overhead shot. So Spain on the left-hand side here, coming in to that marker buoy ahead of Turkey. It is Spain that are in. They're superb across the board on their turns. Let's see how this young crew do. Turkey just going that bit wide, but Spain are out there, headed lovely and straight back to the beach.
Yeah, lovely turn there from Spain. You'd expect it from a nation that has topped the medal table overall in the cumulative beach sprint finals since 2019. They're always so successful at this event, and these juniors rising stars here on this particular pathway to the Olympic Games, they'd hope, at least for sure. Here's the backdrop of Genoa, absolutely stunning here on the Italian coast, and Spain, well, just a bit further round the Mediterranean here, will curve their way round in towards the beach. They're sort of sweeping in. I wonder, Neve, whether that's sort of so that they can judge where the waves are pushing them.
Yeah, I think so. I think there's a bit of they're being pushed slightly over, but we're seeing it actually from a few Spanish crews. We saw Adrian Miraman Quiroga in the solo earlier, did that big arch as well. So maybe there's something in it across the board. But Spain hitting that beach, nice sprint up. Here we come with Turkey also making that sprint up, but Spain just done enough on the water to get in ahead and book a spot in that semi-finals. They're going to have to rest up now. Quick turnaround for them when we have the semi-finals coming up shortly.
Yeah, they'll be in that second semi-final, but they will still not have too much rest now, and actually the shortest rest of all will come for those in this fourth and final quarter-final between Egypt and Great Britain. It's we saw Great Britain have that really, really tight race earlier, as did Egypt actually. Both of these crews had a tight round of 16 race that was separated by really nothing much at all. I wonder how much that's taken out of them into this quarter.
Yeah, like they had a couple of hours off there in between. I'm sure they rested up, got out of the sun, you know, probably had some food, recovered well. But like those races were hard this morning. Nobody out there had an easy race whatsoever. So Great Britain now lining up on that start line. We have the Snoxall twins, Ollie and Benjamin, teaming up. We saw Benjamin race last year in this category, getting himself a bronze medal. He's joining his twin now, Ollie. So let's see what they can do. But yeah, they had a tough race today, and then they're joined by Egypt. We've seen Zayed Morsi there in the bow seat race so many times over the last few days in the solo. He cocks the quad. Here he is in the junior men's double, teaming up with Ahmed El Atiq Hossein.
1 minute still left to go, and both getting ready here. Both Snoxalls obviously with different legs to run.
And different legs.
So I feel like, you know, you were asking earlier about the advantage that twins and family members might have. I feel that the, you know, being genetically a good sprinter or a good runner must be, you know, the same for both.
Well,
right?
they do have similar legs.
Styles. Yeah, I was going to say almost identical legs. I don't know if they are identical twins. That's something for maybe the audience to let us know. But they look tapping around here. The wind. The wind is causing more surf, Neve, but it's also really affecting these crews on the start line.
It is, because it's much harder to actually stay pointed out towards that first marker. Like if you're pointed either to the right or left, you're already at a disadvantage in those first few strokes, because you're going to have to recorrect yourself on that navigation. So those rowers in the bow seat really have an important job here, as well as the boat handlers, to keep the boat as straight as possible and pointing towards that first marker. Nice even start. It is GB who got that quicker sprint, and they are off stroke pulled, but right up with them now, Egypt, both of them evenly matched. Egypt, in fact, taking off very hard here now, getting themselves just slightly ahead of Great Britain.
Yeah, lots of aggression here on the start for Egypt. They are motoring away. Lots of wash, lots of swell coming off the blades as they sort of go through the lumps and bumps, the ups and downs of this initial outleg. But you know, difficult to hold straight on the start, like we were just hearing from Neve. Let's see how that's affected the course. Even our cameras are struggling with the sunlight here that we were talking about earlier. Very difficult visually to see where you need to be. And again, if you've ever been sort of swimming out in the ocean and been trying to swim to an island, you know, it can be really deceptive, and the currents and everything else, and then sticking a load of sunlight as well. Lots and lots of factors to manage well here for these junior athletes.
Yeah, absolutely. And, you know, they may have gone into with a plan here that they wanted to take the shortest line to that marker buoy. But, of course, you have to be so careful here. Look at this. These are great turns. It was Egypt that went in ahead, but Great Britain have come out right up alongside them. In fact, slightly ahead, I would say, at this point. But yes, it's not always about taking the shortest route here now, because if your bow is caught by that side wind, you can very much be pushed to the incorrect side, and you don't want that to happen because you will get a time penalty on that. Egypt are flying in, but they are flying into the exclusion zone here, heading for those red buoys. I can see the safety people on the jet skis are giving them big directions to head inward, because they are heading straight into the no-go zone here. That is allowing Great Britain now to come straight into the beach. Egypt are having to really correct themselves.
Yeah, that correction, it adds meters. It also gets you onto the path maybe a little bit more sideways on than you'd hope, because if you're trying to cut across the waves, they're pushing you onto that larger surface area down the side of the boat. Oh, what are Great Britain doing here? Because they have just been left hanging. That wave that Egypt caught just completely and utterly weightlessly carried them through to the line for a victory here in this quarter-final. It looked like it was going to be all about Great Britain, but that just goes to show you one wave can make the difference between the semi-finals and not. That was expertly read by the Egyptian double, Morsi and Hazain.
Yes, they added so many meters to themselves by going into that exclusion zone, but the way they handled those waves on the way back in was incredible, and it got them to that beach just with Great Britain, and a quick sprint up means they've booked themselves into the semi-finals.
So that means that we have our first semi-final set, and that will be we've got Australia going up against Italy coming up very soon. But down on the beach, we just saw that amazing wave carry Egypt home. Let's hear from them now, down with Gemma and Luca.
Ziad, through to the semi-finals, but my goodness, that was a close race.
Yes, it was. It was a pretty hard race. The waves are getting much higher than this morning. We didn't expect that, but we did well.
And it all came down to the sprint. Have you been training for that?
Sprinting is one of the most important things in beach sprints. I have just a personal coach for my sprint. So yeah, I guess, yeah.
And final question, obviously semi-finals coming up. What are your thoughts ahead of that race? Do you have anything you want to work on, anything that you're thinking about?
3 minutes.
I don't know. It will be hard, but I guess we can do it, yeah.
Absolutely, positive mentality. Look, congratulations, best of luck. Let's hear it for Ziad and Egypt. Okay, next race starting in under 3 minutes, so let's get back to the action.
Well, there are the results from those quarter-finals. We've got the Australians there going head-to-head with Italy in the first of our semi-finals. And then we'll see the Spanish going head-to-head with Egypt, who, well, that was looking a little bit dicey for them in the closing stages. But one really fell swoop of a wave carried them home to victory.
Yes, and I wonder how the legs are feeling now, because those big sprints had to happen in those races, and that's going to take a little bit out of each of those athletes who are facing into another sprint here now. So hopefully they can get their legs pumping and have enough in them to go through this round, the semi-finals. And of course then, you know, we'll have crews, 2 crews heading to the A final, 2 crews heading to the B final. So everything up for grabs here now. This is what they've been training for, these moments.
And this race, I would actually argue, is one of the most nerve-wracking races for them, because the difference here guarantees them a medal or not. Every other race, you know, it's about, you know, that progression, and you're that little bit further away from a piece of silverware, whereas here, you're within clutching distance.
Yes.
And you could guarantee yourself that result. And it's not like the B final, right, where it's 50-50. These semi-finals are, you know, very important to
They
get right.
are, absolutely, because the space in the A final means you're guaranteed either a gold or a silver, and that's what they're going to all be working towards here now. So lining up, we have Australia. We have Samuel Forbes, who's walking down with his boat there. He's going to be sitting into the bow seat. He is being joined by Oscar Schkiel Jamborg, who is up at the start line, ready to go with his sprint here now again. So as you can see, boats in the water, boat handlers having, you know, they're really earning things today, because they're having to keep the boat so straight. It's actually after getting so messy, even here at the shore.
Yeah, exactly. And that's a game face there that we've got from Oscar Schkiel Gamborg. He's beating his chest, getting pumped, getting ready. Like we say, this is a really nervous race here, this semi-final. And Tamburino there going for the Italians on the first running leg. And I feel like this first running leg, this tends to be, and again, they've got to get the balance right here between who's good at stroking the boat, who's good at steering, but also from a running point of view, you really want your strongest runner on the last leg. This tends to be the weaker runner that goes out here with the aid of gravity to get them down towards the beach. And here goes Australia, here goes Italy. Home advantage perhaps for the Italians here in lane number 1, but Australia, that's stunningly in unison there for these two. Brilliant start, but they are down here on the fast racing Italians.
Yes, world champions from last year, the Italians. Here they are back again, and they know they're going to have to work very, very hard if they want to get back into an A final, just like they did last year. They're doing a super job so far, just getting themselves right ahead of Australia, but things are so messy out there on the course right now that things are going to change with every stroke that they pull. You know, it's so important to try and get the blades in and out clean of the water, not get caught up too much, because it could be disaster for either crew if that happens. But yeah, Australia, they're just banging down that second marker. Both crews now heading for that turn.
Do you know what? Australia have actually gained a little bit of time, a little bit of distance here on the Italians, but perhaps it's the Italians getting themselves geared up and ready, because you don't want to hit this final turning point at max speed, because then you've got a hell of a job to try and hold up that boat, handbrake turn, all of that force on one of those blades to try and spin it back around, like sticking the handbrake on a car, and it'll come screeching to a halt, a big U-turn. But look at that. I think that slowing down for the Italians has really kicked them back into gear now for this second leg.
Yeah, definitely. They definitely took advantage there of that turn, got themselves out very quick there. Australians just taking that wider route, not taking that extra stroke that the Italians maybe did, but Australia doing everything they can now with every stroke. You can see the power, you can see the grit from here. They are trying to come here for the champions from last year.
Yeah, Australia, longer, stronger strokes here, but that isn't necessarily the format that works here in the beach sprint rowing. Those shorter, more dynamic staccato strokes can mean the difference between getting on top of the wave and being behind it and in the trough. But here, look, Italy are kicking out a load of wash from the blades as they hit the beach, but Australia are right hot on their heels. Oh no, disaster there for the Australians. A face full of water for Samuel Forbes. That's unfortunate, but Italy will contest the final once again here, guaranteed at least a silver in this junior men's double sculls. And on the Italian fans delighted. Forza Italia, amazing stuff here for the Azzurri. And wow, they'll have to, you can see the laser focus there, Niamh, not happy enough with a guaranteed silver. They are gunning for gold.
Yes, they want to make it 2 in a row here. Now, very few people can do that at this stage of the race. Maybe a few later on in the solo races, but a lot of people have been kicked out. Those who won gold last year have been kicked out of the finals over the last few days. So these are one of the crews that can do back-to-back goals here now. So they're going to be very happy with that finish. Australia, as you said, just face planting completely. It looked like he did on purpose, but I assume not. Just face planting into the water. But they will be contesting a bronze medal.
Yeah, a bronze medal still on the line. So once you get into these semi-finals, you know, there's a higher chance of medals being in your future, but not guaranteed. And that's what we'll find out here. Egypt and Spain will be next to go on the roster for these semi-finals. And we'll have to wait and see who will guarantee themselves a medal here at these 2024 championships.
Now Ziad Morsi, the bow seat of Egypt, he had a massive sprint there just a short time ago, and I have no doubt he's going to have to do it all here now again, because this is going to be a tough race up against Spain. And now just in those quarterfinals that we saw a few minutes ago, Egypt were about 5 seconds faster than Spain, but that means nothing when you're up against a different crew here now and they go head to head. You know, it's going to be a different story, I would say. I'm not sure there's going to be that much of a gap, but we never know what will happen out there. But yes, we are looking forward to this now. You can see boat handlers, what they have to do here now in the time in between. So they are bailing out the water that are in the boats. They're getting them set up for the next cruise. There's a lot of standard measurements in these boats. So everybody's sharing the same boat. So rigging and all that is standard, but then you can change. Obviously, you have your own personal oars. So that's where the difference comes in, and you can change the foot plates and the stretcher positions for the different heights and the different strokes that you want to take. And people are, you know, they have to adapt to the conditions here, and they may have to adapt their strokes, their style of rowing, and so all those measurements come into play then.
Yeah, they really do. And when you've got different sort of personnel rowing together, right? Different heights, different widths, span widths of their arms, all of that very important in ensuring that the crew is uniform and as uniform as possible. Now, in terms of this next race, Egypt could better their result from last year. They took home 1 bronze medal, and that was in the junior men's solo. So a win here would guarantee them at least a silver in a junior men's event again, which would be a great result for them. But the Spanish, well, we've mentioned it already on this broadcast many a time. They have got such a pedigree, such a history in coastal rowing, both in its long format and in this new beach sprint format. And they are the nation that has really excelled over the last 5 years in taking home the medals. So nervous moments for Egypt, I'm sure, Niamh. You know, I'm sure they'll be aware that this could be a history-making, you know, semi-final for them, or at least a big step on from last year.
Absolutely. I'm just trying to work out here, Ziad Morsi, how many times he sprinted up and down this beach here over the last few days. He was in the solo.
Quick maths.
Yes,
Quick maths,
he was in the solo where he had to do both legs. He was in, he coxed the quad where he had to do the entry run in. He's already been out this morning in the knockouts and the quarterfinals. Here he is in the semifinals. So a lot of sprinting gone on in his legs. So I'm sure he has trained a lot for this moment and to make sure he is well prepared for this. But here up at the start line is Ahmed Hossein, who will be joining Ziad Morsi, who is sitting in the bow seat ready to go.
Yeah, indeed. And lining up next to them, Spain, and a big opportunity for them here, the Spanish.
You can see here just how much the boats are filling with water here before they've even gone anywhere. And now they are self-bailing, so as they start rowing, the water will start to move. But you don't want to be carrying excess water here, because obviously that adds to the weight of the boat. But lovely sprint here by both Egypt and Spain. It is Spain. Oh, Spain getting caught up, their blade getting caught. Egypt are off, though, to a flyer of a start.
Yeah, Egypt off to a flyer of a start indeed, but Spain, they were 4th at this championships last year in 2023, a different combination, but they'll be looking to go one better here with these new athletes on board. They're trying to level it up here with Egypt, even difficult for us to see here in the commentary box given the light right overhead here. Sailing boats in the distance, just goes to show you the wind picking up here in Genoa. And both around those first slalom buoys with ease. What's to come, though, with the second slalom? Sorry, the second slalom already done and dusted. Now we're already up to the turning point here, Neve. Spain look quite far out though.
They do. This might be a strategy that they're, trying to do. They're trying to stay quite tight to that ball. You can see them looking over the shoulder and really hugging up, like they have the riggers up against that marker. So they are around, but up alongside them, Egypt, maybe about a stroke or so just behind. Let's see who gets out nice and straight. Yes, Spain doing a lovely correction there just to get the bow straight. And look at this. This is really nice navigation out of both crews. They've spent a lot of time on the water today already, and really even here now.
Super even. Spain really starting to lever now. That big lean back that you talk about, Neve, being very characteristic of those that have trained well in coastal rowing. It tends to be the favoured technique of those that have been in the game for that bit longer. But look at this here from the Egyptians, who now they'll be starting to eye up those potential waves, those crests that will bring them in. We saw Egypt do that earlier to win their quarter-final. They're getting caught on a few breakers though, the blades just going under some of those swells, but if it means that they're going to be able to ride something pretty special in towards the beach, they will do it. So here they come. It's going to be Spain that hit first, but we saw Egypt come from behind. What a perfect exit here from both athletes. This is going to be amazing stuff. Both going for the line at the same time. Spain just reach it. Egypt cannot replicate that quarter-final result we saw from them earlier, but whew, breathtaking, Neve.
Amazing race. It was great to see I was watching out my window. Spain caught the wave first, so that pushed them, but then the wave came for Egypt and gave them the same push, and that meant that they both hit the beach pretty much at the same time. That was incredible to watch.
Well, do you know what, Neve? I think it is that, we heard in this morning session about why crews were picking lane number 2, which is where Spain were there. And it was because they got that wave first, right? They get the priority of the waves being pushed in from that side, from the side where we're pointing our camera now. It comes across, and that means that lane 2 feel that benefit and the priority of the wave first, so they get the surge of speed to hit the beach that little bit ahead of lane number 1. So that is both of our semi-finals done and dusted, which means we're going on now to our finals. Now the format is we've done all the quarterfinals, now both semi-finals. The losers from both of those semi-finals now go down into final B, which is for the bronze medal match, and then our A final will follow for the gold medal. Here is a little bit of the conditions in terms of what we've seen out there. The wind speed doesn't look particularly high here, Neve. We've seen it much quicker than 0.7 metres per second this week, but that direction was what we heard from Gwyn early that makes a big difference to the conditions out there on the water.
Yes, because it was mostly northerly yesterday, so that meant it was blowing offshore and it wasn't creating too much of a disturbance on the water yesterday. We saw it very, very flat. But today the wind has swung around, coming south-southwest, coming straight in, and it is creating much choppier, more challenging conditions. And obviously we saw a shot there of the ships that are in the distance. That is also, the working port that we have here is also creating a bit of disturbance, and we're getting washes. We'll see it passing and it'll be 10 or 15 or 20 minutes later. We'll see the effects of that on the beach here now. You can see how much the boats are filled with water, after that short race, just 500 meters of a race on the water, but they're filling up with water. And that just goes to show how much the waves are really, getting involved in the boats and getting into them. But yeah, I don't think the camera ever really picks up the conditions and shows the true nature of what's going on out there in the water.
Now, Neve, there is our schedule for this afternoon. So we've still got that B&A final coming up. We'll then move into the women's double sculls straight afterwards. And then we'll go into the mixed double sculls. So some of the athletes doubling up in these all same gender boats will be going in the mix later on this afternoon. Short recovery times as we move from category to category, and then we'll finish off the day with our men's and women's solos, which, as we've said before, if you've been tuning in, are 2 of the 3 boat categories that will feature at the Los Angeles Olympic Games in 4 years' time. That will be some special inauguration for this particular category and discipline of rowing beach sprint finals. Like we heard from Gwyn, it is just so exciting to think that we're going to have spectators right down alongside our Olympic athletes on the beach like we have here in these World Rowing events year on year. Now, Neve, Neve, sorry, I'll go back to my question because we've got a few minutes to fill here before we get onto our B final of this next event of the men's double sculls. You are a coaster rower, more long format than beach sprints, but you know what it feels like to be out there on the water. Talk to us a little bit about what you feel for, you know, when you're trying to catch waves, when you're trying to feel for the current. Does that, you know, can you feel it on your oars, on your blades? Can you feel it with the way the boat moves? I'm really intrigued to hear, you know, what it feels like out there.
You feel it in your skull. You feel it particularly in the solo boat, which is what I would have rowed over the years, and you're by yourself, but you would feel it underneath you, and you really have to, you know, obviously you can read the forecast and you can see where the wind is coming from. You can visually see what the waves are like, where the wind, the swell is coming from, but like today, it's messy out there, so it's very unpredictable, and you're not sure which direction you're going to get hit at next. And so that's the really important bit about being a coastal rower, is that ability to adapt on the spot and feel for those changes that are happening underneath you. That is so important, and I think it's obviously something that sets apart coastal rowers from flat water, which is so different. You know, as Gwen said earlier, you're racing from A to B as fast as you can. Sometimes the straight line to a marker buoy in coastal rowing isn't the fastest route. You know, it depends. Can you move your bow in line with the waves and swell and use that to your advantage? Because we see how much the speed picks up when the crews are able to catch those waves. So even if it's not the most direct and straight route to the marker buoy, can you turn your bow, angle it in, and be able to use those waves, pick up extra speed that maybe other crews aren't used to? And one thing, another really important thing, and we see it coming out of those marker buoys, whereby a lot of crews just aren't allowing for that extra push of wind that's happening at the marker buoys, and sometimes you do need to angle your bow off course nearly. As we look out to the course here now, you want them to be angled into the right here now today, because otherwise you're going to be swept over to that kind of exclusion zone. So even though on, you know, as you're looking at them, the boat may not look straight, they're going to take the fastest route because they're allowing for that wind and angling their boat into the wind, which is really important.
And we saw that actually earlier on the approach for the turning point for Spain there. We said they were quite wide going out to sea, to try and, you know, sweep round, and we saw a really tight turn from them actually. So maybe that is the kind of research that they've done around how they want to approach that race on lane number 2. I was just looking here whilst we've been chatting away, Neve, there's been a lot of action down on the beach. We talked about all the spectator fun that is here in Genoa, all the Italian crowd getting really thrown right into it. Skipping competitions. Yesterday we had the Macarena dance competitions, and looks like skipping competition done. I wonder who won. I don't know who out of those two looks like the springiest of the two, but we're on the verge of finding out who our bronze medalists will be in this junior men's double sculls.
Yes, they've just gotten the 3-minute order here from the starter. So that means 3 minutes to go. It gets everyone. Oh, look, they're all having great fun. I love this. This is what we love to see in the sport. But yeah, 3 minutes to go. So that kind of gets everyone, the boat handlers, the rower that's going to be getting into the boat. It gets the rower that's up at the start line all in to mentally prepare themselves for what's to come. So now they have to wait for the 1 minute call from the umpire, and then they'll be heading with the boat into the water. The bow person will be jumping in, and then they'll wait for the attention and the flag to drop for the strokes person to run down the beach. A big beach to run down at the moment. The tide has turned, seems to be coming in now. But yeah, compared to like the earlier races yesterday, there was very little beach to run down. But this is part of the sport, you know, it's usually anywhere between 10 and 50 meters of a sprint. So it just goes to, you know, it's just all about the draw and what time your race is on and where the tide is, whether you have a long run or short run. I'm sure some people would prefer to have a shorter run. Other people train to have a longer run. You know, it's all down to the individual and what they've kind of worked towards and trained towards.
Yeah, and also I think with double sculls, you know, with the solos, you're absolutely right. They need to have that full skill set to hand, and we'll see those later. They need to be complete and utter all-rounders in terms of athletes. Now, with the doubles, there's a tiny bit more to play with here because you've got the seating order and the running order, both at your disposal to kind of play around with who works best on which leg, who, as I say, is the better steers person, who is the better sprinter uphill versus downhill. So there's a lot more at play with the crew boats, I guess, when it comes to selection and combination than perhaps with the solos, who just need to be well versed in everything.
Absolutely, and I think we saw it on Friday. Obviously, we weren't broadcasting, but on Friday, being here on the ground, there was loads of crews where actually they had entered a crew, one person in the stroke, one person in the bow, and they were making last-minute changes because due to the really tricky conditions, it was all to do with weight as well. So, you know, maybe it was better at the time to have the heavier person up the front, and other times it was the heavier person in the bow. So that comes into play as well as to how well you can surf those waves.
I was about to say, why is that? Why is it that you want the weight in a particular place, Neve?
So when you're surfing the waves, you want the bow to be sitting up. So you'll see it like people will shorten up the strokes and not do that full slide, so that the body weight is up near the stern as opposed to up near the bow. Depends on which part of the wave you are on, because other times you do want the bow to come down as well, but you don't want it to come down so severe that it ends up, you know, we saw it in Barletta with the bows coming right down into the water and the stern nearly flipping over. So yeah, that body weight position really makes a difference now as well.
Well, here we go. This is the bronze medal match of the junior men's double sculls. Egypt on your right-hand side, Australia on the left-hand side, and a real careful entry into the boat there for Australia's Oscar Skil-Gamborg, taking his time. Egypt pressing on, lots of short, sharp strokes. You can see the water kicking up actually there from the footwell. They've not managed to empty that particularly well, with the waves crashing in just ahead of the start. Australia giving that first slalom boy a really wide berth there, Neve.
Yeah, really careful, as you said, took their time on the entry, maybe took an extra second, which sometimes can come against you, but it doesn't seem to have come against them too much at the moment. Look at the speeds here. Australia are flying here now, really using that power that we see. They tend to be a bit more conservative with the stroke rate, but just concentrate on power. They're big athletes, and that seems to be working here now up against it as they go out towards the turning buoy.
And the power is where this outward leg, you really need to utilise it, right? Because on the way back, like you were just talking about, all about sort of lightness, nimbleness, surfing the waves, quickness. But on the way out, when you're pushing against the waves, against the tide, against the wind, that's where the powerful athletes need to get their head start.
Absolutely, and that's exactly what Australia have done here. They know that this is probably a stronger leg for them, so they're really going for it. They know Egypt are quick on the sprint. So here we go. That was a very even turn. Australia got in first, but very even out of it.
Yeah, Egypt, they have been absolutely relentless in the second half, and every single stroke looking over his shoulder. Zayed Morsi, you talked about the amount of times he's run up and down that beach. Can he do it one more time for a bronze medal? It's going to be every single stroke. They're slipping back here. He's giving himself more and more work to do, but like we saw previously, it's you know that they can come back. Wow, look at this though. Australia absolutely surfing ahead, and that one wave that they've just caught has doubled the distance back to Egypt.
Yes, you can see they've totally changed their approach here now, going much quicker, snappy catches. Doesn't look like they're going full all the way up the slide, just concentrating on getting the blades in as quick as they can into the water. Here they are flying in. As long as nothing goes wrong here, we're going to have our bronze medalist. Nice hop out there by Samuel Forbes.
Oh, job done there for Oscar Skil-Gamborg. He will watch as Samuel Forbes, his double partner, sprints up the beach to finish the job for Australia. They will be on the podium here in 2024 for the World Rowing Beach Sprint Finals. Egypt, oh, it's just not been their race here. They gave themselves too much to do in that second half. We saw some phenomenal sprints from them in the earlier rounds, but not to be here. And a great run through the different sprinting stages, but Australia just outpowered them there on the outward leg, and really read it well on the way back as well.
Absolutely. I think they had that plan going into it, and it really, really worked for them. And, you know, we weren't sure whether they were going to pick it up there with the surfing on the way home, but they certainly did. So, you know, that just goes to show the adaptability there. They used the power on the way out, shortened it up, quickened it up on the way home, and it worked perfectly for them.
Yeah, perfect. Absolutely perfect there from the Australians. And to hear more about their race, we're down on the beach with Gemma and the Australian junior men's double.
Oscar, a bronze medal for Australia. That's got to feel good.
Yeah, hoping for the gold, but you know the bronze wasn't too bad either. Got to take something home for Australia, and I'm sure the team's happy and the coaches are happy.
And what does it mean to take a medal here? Because the conditions have been quite tough, and it's been so challenging trying to predict and adapt to what's going on out there on the water.
Yeah, like we got our race plan and then you get hit by a wave, but you know, you adapt, you're adaptable, and that showed today with the bronze. We're happy to bring it home.
And finally, talking about the next
3
generation,
minutes.
I'm just going to be quick here. One word of advice to anyone that wants to get into beach sprints.
Look, it's a great sport. It's good fun. You get to be out in the sun, and it's fun racing. It's fun. It's a fun sport. So.
Thank you so much. Enjoy your victory. Well done.
So great to hear there from the winners. Australia will see them up on the podium at the victory ceremony later, collecting their bronze medal. But right now, it is all about the A final here in the Coastal Junior Men's Double Sculls Lane 1. It will be the left-hand side as we look out onto the course in a little while. It is Italy, and in Lane 2, we have Spain. Italy, the reigning world champions in this. Can they make it 2 years in a row? Not many people can do it. They're going to try it.
Yeah, I mean, again, with a new sport, Neve, I guess there's not many back-to-back champions, right? Because you get new faces, new people coming into this sport. We've not really got anyone that's defined a legacy, really, as yet. You know, the closest we've got are, you know, the Spanish, the Italians are synonymous with coastal rowing and beach sprint rowing. But with this new format, it is all up for grabs for those legacies to be written with some of these crews that want to do back-to-back. And again, junior racing. They've only got a finite amount of time. There's an age limit, under 19s only in these events. So that would be quite something special for them to win back to back here at the World Rowing Beach Sprint Finals. You can see there, looking out to sea, just those crests of the waves crashing against each of the bits of the shore. And that little bit of headland with the lighthouse on that you've been seeing from the drone, there's a lot of weight kicking up off that. Italy. Which just goes to show the conditions are really stirring up here. 1 minute. The instruction comes there from the race umpire. This is where we get to the intense part where the bow person will load into that boat, try and keep it nice and straight, and you can see there Spain starting to get set and ready. That's Anders Washington Aguilera Bedon. And his teammate there on the start line, trying to stay in the shade, Neve. Very sensible.
Very sensible. Now, you're talking about the most decorated athletes in this. We don't have her here this year, but Hela Belhaj Mohamed of Tunisia, she won the under-19 women's solo 3 years in a row, 21, 22, and last year 23. She's no longer under 19. Pity not to see her here racing this weekend, but she is certainly the most decorated, and she's also won medals in the junior mixed doubles as well, you know. So she's done 3 in a row, but it's all about the Italians now here, going for 2 in a row here up against Spain.
Well, here we go. Last few instructions coming to attention. Quiet moments before the gold medal match here in the junior men's double sculls. Can Italy make it 2 from 2 here at the World Rowing Beach Sprint Finals? They're on your right-hand side of your picture. Spain on screen now. Great start from them. Very clean. Just starting to get the blades, the oars into alignment. But Italy with that hugely characteristic high sprint start, high rating. They're really getting away well.
Yeah, Italy setting up much taller than the Spanish crew. You know, we spoke about that big long lie back that we see in the traditional coastal rowing in Spain, and we'll see it later on, I'm sure, with Adrian Miramon Quiroga in the solo category. But here they are again with that big long lie back, which will do wonders for them, I'm sure, up against the wind now as they head out. Italy, though, a bit snappier here, staying up that bit taller. Both crews now around that second marker here, heading towards that third. It is so close at this point. They're both being thrown all over the place.
Wow, this is bouncing them around, and that unpredictability. Who can manage it best, as they can't plan for it, they can't train for it. One fell swoop away could knock them off course, but look at this. Hit the Italians to that turning point first. Both have been kicked off the side a little bit there. Who's going to wing it round to the straightest course? Italy will take the first stroke on the way back to the beach, but it's the Spanish just following them now.
Yeah, Spain got a nice arc out of that again. They haven't gone too wide. Italy right up there. Italy, if they're not careful, are going to be heading for that exclusion zone. They've just gone that little bit wide, so they're going to have to pull in a little bit. Now, as we've seen from previous races, it is more than likely going to be Spain that are going to hit those lovely waves first. So let's see if they can take advantage. They're right up there now on one.
Spain have maximised their advantage completely and utterly here, Niamh, haven't they? Because they've gotten out in front and they've got the first pickings of the waves. Italy, they're not focusing on steering back round towards the beach. This could cost them the race if they don't make any adjustments here, but their bows well out the water. Daylight underneath the bows of Italy as they ride that crest. They're surfing in towards the beach. Italian voices carry them home. They will hit the sand first, despite that advantage that Spain had built up. But it'll all come down to the run here now. Here they go, both level around the flag. I think Spain just with a slight advantage, and it will be Spain that take the gold here in the junior men's double sculls. That is absolutely sensational there from the Spanish duo. Wow, that was amazing stuff.
That was, oh, what a final to watch. That was incredible. Italy are devastated. They actually got to the beach after even that big long arc back to the beach. They got there first, but a little tumble meant they lost out on that split second. Spain flying up the beach. Better sprint, I would say, there on the beach from Spain, and that has crowned them champions of the Coastal Junior Men's Double Sculls.
Wow, I mean, Niamh, I did think there for a second, you know, Spain had built up such a great advantage. They'd gotten out quickly, they'd led down into that last part of the sprint, and, you know, we knew that that lane 2 advantage was going to carry them in and surge them in just ahead of lane number 1. But let's speak to our newly crowned champion, Spain, in the junior men's double sculls.
What a fantastic finish here. Italy, Spain, and Spain just won gold. You are world champion now.
Yeah, amazing. The race was very good. The first part was a little bit harder, but with my teammate, everything is possible.
That's great.
I have to know. Oh, hello, come on in here. There we go, the full duo. Congratulations. What is going through your mind now? You're gold medalists. How do you feel?
Muy contento. Ahora mismo ni me lo creo.
We may need some translation.
So happy, and she can't believe it.
And finally, how are you going to celebrate tonight?
With my teammates and a big party.
Big party, you heard it here first. Luca.
Well done to Spain. It was really, really, really great for you. And what do you think about Italy? Italy, how was it?
I think that it was the more difficult rival. There was the championship the last year, and congrats to the team.
Thank you very much. And now it's time for a swim, I think. Water is going everywhere. Thank you.
Well, Luca was in there in the water yesterday after all of those medal finals, so he's not brought his swim trunks, though. Again, Niamh, you thought he'd learned his lesson, that he'd be in there in the water. But beautiful conditions here. As you can see, the sun is beating down on Genoa, and our first champions crowned for day 3 here at the World Rowing Beach Sprint Finals 2024. And it will be Spain upsetting Italy. We talked a little bit before that race, Niamh, that they were going for the back-to-back, but not meant to be here for the home nation.
Not meant to be. And this is it, you know, just because you've won 1 year does not guarantee you anything, no matter how much training you have, because there's new names and faces come up into the sport all the time. Here's a recap of that amazing final. Spain got off to a great start. We saw that big long lie back on the way out. Italy staying up much taller, but look at the lie back there from the strokes person of Spain. But I think that you know, they had made a lot of distance from Italy. They had won it on the water, really, but it was Italy's shorter, sharper strokes where they were sitting up tall really got them back into the game there and back hitting the beach at the same time as Spain.
Again, I think that's a really good example of where the run is such a big part, such a small part of the race, comparatively, but it can be they hit the beach at the same time effectively, where Italy come back into it, and it was that powerful run uphill. It's a bit like putting the treadmill on 10-12% and then trying to sprint. It's so tough, and doing that on a pebbly beach as well, rather them than me. But we're already moving on to our next race of the day. This is the women's double sculls now, the quarterfinals. So same format as we've just seen. We'll go from quarters to semi-finals, then the B final for the bronze medal match, and then gold medal match later on this afternoon, scheduled for this race. But we'll go through the same boat classification back to back to back. That power and endurance is all that is required here for these women's double sculls, junior women's double sculls, I should say. So another age group event here, Neve, and yeah, I don't know, from what we've seen this morning from the round of 16, any particular boats that you're picking out that you think might be ones to watch here?
Yeah, I know out of the initial time trials, it was New Zealand who were the fastest. But in fact, earlier on in the last 16, it was France clocked the fastest time overall out of all these crews. So even though they finished 5th in the initial time trial, they were the fastest out of these boats in the last 16. We'll see them coming up in the second quarter final. First up, it will be New Zealand and Peru. The strokes person there, Maria Jose Savashko, raced last year in this category as well as in the solo boat, so she's back again here now, and they'll go up against New Zealand. New Zealand becoming very, very strong in beach sprints over the last couple of years. So they'll be looking to book a place into the semi-final, no doubt.
They've got the right geography for it, really, haven't they, New Zealand?
They do.
A lot of coastline, island nation, where we'll probably see a lot more from them. And also the Pacific Island nations. Vanuatu were here during the preliminaries. They took home one of the first ever beach sprint medals at the Commonwealth Beach Sprints back in 2018.
So there we have it, our first final of the day completed.
As you can hear, first final
Gold
done and dusted.
to Spain, silver to Italy,
and we're going to find some new gold medalists here in this women's double sculls, and getting ready on the start line, New Zealand and Peru. In terms of last year's medalists, well, it was Italy that came away with the gold medal. We'll see we'll see a new champion crowned here, because the Italians not featuring across the 8 boats here in the quarterfinals. No home interest here in this women's double scull. So yeah, brand new gold medalists guaranteed here, Neve.
Yeah, they were knocked out earlier by Great Britain. It was an A final last year between Italy and Great Britain, and Great Britain got the better of Italy this year earlier on in the last 16. So no Italians in this, but I know there is support here from all around the world. We're looking out our window here, the grandstand up nice and high. They have a perfect view down on the course. Lots of, I can see American flags, Great Britain, Portugal, they're all hanging there off the railing. So good to see so much support here. You can actually see it on the shot there, the very high balcony there. That's the street level, and great views down onto the beach. So yeah, getting ready to go here now. This is the start line here. We have New Zealand and Peru. And then the boats are just, boat handlers doing the last few adjustments to the boats, making sure seats are on rails. That's the most important thing at this stage, and that the oars are tied in. Not much else you can do at this point.
Yeah, seats on rails. I think a lot of these guys, because of the kind of community, I guess, within beach sprint rowing, and a lot of the teams spend time on the beach even after they finish their racing and they've been knocked out, watching the other races. A lot of these guys would have been down at yesterday's finals and seen, that disaster that Spain had in their semi-final.
Yeah.
They want to make sure they're avoiding that and controlling those controllables.
Absolutely, yeah. And you can control everything you want here on the beach, but as soon as they put the boat on the water, you don't know what is going to happen with those bit of breakers. Breakers seem to have calmed slightly, I would say, at this point, probably to do with the tide more so than anything, because we do see it's still quite windy out there on the course, but we're not seeing that big breakers that were starting to come in there just before the lunch break. So things slightly calmed down maybe, but as we look out here, actually this last leg seems to be the calmest. It looks very choppy and bouncy and washing machine like out. That first marker, second marker, and certainly that turning buoy.
Well, we'll keep an eye on those conditions as they develop through the day. They'll have been different to this morning, different to even an hour ago when we started on the junior men's double sculls. And a bit of a shout there from Maria Jose Savasco of Peru as she calls down to her teammate Luciana Zagara, who sits in the bow seat. Gosh, look at the angle here that Peru are at out on the water, Neve. They're just trying to take strokes to straighten up, but that's exactly displaying what we were talking about earlier, trying to line it up on that pivot point where the boat handlers are holding the boat at the stern.
Yeah, absolutely. Like, you do not want to be angled off that course, because as soon as that boat handler gives you that push, you're going to have to do a lot of work to get back in line and navigate straight. But it is very hard because you can see the breakers now are I had just said they'd calm down, but there's big swell coming in here now. And you can so easily, like, the bow can be pushed off so easily. But great sprint here now from Peru, getting to that water, but a little bit higher waves to contend with as she jumps in.
Yeah, good hop into the boat there from Peru, despite those higher waves that you were talking about, Neve. New Zealand, a little look left, a little look right to look at both of their oars, both of their blades, to check that they're in alignment. They're well into the gates, which are the things that hold the oars in place. A little look round as well from the bow seat, Tegan Negus. You pulled them out as one of the crews to watch here, Neve. Winners of the preliminary race, that time trial format, and the boat handler there just directing them around the slalom, safely around marker 1, heading towards marker 2. But again, you can see just the sort of, again, it's seesawing, these doubles almost. They fly up, tip down across each of these different rolling waves.
Yeah, absolutely. And we see the two different approaches again by the rowers. Oh, New Zealand have gone the wrong side of that. Did they?
I think you might be right, Neve. I think they've gone the wrong side of the mark, which would be a 30-second penalty. That would be disastrous for New Zealand. I think they did just go the wrong side of it, and you watched it live out there on the water. I caught it here on Vision, but they're going to try their might to do this handbrake turn, but that will be a 30-second penalty. Let's see if these judges have picked this up, but they'll come around the turn. They're certainly the favoured boat in this event. That would cost them a medal, let alone cost them the next place in the next rounds. But New Zealand pushing on ahead now, trying to build a 30-second gap. Known impossible, Neve. Unless something happens to the Peruvian crew, they're not going to have a 30-second advantage at the finish. You know, the maximum that we've seen is a sort of 10-15 seconds.
Yeah, you might see it in the earlier rounds of the initial time trials. There might be 30-40 seconds of a difference between fastest and slowest, but not at this point in the game. I wonder, did I see right, and was that picked up by umpires? But certainly to my eye, as I look out my window here, their bow just got caught up in some of that messy water and pushed the incorrect side, is what I would say. But I don't get to make the call. That's up to the umpires and judges. Here they are belting that final marker here again, making their way to the beach. Peru doing a lot of work here now on the water. Certainly it is New Zealand. They've held really steady strokes, very tall athletes here, sitting up nice and tall. Nice finish here by them.
Yeah, well, and it's so difficult for everyone to see what's going on. Like we say, the sunlight playing havoc here. They'll sprint into the beach, but let's see what the outcome is here from the judges, whether they're going to get held in the penalty box. And there is the buzzer, but well, on paper it looks like New Zealand are fine. Maybe we saw that wrong here in the commentary box, but Neve had eyes on the water. We had eyes here on the screen. It certainly looked that way, but let's wait and see. But for now, New Zealand progressing through to the next round, and it's an 11-second deficit. So, like we were saying, Neve, it's a lot, but it's not enough if that penalty does apply.
Yeah, I'm trying to read her face there. It didn't look like she was very, very happy. So that I'm wondering, am I just picking up on that because I think they missed it, or is it just she's in the zone and ready for the next round?
Well, as I say, we could have seen that wrong. Our camera angles, right? We are focusing on just one crew at a time quite a lot with those side-on angles, and given that Peru was so far behind, we might have just missed it wrong. But yeah, we'll have the next of our quarterfinals ready to go. But a very interesting first race there, with a bit of jeopardy that our fastest double from the preliminaries, cutting it very fine indeed, even if even if they've managed to just sneak it through there.
Now the next two, this is going to be a great race. France and USA, so evenly matched in the last round in the knockouts, 241.03, 241.27. So nothing separating these two crews. Annalie Duncombe there of USA getting in the zone here. She's teaming up with Annalise Hall, our champion from yesterday in the Coastal Junior Women's Solo. This is a great pairing, best friends on the water, outside of the water. And here they are teaming up, aiming to do well here now today. We've seen them before. They've raced together many times. We saw them together last year in Barletta. But France, very, very strong.
Well, we're about to start this second of the quarterfinals, and we are getting word from the jury that we're about to start this next race, but we are hearing word that maybe New Zealand did go the wrong side of that buoy, incurring a penalty. But let's get underway now with this next quarter-final, the USA versus France. And wow, that must be nervous, having seen a crew like New Zealand, so accomplished, making that kind of mistake to cost them a semi-final place. Both France and the USA will be super vigilant now.
Absolutely, and I wonder, will that change the way these are going to approach around those markers? You know, they might be well that they might decide to go that little bit wider, go that oar with distance away from the markers. That's what USA are going for, and interesting to see the style from USA now. They're using that wind with their bodies. They are lying back into the wind to try and use that power that they have. Both these athletes are super powerful, super experienced, but even with that experience, they're being shoved over there to the left as we look out to them. It is France who are taking a much more direct route, but if they're not careful, the same thing's going to happen to them as happened to New Zealand.
Yes, indeed. But just taking a look at this now, the USA have given a really, really wide, sort of secure direction to that second slalom marker, and maybe that is a real decisive move from them and their coaches, just to ensure that they don't incur that 30-second penalty. Like you can see, is just detrimental to your progress in this competition. But France, they've gotten away with it, but they are still behind here. They are going to need to take some risks, I think, to catch up with the USA, who are so strong. On board the world champion from yesterday's under-19 solo event, Annalisa Hall, who will be driving her teammate back towards the beach. But Hall, also the sprinter for the final leg here, so she's got to save something in the legs. I'm not sure if she's actually come off her seat here, Annalisa Hall. Oh no, she's all good. They're just taking very short strokes here. She's barely getting up to quarter slide.
Yes, we did see this in the solo as well. She very much adapted to what was happening. They did the lie back into the wind. Now they're using, you know, again, body positions. They're staying up towards the stern. They are really shortened it up here. They're going about on a wide arc here now, but it is so close here now. They are still in the lead, but as we've seen, you know, France, they have those big swells that they're going to come in with here now at the moment. It is USA. We did see Annalise Hall take a tumble earlier in the earlier rounds out of the boat, so let's hope that doesn't happen here. But at the moment, it is USA from France.
Annalie Duncombe in the stroke seat for the USA, looking tired here, but her job is done and dusted here in this quarter final, because it is now all about Hall, the world champion from yesterday in the solo. Will get them through to the semi-finals here at Genoa for the women's double scull as well. France devastated there to be out of the medals this time around in this event. They will not progress on to any form of final here, but the USA, their semi-final just moments away now. They will be in semi-final 1 going up against Peru, we believe, and I think we should have a bit of time now, once we've had those results confirmed there from that second quarter final, just to take a look back at that opening race here in this junior women's double sculls, New Zealand versus Peru. Neve and I were both speculating about whether New Zealand did miss that second slalom buoy and go the wrong side of it, and we can now confirm that that is the case. They missed that second slalom buoy. They went to the wrong side of it, which incurs a 30-second penalty, therefore giving Peru the win. So we'll take a look at that now. Like I say, let's jump into that first race and take a look at that mistake that was made by New Zealand. So here they go. And this is them coming round. That's turning point. That's the slalom boy 1. So that's fine for now. You can see them heading back towards us here and our camera to come the left-hand side of this next slalom boy. But they just start moving back too early. They adjust too soon to try and get close to that boy. And you can see it here in the distance coming up. And here we go, look, they should be on the left-hand side of that boy. They go to the right-hand side of it. I don't know if they know their mistake. I'm sure they did. But Neve, that is so costly and too late for them to stop and do anything about it.
Yeah, and I'm not sure if it was the wind that actually pushed them, because it looked like they started to pull harder on that right side blade. I'm not sure what happened there, but look, it cost them, and I do think they knew it when they crossed that finish line. We saw them quite distraught, I'd say. I knew they knew what was after happening. But yes, Peru are advancing, and I think it's Peru's first time being in the top 4 at a beach sprint.
You are correct, Neve. Very good. It will be Peru's best ever finish across any boat class at the World Rowing Beach Sprint Finals, so brilliant for them. But yeah, costly mistake from New Zealand. As we move on to the next of our quarterfinals now, Great Britain going on your left here against Spain on the right. Now, Great Britain, we saw their junior men's double go out at this stage of competition earlier on this afternoon. But let's see what their women's double can do now here against Spain, who had that great victory, gold medalists in our last event, the junior men's double sculls.
Yeah, that's going to inspire these young crew here. We have Zara Nieto Hennen and Maria Angles Macian Martinez here, teaming up here, very even here with Great Britain. We have Caitlin Lockie and Lucy Whiteley in the stroke seat. Both of them managing these conditions very, very well now as they head out towards that second marker. Spain being very smart here now, staying away, I would say, from that second marker, making sure they go nice and wide. Great Britain a little bit closer, but still making sure they go the correct side of that, because you do not want to go and get that 30-second penalty. Spain maybe overcorrecting now. Maybe they're going to take that wide approach into that turn. Maybe they've had that chat with their coach and said, let's go wide in, let's try and get narrow out and get back into those swelling waves as quick as we can and take advantage of it. But here with a much narrower turn, looks like Great Britain are staying tight to the buoy. Spain starting to edge in now, nice and wide.
Wow, look at that confidence for Great Britain to take that oar, that blade all the way behind them to try and get the most out of that leverage, that handbrake. But they are going to need it to catch up here with Spain. Macian Martinez in the bow seat, steering them home now towards the beach.
Oh, that completely went wrong for Spain there around that turn.
And Great Britain, they got caught up there, a blade catching crab there for Great Britain. So both of them with mistakes on this homebound leg.
Yeah, Spain went in wide. I thought they were going to come in narrow, but they have gone so wide now on the way home. They're having to do that big arc, but Great Britain as well. They're heading towards those boys on the way home here now. That exclusion zone that we do not want to be in. My apologies, it was Spain heading for that exclusion zone.
Yeah, Great Britain have seen opportunity. They've smelt that Spain are close enough, having to make that big steering, sweeping adjustment. We have seen a lot of the Spanish curving in towards the beach for this homeward leg, but Great Britain here have sensed some opportunity. They've still got some way to make up, but we know that this lane 2 gives that little bit of a boost into the final 10 strokes. Spain look across here. What are they going to do?
Great Britain here actually stopping themselves here, because they knew they were in danger there. They were up on top of a wave, and they actually put all 4 blades in the water to slow themselves here. I'd say they were afraid they were going to get cut off sideways there. That was very unfortunate, but Spain had done enough here to get themselves and book their spot into the semis.
That just goes to show, well spotted, Neve, because yeah, that would have been disastrous either way. I think they were too far behind to catch up. The surge of that wave would have been enough to sort of leapfrog them onto the beach, but it could have been quite dangerous and sent them sideways.
Yeah, I think they kind of knew what they were doing there. They're really trying to stop that speed, I suppose, take the speed out by putting the blades in the water. Spain already were on their sprint at that point. So yes, that is third quarter-final done. Spain booking their place into the semis.
Well, we got one more quarter-final to run and one more semi-finalist to find here. And there is the face of Ukraine's Yevhenia Ilenko, who will be taking on that first sprint down the beach into the stroke seat of the double scull. And then she'll be going toe for toe, step for step with Rita Tigliero of Portugal.
1 minute.
1 minute to go, and that is the point at which these boats go into the water. And they will observe. And they're quite active in this, Neve, right? Even the runners, little pose there from Ukraine, excited obviously to get in with this quarterfinal, but they're quite active in giving direction, and you can see here Ukraine trying to communicate perhaps, same with Portugal, keeping eyes on their crew and the boat handlers.
Yeah, the way the beach is, there's quite a big slope here, so they have a better view of the boat in line with the boys, the marker boys there, so they have a good view of the whole thing, whereas the boat handlers obviously are down at water level and just looking. So yeah, it's great that they can be able to communicate here and, you know, tell them which way to go. And also, like you see it, we haven't really paid much attention or spoken about it, but some rowers prefer jumping in certain sides of the boat. So if you're in a lane that maybe isn't ideal for taking the shortest route into the boat, you may have to run around, and that's all communication as well with the boat handlers, telling them which side they want to jump in. So you can see here now, as I mentioned, Portugal now, they have gone that wide route. They've decided to go the wide route, whereas Ukraine now taking the more direct route into the boat.
Yeah, Ukraine getting that nice direct start, and we're looking at Portugal here now, who are bumping along in these first 10 strokes. But look at this start here from Ukraine. Ilenko and Sidorenkova of Ukraine are just streaks ahead here in this opening 100 meters of the sprint or so.
Yeah, we saw them very, very strong this morning. I was talking about the technique from the Ukraine rowers who sit up very tall at the finish, whereas it was very different for this crew, and it's the same thing again. They're doing that lie back that we saw earlier as well. So just a little bit of different styles from the rowers from Ukraine, but they are leading it out here now, having a look over the shoulder, making sure they're the correct side of that second marker boy. Portugal then staying very tight, clashing with it.
Yeah, Portugal going for that direct approach, which we've seen can pay off, but also can cause you quite the headache if you get just pushed over by one bit of wave. That can be good night for the crew progressing on. Oh, there's a problem in the Ukrainian crew. Stroke seat there. Yevgenia Ilenko just caught her blade somewhat. They were coming into the turning point anyway, so not as much of a disaster as it could have been. They were at the point where they needed to take speed off the moving boat to get around that turning point. But yeah, that was very lucky, Neve, that I think that little clip of the blade happened on the run into the turning point.
Yeah, very happy, because the speed would have been much lower than what it had been in the lead up to that turn. Big lie back here now from Ukraine again, upping the rate slightly. You can see the speed Ukraine got up very quick, got back up to speed here now. Looking like they're heading for that exclusion zone here now. We have a safety boat telling them to move over. Yes, they've gone the opposite side of those red boys, so they have to come back in now. So again, adding meters to themselves here, which is very unnecessary. You don't want to be doing that.
Yeah, you can see there from our drone shot just how wide they've gone, and they're having to focus on steering when they really don't want to be. It's a bit like if you were running on a 100-meter race and someone was trying to direct you across the lanes. You really wouldn't want to be having to think about that. You just want to run as fast as you can. That's exactly the same as these guys here sprinting in towards the beach. It looks like they've managed to catch a few waves in between the trough that they were experiencing out in that exclusion zone, but I don't know whether they've caught it just right here. Looks like they're rowing through treacle, Ukraine, as compared to Portugal, who have just managed to hit the beach right here. Who's got the sprint still in the legs?
It is Ukraine from Portugal. Ukraine just a little bit quicker and a little bit less work to do than Portugal. Portugal came into the centre of the beach and had to come back around to get around that flag, because of course if you miss that there is a 10-second penalty, which again you don't want to be adding any amount of time to yourself by missing those little things. So yes, Ukraine now final crew heading into the semi-finals.
Well, we've got a bit of a pause now before we move on to the B final of the junior women's double sculls, just to give a bit of a break for the Portuguese, who will be next into that B final to contest for the bronze medal. But while we wait, I believe we're able to catch up with our winners of that fourth and final quarter final, Ukraine.
Finals for Ukraine. Talk to me about that race. How did it go for you?
It's amazing, thank you. So much power, so much cool energy. You run, you row, it's amazing.
And have you done lots of beach sprinting before?
No, it's my first time.
Your first time and through to the semi-finals.
Yes, thank you.
Is there anything you want to say to your teammate? Because of course we haven't managed to grab her.
I really want to say glory to Ukraine. Slava Ukraini!
Thank you so much. Okay, 3 minutes till the next race, so let's get back to the action.
Great to hear from Ukraine there, and in full voice, and rightly so, Neve, because Ukraine, like we just heard there, the first time in the semi-final, but first ever semi-finals, best ever finish guaranteed now for any Ukrainian crew.
Absolutely, and same thing for Peru, who we're going to see very shortly in the semi-final. You know, that we've seen these nations and these rowers, you know, come up over the last few years and spending more time and getting better and better, and they've hung in there, and here they are now starting to produce those results. So hard work certainly pays off here, but we're looking at the results there of the Coastal Junior Women's Double Scull quarterfinals. So the winners going through to the semi-finals, of course, there we're seeing New Zealand with that 30-second penalty meant they're 18.5 seconds behind Peru, who will now be meeting USA, who won that second quarterfinal. Then it was Spain who took the win in the third over GB, Great Britain, and then Ukraine, as we just heard. So nice few battles to come up here now. Semi-finals will be straight into B finals and A finals. This is the exciting part. We can see the rower there from Peru in the bow seat. She's just getting her legs into the water. A little bit of recovery. All these things make a difference at this when you don't have too much time.
Indeed, this is all just little marginal gains. I did say we were going on to the B final. That's my fault. Getting ahead of myself here, Neve. We've got our semi-finals to run, of course, first. Our top four, and 50% of these boats have never been in a semi-final before. That's quite some stat, and like you say, I think it's indicative of the way this sport is growing. New countries featuring all the time, and I guess, Neve, it guarantees us a medalist that has never won a medal before as well, because either way, someone's either getting a bronze, silver or a gold from Ukraine or Peru. But here is semi-final one. The USA going head-to-head here with the crew from Peru, who I think won't believe their luck, but they were the most consistent crew in that first quarter-final.
They were, absolutely. They took a nice wide route around each of the marker buoys, and we saw after them, USA did the exact same thing. I think they learned from New Zealand. So you can, I'm sure both of these crews now are going to be doing the same thing. We're seeing that nodding here from Annalie Duncombe. She was doing it as well in her quarterfinal, just getting into the rhythm, into the beat here of the music that we're hearing on the beach. So big race, big effort now from both of these sprinters down the beach. Nice downhill sprint to come. I'd prefer to do the downhill, I think, rather than the uphill.
I think I'm with you, Neve. I will let gravity carry me towards the boat. I would not like to be sprinting up that beach. But here we go. This is semi-final one here in the junior women's double sculls. The United States of America versus Peru. And yeah, Peru, I think, will be nothing to lose here in this race. They didn't think they would be going through, but here we go. Oh, a little bit of a tangle there for them. That's not the best start that they could have hoped for in this semi-final.
No, but it is the best start that USA could have hoped for, taking advantage. I think that's a great position to be in, because you're looking back on the other crew and you can see them held up at the start there just as they just got caught up with seats and blades and things, and that has allowed USA now to just pull ahead. Peru staying very close to that first marker, hitting it with the shaft and blades, not something you want to do because it will knock the speed out of you. USA doing exactly what they did in the last round, going nice and wide around that second marker. They have the space and time now to take that extra couple of seconds to go nice and wide around to ensure they don't miss those markers.
Yeah, I just think having a bit of breathing space here in these later stages is nice to have, because the further through the competition that you get, Neve, the less likely it is that we're going to cancel, right? So that those times, you know, if the conditions are as they are, you don't have to go full guns blazing. You don't have to try and go for a time. You just need to navigate to perfection and get yourself to that buzzer in front. So the USA have got that luxury now. Let's see if they can correct this course, because they are going off a diagonal, as you can see, towards Peru's lane. And yeah, they're going to have a bit of time, though, to adjust that as we go.
Yes, we can see the USA boat handlers have the hands on the hips here. They are having a look, and they are confident that these ladies know what they're doing. Annalie Duncombe and Annalise Hall doing amazing here on their navigation, coming back on that arch, coming back on the course. So the boat handlers not having to do too much work.
And I've just spotted out the window, Neve, we've got a heap of USA supporters adorning the balcony here at the end. If you squint, you might just be able to see them up there with their Star-Spangled Banners, supporting this combination from the United States of America, Annalie Duncombe and Annalisa Hall, as they move back in towards the beach. Look at this, our drones had to fly back up to get both of these crews in shot, because the USA are trampling all over Peru in this semi-final. They want to be absolutely certain that they are making their way to yet another gold medal final in the junior events.
Yes, here we have Annalise, well used to this sprint as well at this stage. The support, I can see the flags down on the beach as well, not just up high, and lots of big support here for them. She isn't, I don't think, running at her full speed because she needs to save something in those legs for the A final, which they are going to. But don't forget here now, Peru coming in here to the course. They don't miss out because they will be heading for a B final. They will be contesting a bronze medal.
Yeah, the bronze medal final will be just one race away. We've obviously got the other semi-final, but then the B final will run to find our bronze medalist, which Peru will be representing in that. And yeah, big smiles, big high fives all around there for Hall of the USA. So that is semi-final 1 done. We've got our first guaranteed medalist and guaranteed double medalist. Annalisa Hall should be taking home at least a gold and a silver, maybe even back-to-back golds. And well, speaking of Annalisa Hall, the guaranteed silver and gold medalist, she's down on the beach with Gemma and Luca.
Annalise, what a weekend you're having, my goodness. Gold yesterday and you're through to the gold medal race today. How are you feeling?
I'm feeling great. I'm so excited to be here. So happy to be out racing.
What's the secret? Why is it all coming together for you here this weekend?
I don't know. I put a ton of training into this. I've got amazing coaches and an amazing team. It's been incredible.
3 minutes.
Well, you've clearly still got lots of energy despite racing yesterday, so well done. Luca, I know you have some questions.
Well, a lot of questions here, but again, what we expecting, or what we should expect from you for the final?
We're going all out. We're coming for that gold. We had a run last year, so we want to make it happen this year.
Well, and again, yesterday, the first medal under 19 ever for United States of America. So the world record yesterday. And now, of course, all the best of luck to you.
Thank you so much.
I'm sure that is one tired lady at this stage, but she has one more race in her, no doubt. You know, these athletes from USA have spent a lot of time. They were in Spain at Beach Sprint Academy for a few weeks. Then they went to Italy, training on waters here to get used to these conditions. So they're well primed for this sort of back-to-back racing here. We're having another look here now. Annalie Duncombe there, sprinting down to join Annalise Hall in the boat. They got off to a flyer of a start there ahead of Peru.
Yeah, and they just kept going, didn't they?
They
weren't
did.
satisfied with just a small margin there. They wanted to really assert their dominance, maybe scare our next semi-finalists into thinking that they are unbeatable in this event. And the next semi-final, well, Ukraine guaranteed their best ever result, but they're against some pretty fierce competition here, Neve, in Spain.
Yeah, Spain. We saw just how lively they are on the water with their big coastal rowing liebacks. That will serve them well on the way out to the turning buoy here. As I look out, though, I'm not sure. It looks to be a little calmer. It's not as messy. That washing machine effect doesn't seem, visually anyway, certainly doesn't seem to be playing as big a part here now. But again, in 3 minutes time, that could all change here because that's what's happening. Breakers definitely aren't as big either. There hasn't been any big ships passing anytime recently, so definitely looks a little bit calmer than it was even an hour ago at this stage, but they're gearing up. Let's see how these do. It is Spain versus Ukraine.
Ukraine could really turn the tables here and go for a big upset, and I think trying to contain smiles being in this semi-final. I don't think they've ever imagined that they would be in with a chance here of getting into the A final. But final preparations, final bits of blood flowing to the muscles, and just thinking through that first sprint and first entry into the boat.
as newcomers to the sport, I think it's so important to have that self-belief in you, although you don't know what's ahead of you. But you could see in that interview earlier with Ukraine how much it meant to them. But clearly they've done a huge amount of work in the lead up to this, you know, to be in with contention of an A final here. But here they go, off they go. Ukraine, Spain, pretty evenly matched here on the beach here. It is Spain who are jumping in. Spain are taking their first few strokes. Ukraine still stuck there, getting a bigger push here from their boat handlers. That meant they missed a couple of strokes out of time, but Spain once again off to that flyer start.
Yeah, it's a fine balance, isn't it? Getting that big push on your boat handlers can be very helpful, but it can also be very hindering if you don't get that quite rightly timed with your bow person, with the stroke person getting into the boat. And I think Ukraine just mismatched that. They're still underway pretty well. They are trying to match up with the pace that Spain are setting out front, but you can see here much lower stroke rating from the Ukrainians compared to Spain.
Yeah, Spain just go for it and they just don't stop. They go off on their initial sprint and pretty much just keep up that rate all the way around, but it suits their rowers. You know, this is what they have trained with. This is the style a lot of them are going with. A lot of the Spanish athletes are aiming for this weekend, and it seems to be working out pretty well so far. So can we have Spain in another A final here? We saw them in the junior men's double. Here they are already starting to approach that turn.
Well, I think that would be a pretty fantastic result for the Spanish team. We know that they are so good out here in the coast conditions, but what a turn there from Ukraine as well to try and get some short, sharp strokes off the mark to get them back into contention. But Spain are really winding up now.
Yeah, we saw that. It's a very similar turn style that Spain had in the last round, where they went a bit wider. They were probably wider in the last round in their quarter-final, so staying a bit more on track this time here now. And over on the far side, it is Ukraine who are kind of going wide now, sort of heading towards those red exclusion zone boys, but it's probably staying inwards enough. Spain coming right up into the center of the two lanes here now. They're going to be hitting those swells, those waves. I mentioned the breakers have gotten a bit smaller, but it has picked up here now again. So let's see if they can use it as they start to make their approach to that beach now.
Yeah, they've got a lot of work to do here. Ukraine looks over the shoulder there for the crew, but Spain just out in front, able to relax and bring it home in towards the beach here. Now Spain going for the double. If they can get into this gold medal final, they're going to try and do what Italy did last year, which is win both the junior men's and junior women's double sculls. Would it be back-to-back for the same country to win both titles? And Spain, well, they've done the job of getting them into that A final, a guaranteed medal nonetheless here. Ukraine will have to go for bronze against Peru, but they'll save themselves now, get themselves off their feet, and we've got a bit of a break here because of that now. So when we get into these finals, it means that we do all these races back to back, but the loser, of course, Ukraine there in that race, will go straight from one into the other, which is a pretty hard feat indeed, especially in this sunlight. It's really quite warm, isn't it, Niamh? And yeah, hot conditions.
Absolutely, there's no real opportunity to get out of it. I know the athletes have a little tent to kind of get in the shade, but let's go down to the beach here to Gemma and Luca to hear from the Spanish crew who are making their way to the A final.
So, first of all, congratulations through to the final. How are you feeling now?
I feel so excited and I want to win, obviously.
Absolutely, and of course you will be up against the United States of America, so thoughts about that?
They are a so strong team, but I think we are going to do it well.
Fighting talk there, I like it, brilliant stuff. Look, we're not going to keep you because I know you've got to get ready, so thank you so much for chatting, good luck, and it is straight back to the action.
Absolutely, straight back to the action. Peru and Ukraine just going to be taking that those last few minutes of recovery here now before they have to go back out and line up for the B final. But let's just see that last semi-final between Spain and Ukraine. Spain just got off to a really quick start, got that stroke rate up nice and quick very early and kept it up. Really tight turn, doing that little bit of an arc out of the turn. Ukraine heading towards that exclusion zone slightly, but managed to arc Denmark back in beautifully, and Spain, they're celebrating as they make their way to the A final. Ukraine, of course, going to be up next, aiming for a bronze medal. Peru are joining them. I don't think Peru probably thought they might be here. You know, they lost on the water to New Zealand, but here they are in a B final.
I think this B final, though, is going to be very intense, because I know that, yeah, Peru will have their sights set on Ukraine. They know that they both are making history here. You know, whichever one comes away with the medal will be the first ever. And yeah, I think that prospect, maybe even more than an A final prospect, will highly motivate them to get this one absolutely right. But beautiful scenes here in Genoa. This lovely lighthouse that overlooks the course is very picturesque, with the backdrop of the Italian mountains. And as we saw yesterday, Neve, the Italian mountains, home to our mascot of the Italian wolf, which, if you do get a medal, you'll be taking home a cuddly toy version of.
I'm not sure I'd call him cuddly. He looks quite
His eyes are quite starey, aren't they? I saw a close-up picture of him earlier, and I was a bit like, oh, not sure I'd want that wolf staring at me. Yeah, very scary. Although I'm not sure I'd want to come across a wolf in real life anyway, so either way.
Well, I'd take a medal if I had to get a wolf. I would. You know, it means you're winning a medal, so I'm gonna. I would take the wolf happily. Yes, Peru and Ukraine going by earlier races in the initial time trials earlier on Friday. It was Peru that were that little bit quicker than Ukraine, about 8 seconds separating them. And then this morning in the knockouts, there was about 5.5 seconds separating Peru and Ukraine. So Peru have been faster in both rounds so far. So let's see if they can do it here now again. But Ukraine here, you know, you saw how excited they were earlier from their interview. And I'm sure this means so much to the 4 athletes that are going to be lining up here now for the B final. Beautiful scenes here on the water. Definitely looks to me, looking out visually, that the water has calmed again.
Yeah, I think you are right here, Neve. We saw it all kind of, you know, building up, picking up for that middle part of the day, but now starting to get a little bit more, I wouldn't call it tranquil, but certainly calmer. I don't know if it at any point it's going to be as calm as we saw it yesterday, though. It's still, you know, got a little bit of liveliness to it.
Yes, definitely. It was very calm yesterday. Suited a lot of rowers. A lot of the more experienced coastal rowers wanted more of those dumpy waves. They're getting them a little bit more today, certainly. Definitely not as bad as it was Thursday when everything had to be cancelled. Friday, of course, things were cut short. So it's been so changeable here. But that's, I suppose, the joy of the sport being held on an ocean. You know, you're never going to have the same conditions 2 days in a row. Everything is going to change. But here we can see the crew from Peru literally sitting in the boat on the sand, and this is what they do to make sure they're set up, that the feet, you can see, you know, the boat handlers, team managers, the boat manufacturers are helping out here, making sure the seats are on the rails properly. That's really important. The rower is going to test it out here now again. But yes, sitting in and making sure you're happy with, number one, the position of the foot plates, the stretchers. Oh, just a little bit of a tumble there. But also those shoes. We've talked about them a lot of times. So obviously the bow person is going to have about a minute or so to get themselves into the seat when they're in the water. So they'll have time to tighten those shoes. They're like Crocs there. But you'll see the strokes person doesn't have the luxury of tightening them. So she's making sure that they're at the right size for her. You know, some people are rowing barefoot or running barefoot. Some people are choosing to wear booties. So you need to adjust the size of those shoes to get in nice and easily. But the strokes person doesn't really have the luxury, unless they want to spend the second doing it, to tighten the Crocs. That means that you have to have them, you know, perfectly sized, that they're not too big, because if they're too big for you, that is when you go and take your few strokes, if your blade gets caught on the water, and particularly when you back around the turn, your feet are going to go flying out of those shoes, and that is not where you want to be.
You don't want to be overboard. No, absolutely not. And I think we were talking about this yesterday a little bit, Neve. The beach conditions here, we're not on a sort of fine sand beach like we were last year in Barletta, which is down on the south coast in Puglia. We're right up in the north here. Pebbly, stony beaches, more the form, and you can see there even in the background, right, where that boat is sat, all of the different shapes and sizes of rocks and pebbles that we've got here sort of scattered across this beach. And I can see why some of the rowers are choosing to wear footwear where perhaps they wouldn't usually.
Yeah, that's the difference here, obviously, and I think the boat handlers were all advised to wear shoes as well, just because you do have those pebbles, those stones, but a lot of athletes are choosing to go barefoot. I guess it's just preference. I don't know, I would usually, even on sand, I prefer to have some little bit of support under me. You know, I had to do a little bit of sprinting yesterday, trying to get between the beach and up here in the commentary booth, and I was wearing sandals, and certainly even with a bit of support and footwear, it wasn't the most comfortable of running, but yeah, some people are choosing to go barefoot, and I guess that's just personal preference.
Hula hoop competitions now. We're going from skipping to hula hoop. Feels like we're at school sports day, doesn't it? Wow, good to see that the crowd are getting engaged and having a go. So I just love it here that we've got, you know, a bustling boat park of people here to support the athlete, coaches, spectators. We've got another big grandstand here as we pan out. If you look sort of up to the top of our picture there, look, you can see all of the USA flags and the grandstands of other people kind of sat watching this racing. But we've also got a lot of, I say holiday making, it's probably local people enjoying their Sunday sun, the last of the summer here in Italy.
I'm not sure the summer ever ends here in Italy.
Yeah, they do have skiing though up here in the north, don't they? We're not that far from the Dolomites and the Alps, so these guys will be off for their skiing holiday in a couple of months' time.
Yes, but it's been so changeable. Last weekend we had torrential rain, thunderstorms. It was just the amount of rain. I've never seen so much of it in my life. I know that's all over Italy and a lot of places in Europe at the moment, but thankfully we've lovely sunshine this weekend.
Indeed, and a world away from where we were both last weekend and earlier in this weekend as well, Thursday. It was just a completely different picture here. It's almost hard to believe if you go and have a look at some of the pictures on social media and on the World Rowing website of Thursday and Friday racing here on the San Nazaro beach. You'd think it was a different place. It was, you know, tens of feet of waves, it was wind, it was rain. But look at it now, we've got just stunning conditions, beautifully warm, and well, a far more tranquil sea than we've seen for the rest of this weekend.
So just seeing the rowers there lining up at the start line, the bottom right of our screen here now. This is the B final. They are racing for a bronze medal. One of these will be, oh, false start by Peru. She had to turn around and she's back again. That will be a yellow card for her. They do not want to get a second one of those.
Well, they've not been called back. Well, she sort of was called back, but it wasn't, you know, it wasn't a restart. We saw one of those yesterday where the buzzers kept going, but we are underway. Nervous. We did say this between Ukraine and Peru. It was going to be a tense B final, both with their guaranteed best ever finish. But I think that means there's equal footing for opportunity for the medals here.
Absolutely, very equal footing. Not too much time separating them in the earlier rounds between Ukraine and Peru in the initial time trials and earlier on in the last 16. We can see Ukraine again just being a little bit steadier with their race. They are fast on the recovery, but big long strokes lying back, and they have that boat speed up nice and high as they head around towards that first marker buoy. Evenly matched, not too much between them here now, being very careful here to get around that second marker that caused so much trouble earlier. Ukraine closest to us on camera. Now we're looking at Peru. You can see now it is actually quite bouncy when you're down on that sea level. Me looking down from above looks quite calm, but you can see here just how much movement there is.
Yes, deceptive, isn't it, Neve? Until you're out there on the water, I don't think you ever really know. And our pictures just never really get you to feel it and get to experience it. You kind of just have to wait until those close down shots of a level with the water. Wow, this is so even pegging here between Ukraine on the left-hand side of your screen, Peru, sorry, my apologies, other way around, Peru on the left-hand side of the screen, Ukraine here on the right closest to us. And this is where, you know, they've taken all that speed off round the turn and they've got to pick the boat up basically again from standing, but at least this time round, Neve, they've got that tide to pull them back in towards the beach.
Exactly, indeed, and both of them doing pretty well over the left-hand side. Ukraine heading slightly towards exclusion zone. They did that earlier as well, but seeing their mistake now, arcing back in towards the beach. This is incredible. The shouts from the beach, from the crowds have started. We know that Peru will probably hit those swells and surfy waves a bit sooner. They're coming in. Oh, they've got one here now. Let's see if they can use this to their advantage.
Oh, wow, that's awesome to watch the speeds climbing through these final few strokes as they hit the waves. And you can see it here. We've got the speed meter in the bottom left-hand corner, and that will surge if they catch one of those waves. I think Peru there perhaps has just caught one last minute. It has evened it right back up here for the sprint into the beach. Ukraine, oh no, a big trip for them here as they move now towards the final few stages, but they managed to catch it back up. Great sprinting here from the Ukrainians. Amazing from Lyubov Sudarenkova, who
just can't believe it.
Just can't believe it.
Oh, what a finish. She took, the boat was taken from her, thrown sideways. She tumbled, but what a sprint. Her legs looked like it was the first time she was doing that today. So fresh. It was much harder work for Peru there, who just got, they had a lovely wave coming in, but then they got stuck down the trough of it. And oh, what a finish there by both of them, but well done to Ukraine. They held their heads. We saw how excited they were after the semi-finals. I can't believe how they're feeling right now after winning a bronze medal.
Oh, that will be just sensational. We saw how happy the Ukrainian team were after even getting through to the semi-finals. So I bet they're just brimming with pride, brimming with excitement now that they've managed to do the business and get themselves onto the podium for the victory ceremony tonight. We've seen two finals now coming to a close. We've got the men's that has just happened, the women's now about to take place. This will be our second gold medal of the day on the line in this next race. But before we jump to that gold medal match, let's hear from some very excited Ukrainian junior women.
Huge congratulations. I can see the emotion, but if you could put it into words, what does that mean to you?
It means we have won our country, and this win is very important to us.
Our first competition, I'm sorry. So
we're lucky to have this chance.
Yeah.
I have to say, that is so impressive. First competition, you've come away with a medal. How much training has gone into this? How much preparation?
It's so hard.
We're training for this, like...
we have not much board with this role, so it's really...
How do you know each other? Are you good friends before this?
Friends, we rowed 6 years together.
Rowing 6 years together. Okay, so I bet that is also a key part as well. You've clearly got a good bond. What does this mean to the rest of your team and your fans?
This medal is very important to our country because it starts for beach sprint in our country, and we first who got this medal.
And it's so good about future.
Absolutely. Let's not forget, of course, beach sprints in the LA 2028 Olympics. There's a bright future ahead should you wish to take it, and you've started very well indeed. Congratulations.
Oh, congratulations there to them. Indeed, bright future ahead, and you can hear just how much it means to those athletes.
Yeah, it's very special to be here for that first medal for Ukraine, and as we heard from them, they are the future. They're still under 19s. There's still 4 years to go until those LA games, and just the start here for the Ukrainian beach sprint teams, and that was their first competition, could you believe it, coming home with a bronze medal. But we go from one medal match to the other. Guaranteed medals here between these two crews, the USA and Spain. Spain looking to get the double-double, I suppose. It was a gold medal for their men earlier in the junior men's double sculls, and here come the junior women. Spain also contesting this final, but knowing all about winning finals, well, the USA are probably the hardest competition that they're going to face yet here today. And yeah, I think this is somewhat tense moments here.
And of course, Annalise going for her double-double.
There's a double-double to be found somewhere between these two crews. And I don't know about you, I really don't know who my money is on
I don't know either. Very different styles of rowing, which we're going to see here now. USA, very powerful. Spain, very, I would say, agile and very fast, very quick rowers, that traditional coastal technique that we see. So this could go absolutely either way here.
Well, here we go. This is the A final, the gold medal match here between Spain and the USA. Spain on screen now, but the USA already taking strokes here towards that turning point, and all eyes now on who can get through this slalom unscathed. The USA now with about half a boat length's lead, but look at this pace from Spain. They are ratcheting up the rating, seesawing down this slalom, and my word, they are gunning for it here.
They are absolutely gunning for it. Here is right. USA just getting caught up in a little bit of messy water. Now it's hit Spain here now. Both bows flying out of the water. It has thrown USA quite wide around that second marker. So they're having to do a lot of work on that right-hand side of the boat here to get back around. USA falling victim, or sorry, Spain falling victim as well to the same thing. It's just a bit messy there in the middle. So now they're having to really angle over to the right as we look over and out at the water for them. It does look like USA are going to go in quite wide, whereas Spain, if they're not careful, are going to go to the incorrect side of that turning marker.
Oh, Spain are really dicing, really uncertainly here. They are just going to make it to the right-hand side of that turning marker, and that could pay off for them. Indeed, it does just about. Oh, look at this, the USA. That was pitched to perfection here. They're looking to really spoil the party for Spain's double-double, and Spain now with all the work to do on this leg back in towards the beach.
Spain, beautiful technique. We're seeing a close-up here of them. Really nice, staying very much in sync here. Very different heights there of the athletes, but very much staying in sync. They're getting back into it, but they are heading for that exclusion zone. Looks like they're actually going to go into it now. USA with a much straighter line to the beach. Annalise Hall is going to have to start working and thinking about the run that has to come ahead of her. Here she has about another 20 strokes to go on the water, but she needs to mentally starting to prepare herself to get the legs working for that run. They are just powering it out. Spain are having to correct massively now to get back to the beach, but this is incredible. We heard about the supporters. You mentioned them, Camilla, a while ago. They are going mad here now.
Yeah, the USA team supporters are starting to wave those flags because they can see them hit the beach. And here's Annalise Hall, and for the second time this weekend, a gold medal worthy sprint is ahead of her, because it will be the United States of America with a dramatic sprint to claim gold in yet another event here on the junior side. Spain will have to settle for silver, and yeah, I mean, that was a worthy final here in this junior women's double sculls event.
Oh, Annalie Duncombe running up here to meet Annalise Hall. She could not believe it. She had her hands up to her face. Could not believe it. Look at these scenes. Best friends off the water. Here they are doing amazing, creating magic here on the water. We knew they were going to be ones to watch in this category, and they have stuck with it. We saw them last year in Barletta. Here they are winning that gold medal. 2 gold medals for Annalise Hall after this beach sprint finals. What an athlete.
Yeah, and it looks like we're getting them together now. Hopefully we'll hear some words from them in just a moment's time, but there are the confirmed results. The USA, Hall and Duncombe, will be the victors here in this junior women's double sculls event. Let's hear from them now.
Huge congratulations. Annalise, I heard you just scream, "We did it," as you hugged there. Talk me through the journey that you two together have had and the challenges you faced to get to this point.
I mean, back in 2022, I got a text about like 3 days before the cutoff for who was going to Worlds in Wales. And I had never heard of beach sprints before, coastal or anything.
You never met me. Never met me.
And I was like, this looks incredible, let's do this. We headed out there, we had an amazing time in Wales, we placed 3rd. We came back last year to do even better, and some mishaps happened. We know these waves are crazy. We got a little disqualification, so we came back this year to take it.
Wow, is all I have to say to that. What an epic journey, and so well deserved. Congratulations, amazing. Luca.
Yeah, I think one of the secrets here is the team. USA as the biggest team here at this World Champ. What does it mean rowing for United States of America for you?
Honestly, this team is my family. Annalise is my sister. I love her so much. I'd do anything for her, so I think we won it together for each other.
Absolutely. This team is absolutely everything. So supportive. I love them all so much, especially this girl right here.
Huge shout out to Mark Oria, the best coach ever.
Absolutely.
Well done to you.
I'm getting emotional just listening to that. Absolutely incredible. Can't wait to see you celebrate on the podium later. Huge congrats. How are you going to celebrate?
I don't know. I gotta chill out a minute before my brain's gonna start processing anything.
Go see my parents, do some homework, and then maybe get dinner.
Well,
Surely some Prosecco or something tonight.
Hopefully a lot of Prosecco tonight.
Who knows?
Well done.
Amazing. Loving it, loving the story. Well done to both of you. Brilliant, brilliant work. And of course, we've got more races to come, more finals to look forward to. But for now, we'll just bask in the glory, I think, Luca. Back to you, Scotty, and I'm sure we've got some more racing imminent.
Thanks, Luca. Thanks, Gemma. And yeah, a little tear in our eye as well here. Very patriotic from Harl and Duncombe there. Brilliant to see them reign victorious after a non-linear road, a bit like the road to beach sprints, really. Their path, as you heard, disqualification last year, to triumph this year in this event. Best friends on and off the water. And yeah, that was quite emotional. But Neve, we were just saying, the under-19s probably not celebrating with Prosecco tonight, but homework, the life of a junior athlete, hey?
I love that. Annalie doing her homework and going for dinner, meeting her parents. There'll be big celebrations. There's such a big crew, not only just the team and the coaches, but so many of the parents come to these events, you know, friends and family. They travel all over the world to these events, and you can see how much it means. And like, these athletes are well on their way to LA 28, you know. Team USA are putting in such hard work, resources, time. You know, they mentioned Mark Oria there. He's doing amazing things for the sport over in the USA. He had them over here training in Italy. He had them over training in Spain 2 weeks before that. In the lead up to this, you know, they're really doing it the right way and developing their athletes so that they can, you know, progress to LA in 4 years' time.
And that's what it takes, right? Like, that's exactly what the Flatwater Olympic programs do. They go on training camps, they go and suss out, and that doesn't have any, you know, real conditions other than wind to factor in. It's very different here at the beach sprints. There is our program for the rest of this afternoon. And like you say, actually, just coming back to that, the USA with the home Olympic Games, right? So they really will be investing in this coastal team. More Americans yet to come. Most notably, Chris Back will be going in the coastal men's solo later on today. We'll see how he gets on after a little bit of a tight round in his opening round of 16. Let's see how he gets on in the quarter-finals. That's at 3:30 local time this afternoon. But before that, we've got the junior mixed double sculls. And Neve, well, we've got a number of athletes actually doubling up who have already gone this morning in the sort of one gender doubles, and now they're going to have to hop in with their partner, male or female, in the opposite gender to take on the mixed event.
Absolutely, yes. We saw them, some of them doubling up between yesterday and today. So some of them were in the junior solos. We'll see Ashton Thomas there of Australia up shortly in the first quarter-final. We saw her on the podium yesterday getting a bronze in the junior women's solo. And also, you know, lots to look forward to out of earlier's knockout rounds, the last 16. It was Great Britain, I would say, had the fastest time out of everyone. So they're going to be ones to watch there. Sol Chamberlain-Hyde, massive sprint from him, joined by Leah Saunders. You know, we have Spain back in here again. Ukraine are here. USA, as you mentioned. Tunisia, who are very strong, coming up later on in later races. But first up, we can see here the start list. It will be Australia and Austria. We'll try not to get those two names mixed up as we're commentating. Then it will be New Zealand, Portugal in the second quarter-final. Great Britain, Turkey and Spain, Ukraine in that fourth quarter-final. So getting ready now. We'll be coming under starters orders very soon. Quick changeover with the boats and oars and all the adjustments happening.
Yeah, keeping us on our toes, like you say here. Neve, Australia, Austria. So do forgive us if in the heat of the moment we stumble over our Austrias and our Australias. But nice different unisuits, the gold and green of Australia, the red and white of Austria. And here they are. You can hear them being introduced here. The beach club in full swing. A stunning day here in Genoa. We've had warm temperatures up in the sort of mid to high 20s, and people enjoying the pool facilities we've got here on site. It is a proper beach club vibe going on here.
Absolutely, and that's one of the unique things, and I think that's what drew it to the Olympics, is how spectator friendly it is. Like, you can really get involved in it here as a supporter. You're right up alongside the athletes. That doesn't happen in too many sports. You know, you can see all the action, and you know, the DJ adds another element. It's just really cool party atmosphere, and of course the sunshine helps for sure as well. So you can hear the crews being called out there now by the umpires. We see Astrid Thomas of Australia on the left hand side of our screen, joined up there by Carolyn Schweidendinger of Austria. They're the two rowers that will be running down the beach, jumping into that stroke seat. The rowers alongside them now already sitting in the bow seat, ready to go.
Australia getting very ready here, nice and low. We saw this from Astrid Thomas yesterday in the solo. She was a real sort of sprinter when it came to this outward leg. Less so on the inward leg. She left it a little bit late a couple of times, but did come away with a medal yesterday. Brilliant for her in that solo, but can she do it again here with Samuel Forbes, who's already been again this morning in that junior men's double sculls.
Of course, she only has that one sprint today. She's in a double compared to the two sprints she had to do yesterday. That's the disadvantage of being in a solo. You have to run down and back up again at the end of the race. So here they go. Very quick start there by Astrid. She was down nice and low to the beach, and here she goes. Big breaker catching her as she tries to jump in. Hopefully that didn't disrupt any seats here now, but it is Austria who took those first couple of strokes now ahead of Australia.
Well, do you know what, Neve? I was actually just thinking there, you made a really good point that she only has that one sprint down, Astrid Thomas, into the beach. And I wonder if this is really deliberate, that they've got they've got Sam Forbes in the bow seat going up against Nicholas Reudmeier of Austria in the bow seat there. Both men deciding to take that final leg up the uphill incline. But both round safely in that first turning point. And just looking at the angles here coming into the next marker here, the slalom marker, a little bit wider for Austria than Australia.
Yeah, Australia going for a more direct route, but wind and waves are having a lot to play with it as well. You can be deciding to choose to go in one direction, and then the wind and waves decide something different for you. Australia, you can see just being thrown around the place here a little bit. Both crews now approaching that buoy. Australia going much wider, staying nice and safe to it. Austria taking that narrow route around. Big handbrakes on from Australia. They're digging those right-hand oars, pulling with the left. Both crews now around. So this is the crucial part, which is sending a lot of boats wide here. Both seem to be doing well with their angles at the moment. Let's see what happens over the next few strokes.
Yeah, let's see what happens over these next few strokes. Like you say, Australia with the advantage at the moment on this straight line back. No slaloms to worry about this time around, but we have seen crews caught out over the course of the last 2 days, drifting. Austria doing exactly that. They have been kept napping. They're right on the verge of that exclusion zone where they're not allowed to be. Those red buoys there just signifying where is the no-go zone, and look at that adjustment they've had to make here, Neve.
Yeah, but Australia, the same thing is happening here, so I'm wondering if there's that big crosswind catching both of them, because Australia having to correct themselves and do a bit of an arc back to the boat. They have a wave here. Bow is in the air. They're starting to slow again here now. That wave is going to be coming for Austria now. Let's see if they can propel themselves into the beach, but it is Australia hitting that beach. Here we have Samuel Forbes making that sprint. They've done enough on the water. Austria flying up big or short quick steps there by Austria, but it is Australia who have booked the first spot into the semi-finals.
Yeah, semi-finals, next round of competition, down to that final four. The mixed double sculls, Australia will feature. Austria now eliminated from competition in this event. But we'll see who joins Australia. New Zealand with another chance here to get into the semi-finals now. That would have been some stern words from Philip Knight, the coach for New Zealand in this next round, saying, please, 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 keep your eyes on where those slalom boys are.
Absolutely, yeah. And I suppose, you know, they may have practiced keeping nice and tight to those marker boys, so he's going to have to make a call, because obviously the waves and the wind that we're seeing out there is it's very unpredictable. So do they go with what they know and take the short route and hit those marker boys, but then you're more at a disadvantage, because if that bow is picked up at the wrong point, it can be thrown to the wrong side, as we saw there a little earlier on with New Zealand. So, you know, that's about that adaptability again, and you know, it didn't work out earlier on, so will they have changed the strategy in Team New Zealand here now and go for maybe a bit of a wider route around those marker boys?
Well, let's wait and see as they take their places on the start line underneath the strap line. Glory is coming. That is certainly what they hope will be happening in this quarter-final. What's in store for Portugal and New Zealand here? New Zealand on the right, Portugal here on the left.
Yes, both of these rowers going to be stroking their boats. So we have Tomas Neves there of Portugal, left-hand side, Naomi Robertson of New Zealand. So they're obviously set up opposite. So in the Portuguese boat, it is the male stroking the female in the bow, and it's the opposite way.
Ladies and gentlemen, we now have our B final and A final coming up, which of course decides our medals and the colours that they will be for our athletes. So, first race in the B final will be Portugal versus Spain.
Ci prepariamo per la finale per la medaglia di bronzo contesa tra Portogallo e Spagna.
So let's see who start line now. Getting in the shade, getting in the game. And here we have Spain as well. So this is our lineup of sprinters. These two will be setting the race off, sprinting down to their boats, trying to get the best possible start for their pair. And as we've heard, the waves are picking up, so that jump into the boat sounds easy. Let me tell you, it's not. And the athletes will confirm that too. There is a technique to it, they train for it. So that will be the crucial moment at the start of the race to get a nice clean start and try and get a bit of a lead as they head out onto the course. So by all means, give them a loud cheer when they do cross that start line, give them a boost, give them a bit of a lift as they get onto the boat. But for now, it's Spain and Portugal racing for the bronze medal.
Portugal, lane 1. Spain, lane 2.
1 minute. Put the boats in the water.
Tutto può succedere, ma tutto ovviamente ora deve accadere per una medaglia, in questo caso di bronzo, contesa tra il Portogallo e la Spagna, in attesa di avere la grande finale per l'oro raggiunto per l'Australia e la Gran Bretagna. All'esterno i colori della Spagna rincorrono un altro podio, ma il Portogallo vuole davvero salire con un bronzo in questo podio del doppio under 19 mix.
Lane 2 on the right hand side, is that pair from Spain? On the left hand side, that pair from Portugal. Both come a long way over the left hand side. A little breeze has gone around, a bit of easterly in it, as well as that southerly blowing it back towards the beach. It really wouldn't have it if it's not what you expected. You're not able to compensate for it quickly. Still time left there.
Well, thank you very much for bearing with us here in Genoa. We're back here again with the World Rowing Beach Sprint Finals, and yeah, we had a little bit of a technical difficulty. We lost power here on site, but we're back now and back ready for the A final of the junior mixed double sculls. And it is going to be a matchup between Great Britain and Australia going for gold here in 2024. We've seen some great racing. We just saw Spain there taking the bronze medal in this event in the race previous. So that's our podium complete. They were racing Portugal for the bronze. But now on to the A final, Neve.
Yes, indeed. Some exciting racing going on there the last little while. So, yes, Spain getting the bronze medal over Portugal. They had a bit of a tricky dismount there, but Spain getting that bronze. We'll see them on the podium. Now it is back to Australia and Great Britain. So, Australia, we have Astrid Thomas back up again. She has already been on the podium yesterday, winning a bronze medal in the junior women's solo. Here she is teaming up with Samuel Forbes. Going to get a medal either way as long as they finish the race, silver or gold, which will it be? And they are up against Great Britain. Amazing sprinters here from Great Britain. Leah Saunders going to be running down. She'll be joining Sol Chamberlain-Hyde, who we know is a very, very fast sprinter on the beach.
Yeah, this is going to be a great final to look forward to here. There's Great Britain and Leah Saunders there on the start line, getting ready to do that initial sprint. We've had a little bit of a delay here to racing just because of those issues here on site, but we're back with you now. Still the same event that we were last with, this junior mixed double sculls gold medal match. And here we go, underway here, Great Britain and Australia. Great Britain on your right, Australia on your left, and a hugely fast sprint there from the Aussies.
Yeah, Astrid Thomas has done this run so many times. Oh, she just has to reach quite a far ahead of her there to grab her oars. They are off, but it does look like Great Britain got off to a quicker start here now. There's a little bit of cleaner water over on that left-hand side as we look out here for those first few strokes. The swell building, though, here now. Both boats going up and down through them now. And, yes, Great Britain lucky there to just miss that first marker buoy with the oars. And now it looks to be Australia powering it out. We know they're powerful rowers here now. Very evenly matched. As we always see in the A finals, cracker of a race already.
Yeah, absolutely cracker of a race. And now we can see boat handlers making sure that Australia are on course. And a little look there from Leah Saunders of Great Britain to see that they're on the correct side of the mark. Same for Australia, who have just landed in the middle of a trough. You saw all of that wash kick back up, all the spray as they sort of dump down in it. Don't be deceived. Neve and I were just saying, out there on the water, it is choppy. And you can see, look how much they're going up and down with this camera here at water level. It is really quite bumpy.
Yes, great turns here now. Looks like Great Britain have got around nice and quick. They already have their speed back up here now. They're on that left-hand side. Australia here now closest to us. So Australia's power really they use that power to their advantage on the way up. But Great Britain now using that sprint. Oh, Australia are going completely wrong. They've gone way over into Great Britain's lane. They've hit Great Britain's marker buoy. As long as they don't interfere, that is okay. But they have added so many meters to themselves here.
Wow, that's going to be interesting. You can see there the boat handlers screaming at Forbes and Thomas to get back into their lane. They're doing that now, but with every stroke they take going diagonally, it's sending them backwards. Great Britain looking for a title defence here. 2 new rowers, but looking to maintain gold here for Great Britain in this mixed double sculls. But one last throw of the dice for Australia. They're coming right back into it now, trying to catch that surf, but Great Britain right on top of a wave here into the beach.
Yes, Great Britain are coming. We know Sol Chamberlain-Hyde has a massive sprint. He is out. He is on the beach. Here comes Australia's Samuel Forbes. It is coming down to the beach. It looks like Great Britain are going to get there. He is celebrating already. And it is Great Britain who are champions. The Coastal Junior Mixed double sculls. We knew he was going to be fast. He knew himself. He was celebrating before he hit the buzzer. What a
Bold,
finish.
Very bold to celebrate a couple of steps out from the line, but he knew that it was going to happen there for Great Britain, Salt, Chamberlain, Hyde, and celebrations all around for Great Britain, who keep that gold medal in their midst in this junior mixed double sculls event. And the sort of pipeline event for the mixed double scull at open level that will be featured in the Olympic Games in 4 years' time. But Great Britain there, champions ahead of Australia. Forbes and Thomas just could not catch up on that sprint. But yeah, good sportsmanship all around here being demonstrated by these four, who are high-fiving with our MCs down on the beach. Luca and Gemma, looks like they're about to try and get a word with the winners, but Australia, little pat on the back there, and they will move away now to, well, I'm sure celebrate a silver medal. I know that they lost that to the British, but let's hear from our victors, Great Britain.
So, Leah, congratulations. Gold medalists, how does that sound?
Amazing. Can't believe it.
Tell us a little bit about your pairing, about your journey to get here.
So we first got selected in, was that May? And trained a bit, and then it's kind of towards the end of summer we properly ramped up the training, and clearly helped a lot.
Once school finished, we did a couple of training camps, and it's just really been good for the pairing, getting to know each other, getting to learn how to work well with each other.
Absolutely, and of course you're aiming for gold, you're aiming for the win, but was that something that you really were thinking would happen, or is this sort of a nice surprise coming into this?
Obviously you don't want to get too optimistic, but I think deep down we knew we had it in us.
And just quickly, Sol, I saw, it was incredibly close, that sprint to the buzzer, but you were celebrating before you got there.
Yeah, I don't know. Just the excitement got to me.
Fair enough, it got to us as well. Luca.
You know, we had a great talk about the race, but let's talk about the fans. Like, they were there, they were screaming at you, they were trying to support as much as possible, and the head of the fans there was definitely Charlie, who got gold yesterday. What a magic weekend for GB.
Yeah, GB have been really good across the board this weekend, and we had gold in the mixed para double as well yesterday. So yeah, really good across the board.
Well, they really want to know if you were able to hear them or not.
Yeah, you can. Yeah, can't tell what they're saying, but you can hear them.
It's a really good atmosphere. You can hear the screams, and it does really help you when you're so tired. Trying to get across the line, it does really help.
That's what we want to hear.
Absolutely, and just one final question. You're there wearing, Great Britain vests, you're branded, you're up, you're there. What does it mean to be able to win the gold, officially here in Italy?
It's incredible. It's just, yeah, it's just been an amazing experience.
Well, congratulations. Enjoy the
3
celebrations,
minutes.
and we look forward to seeing you on the podium later. Well done. Okay, we'll be moving on to our next category now, but there we have it. We've heard from the gold medalists. Let's get into the action now.
Great to hear from Great Britain there, and thrilled athletes having won that gold representing GB, and we heard from them. Great performances all around there. Mixed quad winning yesterday, also the PR3 mixed double as well. We'll see Claire Jameson featuring later on in the women's solo quarterfinals, but now we turn our attention to the men's quarterfinals. There are our 8 countries represented: Tunisia, the USA, Uruguay, Lithuania, Spain, Italy, Germany and Portugal here, our top 8 in this event. And Niamh, I think, Chris Back going in this first quarterfinal here, someone that we thought was going to have a bit of a walkover in his initial opening round of 16, and was pushed hard.
He was certainly pushed hard by Czechia this morning, even though Czechia was the slowest out of those top 16. Chris Back was the fastest from the time trials on Friday, but things really swung around today, and he did not have an easy race by any means. Here he is teaming up against Tunisia. We have Mohamed Rayan Hafsa there. We're seeing him on screen alongside Chris Back here. So this is going to be a good race, because there was only less than a second between their times from the knockouts there this morning. So not too much between these two athletes whatsoever. I suppose Chris probably has a bit of added pressure. You know, he's a former champion in this, winning in Wales back in 2022. Fell ill last year and he was knocked out of the quarterfinals. He thought he'd be going into further rounds, and he's back here now, hoping to get himself a place into the semi-final next, and then obviously into an A final, but he's not going to have an easy race by any means.
Well, do you know what? This was the final back in 2022. Different athlete representing Tunisia. It was Mohamed Tayeb on that occasion. Now Mohamed Ryan Hafsa here for Tunisia, and so Chris Back, yeah, he's faced the Tunisian coastal rower before in the gold medal match, but the advancement of this sport means that now is the quarter-final of this event. And I think Back is one of these athletes that has been dedicating all of his time into this journey towards this being an Olympic event. He's sort of one of the sort of poster athletes of the sport.
Absolutely.
Recognisable across everything. There is Mohamed Ryan Hafsa, sorry, my apologies. I had a break and now my brain needs to warm back up again, Neve. But yeah, Mohamed Tayeb did really well a couple of years ago, right? A silver medalist here, following in his footsteps.
Yeah, absolutely. Tunisia have been so strong in beach sprints over the years. Quicker start here by Chris Back for sure, getting to those breakers first. He's into his boat, getting that push off from the boat handlers. Definitely a few strokes pulled here ahead of Tunisia. Going through that swell there, that messy bit of water.
Oh, that was really messy there from the Tunisian, from Hafsa. We saw him there on screen, just completely and utterly having the blades in his lap because of how rocky those opening waves were.
Yeah, those swells really building here now, right up out until that turning, boy. So no easy stroke to be pulled here all the way out. Chris is taking the approach of staying away from those markers, not deciding to hit it with the rigger, just staying away enough because they would have seen what happened in New Zealand earlier on and missing that marker. So making sure he's staying nice and wide. So now he has a nice lead, but you can see here even his boat is going a bit out of control here. We're looking at Tunisia just going past that middle marker. Both of them now heading for that turning, boy.
The turn's going to be an interesting one to watch, because whilst we were off air, this portion of the course was just getting even more stern up. You can see Back there going up and down, flying out of the water, and they've got to try and control that boat round now for this tight technical turn. He's done that extremely well though, Neve. He's done this many a time before, and like I say, most notably in the gold medal final in 2022.
Absolutely, but at the moment he is heading over for the other lane, so he needs to really correct, which he's starting to do here now. He had the bow facing well over into lane 1, which is not where he wants to be, so he is coming back over into his own lane. Tunisia as well, Hafsa there heading towards those exclusion zone boys, staying very wide again, just being pushed slightly, but big lead here now from Chris Back. Now he is well used to surfing these waves. It was amazing to watch him in Wales, where we saw those massive waves, and just to be able to keep the boat straight as he did, just pulling on one side, other blade out of the water. So he is well used to this, but Tunisia doing all they can now to come back into it. Chris has just gone past that final marker. Here he comes, long strokes, big long lie back.
Yeah, he's been snaking through this final 250 metres. You just saw him there clipping that last marker, and he's got the wave behind him. Look at that tail of wash, that tail of weight coming off the stern of the boat, which will see him land horizontally, not where he would ideally like to be, but he looks back here to see that he's got enough space and time to get through, and he will hit that buzzer. A little bit of a stumble there, and not the best landing from Tunisia, but
Yeah,
look,
I'm not
it
sure.
wasn't close enough, I don't think, for it to matter, but a big round of applause from Chris Back as well for his opponent.
Yeah, that's really special here to see this. Tunisia, I'm not sure if it was caught on camera there. I was watching out the window here. His boat was just caught up by one of those waves, completely pushed sideways. He was trying to get out to go on his sprint, and he couldn't literally get out of his boat, so he was stuck there. But Christopher, I think he'll be happy with the approach to the beach there. The boat did certainly turn sideways, but to his advantage, because he was literally able to hop straight out. He didn't have to jump over any rigger and just run straight up to that finish line. So Chris booking his spot into the semi-final.
Well, we'll find his opposition in our next quarter-final. Lithuania and Uruguay next on the slate to try and get themselves into the final 4 in the solo event, the men's solo event. And this event was huge, over 40 entries when we started this competition earlier this weekend. But whittled down now to our final 8, and one of those already now out of the running, out of contention. Here we are, it's Marcos Serrauta in the Uruguayan boat, and then Zigimantas Galasanskis in the Lithuanian crew.
Yeah, he finished 4th last year, so lost out. It made his way to the B final, lost out on a medal here now. So he is for sure going to be going for a place better, if not 2 places better, if not 3 places better today. And we saw Lithuania yesterday winning their first ever medal, beach sprint medal in the mixed double.
Now that's a focus face there from Galasanskis, who you've already mentioned, Neve, has been here before, has made the top 4 actually, in fact, back last year in Barletta. So Italian soil's lucky for him, but unable to get one of the medals available down in Puglia. Maybe northern Italy is a bit more his vibe. And Uruguay squatted, ready, the build coming. Under attention, and here we go. This is the second quarterfinal here of the men's solo event. Very match pacings down the beach. No one athlete any quicker than the other on the run, but that could all change here out on the row.
Absolutely, nice clean start there. Both rowers taking nice few strokes, and it's those first few that can really catch them off guard. It's extra bouncy here at the shoreline, and with that extra push from the boat handler can send your boat sideways, but nice and clean here as they head past that first marker, both choosing to go a bit wide, about oar length distance away from that marker. So keeping nice and wide away from them. They are very evenly matched at the moment here. If anyone, I would say maybe Uruguay from Lithuania at the moment. Boat handlers doing a big job here now to keep them on course.
Oh, that was a bit of a stop there from Uruguay, but
yes,
sensible, because I think it avoided any tumbles. That one blade just coming to a halt, I think maybe catching a bit of water, because you can see how bobbly it is out there, and don't want to catch any crabs, any blades. Lithuania looks across to see that the Uruguayan here, Serrauta, out in front, but catching up actually, in fact, and a big push here from the Lithuanian has seen him reach the turning point ahead of Uruguay.
Yeah, he's going wide though. His approach is very wide, so he's going to have to pull an extra few strokes to go.
That was a stop there from Lithuania, just completely stopped rowing, Neve.
He just was going very wide. He knew that he needed to pull those extra few strokes around it. Here he comes. Uruguay didn't have to slow down as much, and so they're back. Even though he was, I suppose, second going into that marker, he's pushed himself right up alongside Galasanskis there of Lithuania. They're having a look across at each other. Oh, so even here now. Lithuania just with the advantage here now over Uruguay as they come towards that final marker. Both of them really good with their navigation on the way home, so they're going to be meeting those swells. That bit of a surf shortly. Let's see who can take advantage.
Well, this surf, it can be a blessing and a curse here, and the Lithuanian athlete Galasanskis is trying to get the measure of where he needs to position himself, taking one stroke on his port blade, one stroke on his starboard blade, but he's got clear water back to Uruguay.
Yeah, Uruguay just getting caught up in the trough, and he's gone again. Oh, he keeps getting caught up down the bottom of a wave. He was about to hit the beach ahead of Lithuania, but look at him now. He's really struggling on this wave. He's coming in sideways, but Lithuania, here we go, going to take a place in the semi-final. Zigimantas Galasanskis there. Unlucky there for Uruguay. Bit of a tumble with the boat again. We saw that in the last quarter-final as well, but that is Lithuania booking their spot in the semi-final.
Wow, that exit by Uruguay is where you really don't want to be, and it just goes to show you just one wrong push, one wrong stroke means that you end up with your longest portion of the boat against the waves, and once you get to that point, Neve, it's really hard to get back, because you know what it's like. You catch a gust of wind with your umbrella. It's a bit like that with the waves against the side of your boat.
Absolutely, yeah, and a few people have been caught off guard there in the last few races, particularly on those last few strokes. Again, this will set apart those who have been training in these sort of conditions against those who haven't been, I would say. Now, this is is the quarterfinal to watch. We have Italy, we have Spain, Adrian Miramon Quiroga, who is going for 2 in a row. He is our world champion from last year. He was world champion back in 2019. He is up against Giovanni Ficarra, world champion in 2021 in Portugal. He was second last year, so this is a rematch from that A final last year in Barletta, where Adrian, who we see on screen now, enjoying himself, getting into the zone here, he won out, but Giovanni Ficarra is such an incredible athlete as well, so this is going to be a great race.
1 minute.
Oh, as if we've got the A final matchup here, only in the quarterfinal. There are so many examples of where this sport has just taken strides in the last 5 years, and that is that one of these athletes will be going home without a medal.
Absolutely, and yeah, this is going to be, you know, it's a rematch. I'm sure they've been playing over what happened in Barletta last year, but Adrian was so cool, calm and collected throughout the whole thing. You know, he is a coastal rower true and true, doing that traditional coastal rowing in Spain, those massive boats, 20 people in ferocious waves and wind. Completely different style of rowing here, but look at the water going into these boats here on the start line. The boat handlers really having to do a lot of work trying to keep the bows lined up. You can see the Spanish boat handlers lifting the bow out of the water every time a wave comes, just to make sure it doesn't get filled with water, and you know, they don't want to be adding extra weight to Adrian's boat there now. But let's go look at this sprint from Giovanni. Very quick.
Wow, he knows that Miramon Quiroga is fierce on the waves, fierce on the water, so he's got to get every little bit of advantage, squeeze out where he can, and being a fast runner is absolutely where Ficarra thrives for Italy. We did see him trip up the beach earlier, so he knows that if he's got a little bit of a buffer coming in later on, that will be playing on his mind. He goes into that first slalom buoy ahead of Miramon Quiroga. I mean, whoever loses here, Niamh, is going to be a shock exit.
Absolutely. He had about 3 strokes pulled before Adrian had any stroke pulled. He was still getting himself set up, but I know Adrian is going to come back at him here on the water. You can see both of them now having to look over their shoulders here to make sure that they are angled at the correct side of that second marker buoy. Adrian deciding to go for a bit of a wider route here, staying nice and safe. He has pulled himself right up alongside Giovanni Ficarra. Both of these athletes are so experienced on the turns. If you watch, if the camera will be on Adrian, we'll see a masterclass on how to turn, but Giovanni spent so much time in these coastal boats, and you know, they're just amazing. Look at the spin from Giovanni Ficarra there. Oh my god, what a turn here, but Adrian right up alongside him.
Wow, that was masterclass turning from both of those solos, but you called it, Niamh. Adrian Miramon Quiroga from Spain, over on the far side of your picture, is now flying. He has really started to motor here, building with speed in every single stroke, and I worry that Ficarra knew that this was going to be the race of his life. He went out hard, let the adrenaline get to him, and he's now going to need to wish for that bit of lane 2 tide, that bit of weight, that bit of swell to catch him, because he's just fallen off the back of this field.
Absolutely, and you can see how loose Adrian is staying in that upper body, and that is so crucial here. And he had his stroke rate down in the 30s, whereas Giovanni was up in the 40s very early on, and he'll have nowhere else to go now. He'll have to keep it up there, but Adrian there keeping it really long, so loose in that upper body. But Spain's speed now flying up as he catches a wave, but Adrian is just catching that now as well. He is coming in to the beach, stopping rowing with a couple of strokes to go. Here he goes, Adrian Miramon Quiroga already celebrating here. He knows he has beaten the former world champion. He is going to be going for 2 in a row later on, but he'll have to get through the semis first. So that is Spain. He's already gone, ran off to, I would say, to recover.
I cannot believe that was a quarter-final there. The quality of this last 8, just sensational. And these guys will know each other very well, Ficarra and Miramon Quiroga. Miramon Quiroga, I think, in recent history, in recent form, you would say is the man to beat here in this field. I am fascinated. I think we're going to have a final of Back versus Miramon Quiroga, which Niamh, I'm already getting excited for, but strange things have happened. The semi-finals beckon, and let's find who will be racing the great Spaniard in the semi-final, and Portugal and Germany next up to face their quarter.
Yeah, we're going to have another exciting race here now. Franz Werner there of Germany, they're just getting set up on that start line. They'll have been watching that race. They know that would have been the quarter-final to watch, but it's all about them here now. We have Goncalo Delgado there of Portugal as well, so they're getting lined up. Here we see Franz Werner there, looking very serious indeed.
Well, do you know what, Neve? I was actually thinking earlier off the back of Gwyn talking us through what the differences are between classic flat water rowing and this new beach sprint format. One of the things actually that strikes me, these athletes see every race. They see what happens before them. That rarely happens in flat water rowing, because the next race is up at the start and the finish line 2 kilometres away. They have no idea how their teammates are doing, how their competition's doing if they're in the other heat. Whereas here, it's all right out there, plain and simple for you to see, no hiding anything from anyone.
That's really interesting, actually. I never looked at it that way. And I suppose there's an advantage because you can see where crews are going wrong and maybe what I need to do to fix that in my own race. But also, like, they're seeing how hard each race is. You saw that there now. We didn't know which way it would go. And they're seeing, you know, athletes have no easy race here. And I suppose that's probably adding to the mental pressure that they're feeling right now. But crews now, boats ready to go in the water here. Delgado here for Portugal, lining up. He's looking pretty calm at this point.
Yeah, getting the oxygen on board. A little bit of a deep exhale there for him, just to try and get those lungs full of oxygen, because they'll be needed when the lactic acid burns. What a great aerial shot there of the boat from Portugal from our drone. Very calm and composed from both of these athletes. We noticed that from Franz Werner earlier, the German, in the round of last 16. He was very, very deliberate with placing himself in the boat, but then strikes with that power in those first few strokes. But he's currently trailing to Delgado of Portugal.
Yeah, he is. I think he waited that split second when he had that push off. He just wasn't happy. He had to settle himself a little bit, and he waited that split second. So it's going to be up to him now on the water to try and get back in contention here. Portugal on the right-hand side here now, just coming over very wide into the middle of the lanes, having to go back over now again. We are looking at Werner there of Germany. You can see here he's quite a tall athlete, but he's staying low. He has the head bowed a little bit and somewhat struggling, I would say, to catch evenly with his blades, which is obviously a part of this sport. You're not going to catch even water on both sides.
Well, do you know what, Neve? I've also been noticing he's been struggling to extract the blades from the water around the finish as well, and I wonder if that's playing into his catch. If you can't get the blades out around the finish, difficult to set the boat up and balance in these very treacherous conditions. Look at this turn from both here, but I think it is Goncalo Delgado that gets the best of it around the 180, back towards the beach here. Germany starting to take much higher rating strokes to get back on terms.
Yeah, he knows he's going to have to do a lot of work here now to get himself back into position, but he's starting to fly here now. Bit of speed picked up here from Germany, and I'm sure if he looks over that he can see Portugal going right over into the center of the lanes. Oh, Portugal just getting caught up there on left-hand blade because he's having to correct himself and come back over into his lane to get that shortest run up to the beach. Look at Germany now starting to cross over into the middle here as well. Both of them are going to that left-hand side of that marker as we're looking on screen, as I'm looking out of the water. Both of them going to the right. Look at Portugal going right off course here. Both of them choosing to angle in. Not sure if that was done on purpose, if there was the wind to play here, but Germany, look at this. He's pushed himself right back into this.
Wow, what a finish here from the 23-year-old from Germany, Franz Werner. We thought he was out of the running, but he's turned that around. He's now going to have the advantage coming in towards the beach, but a huge surge from Portugal. It's all on the exit. Here goes Werner. Who is going to reach that flag first? It's going to be the German, but here's the last bit of sprint. One final grit of the teeth here, and so close. Germany smacks the sand, thinking that they've won it, and they have it. Oh, indeed. 0.36 of a second for Franz Werner over Goncalo Delgado. That was just a stunning race. Let's watch that back. And here is how close it was on the buzzer. There's the hand of the German. There's Portugal. And that's what 0.36 of a second looks like in real time. Quarterfinals, Neve. We've still got 2 more rounds to go. The semis and the finals here.
Absolutely, and that just goes to show it is not over until it's over. On the water, he was behind, he was well behind there on the way in, Franz Werner, but he just stuck with it, really used the waters here to his advantage, and maybe that staying low that I was talking about maybe helped him, and he got into more of a rhythm in the later stage of that race. And honestly, it is not over until it's over, so you have to pull every single stroke and every run, every single stride to the best of your ability here, no matter where you're coming.
Yeah, you do. So we saw that very close finish there. Let's go down to the beach and catch up with Franz Werner from Germany.
Franz, I feel bad interviewing you right now because I can see how tired you are. You clearly gave it everything out there. How was that race for you?
It was very tough. The way to the buoy very tricky with the waves.
3 minutes.
I lost the roll seat and the back I catched the wave and surfed a little bit. It was fun because I could see the Portuguese are next to my side, and so I pushed a little bit more.
And just quickly, I'm sure you haven't had a chance to give it much thought, but your semi-final, you're against Adrian from Spain, who won gold last year. So thoughts ahead of that?
I rode at the European Championships against him in the quarterfinal and lost it. So I'm very happy to win this one.
Very nice. Well done. Congratulations, and we'll see you in the semi-finals.
Great to hear. He was very out of breath there, which was very understandable after the race he had to have there. But here are the results from the Coastal Men's Solo quarterfinals. Chris Back of USA, Zigomantas Galasanikis there. We'll see them teaming up in the next, not teaming up, they'll be going up against each other in the next semi-final. Adrian Miramon Quiroga then of Spain, and he'll be up against Franz Werner, who we just heard. He'll be off to do his little recovery now. They'll be in the second semi-final. So we know Chris is one to watch, but Zigomantas there of Lithuania, fourth last year. He'll be gunning to get himself up onto the podium this year. And Chris has had, as we said, no easy race either last weekend or this weekend. So yeah, this is going to be a really close race. The quarterfinals were like magical to watch.
Yeah, it's so good to watch those quarterfinals. The semis are going to be even tougher. And you know, back under threat here, Galasanskis will have been training in the same program as the double that we saw yesterday. Well, yeah, indeed, in the double yesterday. That was performing to gold medal standard, the first gold medal for Lithuania. I was just a bit worried about that. I thought that was a person rather than a ball. I thought that was somebody jumping out there into the sea. But let's turn our eyes back now to this first semi-final of the Coastal Men's Solo event. And Chris Back going head-to-head with the Lithuanian Zigomantas Galasanskis.
Yes, they've gotten that 1 minute call, so the boat handlers have placed the boats in the water. Big enough breakers here now, particularly on the right hand side, so they're trying to keep the bows up to not fill the boats with too much water here. They're trying to give rowers as every advantage as they can. Looks like to me, as I look out at the beach, boat runners are going to be going for, runners and rowers going to be going to the right hand side of their respective boat. It's interesting to see because you would imagine that Zigomantas would be aiming for the left hand side as we're looking out at it to take a shorter run, but it looks like the way the oars are being held that he'll be going to the right hand side, as will Chris Back. All these things make a difference. All these little split seconds make such a difference, but obviously if you're more comfortable jumping in on one foot rather than the other, that also makes a difference.
And you know what, with that lane selection that happens 10 minutes ahead of this, it can be you know, you might be swapping sides from where you were in the previous quarterfinal. But here we go, underway with semi-final one. Who's getting into that guaranteed medal final? Chris Back's been there before, but it would be a first time for Galasanskis. Is that enough to push him and spur him on to a win here in this semi?
Yes, Lithuania just getting caught with a big breaker there as he went out and took his first few strokes. Didn't throw him off too much, but it has allowed Chris to just get a bit of a cleaner start. Chris is sprinting here. He's sitting up tall at his finish, not seeing the big lie back that we saw earlier. I'm sure we'll see it in a little later on, but right now he is sitting up nice and tall with his sprint. They are getting thrown around the place here, lots of messy water. It is Chris who is leading it out. He's angling himself back in to get around that second marker now, so he is leading it out ahead of Lithuania right now.
just look at the kick up of all of the different bits of spray and wash coming off the back of Chris Back's boat. Just goes to show how much that's piercing through these waves at the moment. It is bumpy, it is rocky. You can see him there having to brace against the different movements, and it's allowed Lithuania to come right back on terms here, Niamh.
Absolutely. We're coming up to those turning markers here now, and it is quite even. Looks like Chris is going to get to it first, just going by that angle. He's going to get in. Chris is well used to these really tight turns, but let's see what Lithuania can do here. Zygimantas Galasankis going a bit wider here now. Chris is already off, so that means his speed is going to kick up a bit sooner than Lithuania, but Lithuania are going now. They know that right now they're going to have to do all they can if they want to get into that A final.
Yeah, getting his boat up and running when you change that direction, it's a bit like trying to start a bike from stand still. It's a hard pedal to start with, and then the sooner that you get that momentum going, you start flying. Chris Back with the wave right on his stern here. He's going to be adapting that stroke rate to try and catch that just right to enhance him into the beach. Let's see if Lithuania can do the same thing, because that can draw him right up level.
Yes, we can see Chris has completely changed his style here now. That massive lie back that we did not see on the way out. So he is such a dynamic athlete and will change his style depending on what water he is rowing in. Here he is now leading it out, keeping control with the stroke rate, making sure blades are in the water for a long time, nearly skimming the water on the way back on the recovery. Here he comes, the last few strokes, looking over the shoulder. It is USA from Lithuania. Lithuania have a wave here now. They're flying into the beach, but Chris is out. Chris is on his sprint here. Lithuania flying in.
Wow, Chris Back, he I think relaxed into those last few strokes just to save and conserve some energy where he could, but Lithuania not saving anything here, and now walking over. Lithuania will get one more chance here. Galasanskis to go for bronze, but Chris Back, the classic Olympic celebration there. We've seen the Turkish shooter pose from a number of athletes across different sports, Back riding on the wave of that trend.
Yes, I think we've seen him do that a number of times over the years. He is going to be very happy with that performance. You know, that is what he had his sights set on, a place in the A final, and that's exactly what he has done. No matter who he is up against in the next round, it is going to be a tough race. So we're going to head down to the beach now, and we are going to chat to Chris Back.
Congratulations, you are through. I'm sure that wasn't easy by any stretch, and the conditions are ever changing. So can you talk us through what it was like out there on the water?
Yeah, it's definitely picked up since this morning. These are the conditions I love, so looking forward to the next race.
And thoughts ahead of the next race, because the turnaround, this is a question I've been thinking a lot, it's not a lot of time, is it? So what do you do in that gap between racing?
Yeah, 20 by 500, thanks Mark, so quick turnaround, no problem.
No problem, cool, calm and collected.
Yeah, thanks.
Any pre-race rituals?
Say thanks to the grandpa upstairs.
Thank you so much, good luck. Okay, we've got just under 3 minutes until the next race, so that's it from here down on the beach, and let's see what happens out on the water.
Yeah, so let's see what's happening out on the water. And yes, Camilla, we both looked at each other there when Chris said 20 by 500s. I can confirm that is what they do over the winter. I did a little bit of training with Mark, and that is exactly what they do. They're well used to these quick turnarounds. These
20 by 500.
Now you build up to it.
Oh my word. Like, even just, you know, this is only what, 3 or 4 back-to-back in a row, but 20. But that's exactly it, right? It's kind of like anything when you're training, you often do a lot longer, so that when you then sort of whittle down to the actual race distance, it feels like a breeze, right? It's that taper down into what is racing distance. But that is why Chris Back is as good as he is. He's been sprinting through each of those 500s, and here is a bit of a recap there. Great technique from the boat handlers from the USA as well. They've even got that part nailed down, that tip that you were talking about to filter the water out, Niamh.
Yeah, and look, they have 2 gold medals already in these finals. You know, they'll be hoping for a 3rd one here now, but these are so experienced. This is what they do. This is what they spend their time doing, perfecting all those little bits, and Chris has perfected everything. You can see his little hop over. He throws the legs over to get out as quick as he can. And there he is, looking very confident as he heads towards the A
final. But first, before we get to any of that, we have the second semi-final now. Look, I suppose we'll have to say Adrian Miramon-Quiroga probably favoured going into this, but the sprint and the finish out of Franz Werner there in the quarterfinals, he was in second position for a lot of that race, and he's got himself back in and took the lead and got himself into the semi-final. So he is not someone I would write off right now.
No, absolutely not, Niamh. I think that let's not write off the German here. But look, Miramon-Quiroga is, I remember when I first started commentating on coastal rowing all the way back in 2018, and his name was one of the first names that I ever learned as someone to watch out for. So even here now in 2024, it's still ringing true that, that the Spanish athlete is just one to watch. There he is on screen now, preparing. He was in the zone, quite nice, loosey-goosey in the quarter-final, but looking a bit more laser-focused here in this semi.
Yeah, now he's well used to very choppy conditions in Spain with the rowing he does. He also has spent time in Ireland as well, and he was over at our Irish Championships last year as well, trying to get a bit of extra practice in choppy waters. Not sure it matched up with what he's used to there in Spain in his big coastal boats, but just such a dynamic athlete, such a great all-rounder, massive, big, fast sprinter, as we're seeing right now as he gets into the boat. He is in just ahead of Germany. He's getting his push off. Here he goes, pulling his first few strokes, a little bit of a tumble. Germany actually getting a better start there.
Whoa, that was a huge vertical sprint there from the German, but he is out in front, like you say, Niamh. He'll need every single stroke ahead of Miramon-Quiroga that he can get, and this is much like what we saw from the Italian in the previous heat, right? Oh, a little bit of a slip there, caught a wave, and that's catching that blade as well. It's almost like a handbrake. It'll spin the boat in a direction that you don't want to, and so that is not what you want to be happening here for Franz Werner.
Yeah, absolutely. And with this style of rowing, I feel like, I might be wrong now, but it feels like he's kind of braced quite a bit up in his upper body a little bit, and so you're going to get those, you're going to be catching water a lot more often than you would be if you were as loose as Adrian is. Like, he's just so loose in that upper body, able to get those big long strokes. Blades are in the water for as long as possible, and look at him with every stroke now pulling away, and these conditions are absolutely no problem for him.
Yeah, no problem whatsoever, making light work of this one and keeping eyes firmly on that turning point. But the Germans still very much in this. I did think we'd maybe see a bit of a dwindle in speed after that opening round, but he's gone a little bit wider on that turning marker than Spain has.
I would say they're quite even there now. Both went in very narrow out, similar. Adrian there just getting a bit of he got his speed up a bit sooner there than Germany, and here he is with his long stroke. He's a very tall athlete here now, and he's putting his weight back the boat here now, getting that boat to fly through the waves here. The swell is going to be coming up shortly. He's already past that middle marker, starting to open up a bit of a lead now over Germany, but this is very similar to where Germany was in the last round, and from here they came back into it using the swell and using that sprint. But I'm not sure if there's any stopping Adrian at this point.
Yeah, no, the really good point there, Niamh, and we'll keep an eye on the boat speeds down in the bottom left-hand corner, because as soon as they're past this marker here, the final of the slalom markers, this is where we start to see the waves pick up, the surf pick up, and Miramon-Quiroga well into the zone now where that can make all the difference. He looks up to the drone actually, seeing that he's live on worldrowing.com and about to get his place into the gold medal final, and actually he's pretty chilled about it, I think, now.
Yeah, he actually dropped the rate here now, and look at him now doing this in style, not burning too much here, but Germany are going to be out here behind him. Germany are going to go for it here, but Adrian knows he has done enough, conserving that little bit of energy he can. But it was interesting to see how much he dropped the rate there, passing that final marker on the way home. It was simply because he knew where the waves were coming and he was able to read them. And, you know, a lot of people, maybe more inexperienced, would start to up the rate there in the final stages of the race to try and get in nice and quick, whereas he knew if he kept it long, he'd actually do much better and try and keep the speed up as much as possible, and that's exactly what worked. And here he is, pretty fresh, I would say, to go into the A final.
Yeah, and I saw him sprinting off there. You are absolutely right, Niamh. He is one of those athletes, and I've been down on that beach before, as have you, trying to grab him for an interview, and he never plays ball, does he? He's one of those people that is in his little box, in his zone, knows exactly what he needs to do to go and rest, and we won't see another glimpse of him until his A final in one race time. So we've got a bit of a break now because it's the B final next, so it should be Giovanni Ficara. No, sorry, my apologies. Of course it's not. What am I talking about? Franz Werner, Neve. But we will see him going up against the Lithuanian, who is in that first round, Zigomantis Galasanskis. But there is what we've got coming up, and like I say, a little bit of a break to come. And one of the things that coastal rowing is great for is being out in nature. I feel very in tune with the sort of natural state of rowing. Sit out there, seascape, no one around Geneva. It's a beautiful place, and as you can see, and you can see here, these guys enjoying being out there on the waves, and it's put on a show for us here, Genoa. And beautiful blue seas here out on the Mediterranean. Stunning pictures. Just look at the colour of this water.
Stunning, stunning. But the pictures don't show, I don't think, the actual challenge that's there for rowers. We do get, when we get the close-ups, we see how much, it's kind of shaking, bouncing side to side. So it is tricky here, but great to see Adrian heading into the A final. So that's what we have to look forward to. B final, A final in the coastal men's solo, and then we'll be going to the women's solo. Now, last weekend here, I was here for the World Rowing Coastal Championships, and World Rowing brought in a team of divers who went in after racing, cleaned up the seabed, which I think is so important. And so we're going to have a look at a clip now, a WWF clip here.
The sport of rowing is very much connected to nature and to water in particular. We do row on rivers, on lakes, on the sea, and engaging with WWF is very important so that we can take part in protecting healthy water. The seabed cleaning here in Genoa on the occasion of the 2024 World Rowing Coastal Championship is a great illustration of this collaborative effort, and we are very proud as rowers, as the rowing community, to take part of this activation.
Well, the main threats, unfortunately, are human-related. So we're talking about pollution, climate change, land degradation, water scarcity. And all these human-led activities have a massive impact on freshwater and marine environments. The Healthy Waters Alliance between WWF and World Rowing is therefore essential because it helps to protect, restore, and sustainably manage water ecosystems worldwide.
When you look at frameworks in sport and sustainability, World Rowing has consistently been one of the early adopters. There's the Healthy Waters Alliance that's kicking off, and I'm very privileged to be able to be an athlete ambassador for that. And when we bring an event to a city anywhere in the world, make it nature positive, leave it better than we found it.
Geneva, as part of the World Coastal Rowing organizing committee, is really proud to have embedded sustainability in this big event. The seabed clean activity here in Sanazzaro will leave a cleaner beach for the people and a safe guarded life for the wildlife here in the sea.
We're here today with Spazapnea. We're around 15 divers, free divers. We're gonna clean the seabed today. We are happy to restore the Sanazzaro seabed to bring life to really this project that is the Healthy Water Alliance.
In the first meters it's difficult to see, but after on the bottom the water is clear, and I expected more rubbish too, and it was very clean, the sea, so this is good.
The seabed cleanup that took place today, pulling up plastics, metal, all of these things that are going to take thousands of years to degrade, just pulling them out of the ocean, removing them from that ecosystem is everything to me. I just think it's a fantastic partnership, and if we can keep coupling those things, we can scale this and keep making a huge impact wherever we show it.
Well, brilliant to hear that Genoa has been doing their bit for the WWF Healthy Waters partnership with World Rowing. And yeah, fantastic that we've got such a clean beach here in Italy to hold this event on. The party continues here down on the Sandovaro beach. The vibes are pumping because finals just around the corner. The bronze medal match coming up soon in this coastal men's solo between Lithuania and Germany.
Yes, we have Lithuania, Germany. We are going to be in for a treat here. Zygimantas Galansanakis of Lithuania versus Franz Werner of Germany. He's had very strong finishes there. We know he's a great sprinter. Lithuania going off the back of a medal, their first ever beach sprint medal yesterday evening in the mixed doubles. There, just you can see Chris back here. He's getting ready for his A final, so you can see how involved the athlete is in getting his boat set up. He doesn't just rely on his team of boat handlers and team managers. He's right involved, making sure he is happy with everything. So they'll be coming up shortly, but before that, it's all about Lithuania and Germany. I feel like, again, it's looking like things have calmed down. I was looking at some paddle boarders out there. You know, you were talking about when we see sailing boats, it's a sign of wind, but I just saw some paddle boarders out there. That's usually a sign that it's pretty calm.
Yeah, you're so right. I think the paddle boarders sat enjoying the action, actually, and we've all got a couple of sailing boats too who have moored up ready to watch these finals. Nice to see that we're attracting some local interest from holiday makers here on the Italian coast, making the most of the last bits of summer. But here we go, we are ready for our bronze medal match. There is Lithuanian athlete Zygimantas Galansanakis getting ready for a big old matchup here with the German. It's an all-European affair here in the bronze medal match, and there is Franz Werner. We heard that he competed at the European beach sprints earlier this season.
We did.
Let's see if he can come away with some silverware here in the world finals.
Lithuania.
Yes, getting very exciting here now as we come into the final stages of the final day of racing here now. Men's solo, then we'll have the women's solo to look forward to, but they've just gotten the call there that there's 1 minute to go, so boats are being placed in the water here. Boat handlers here doing all they can now to keep as much water out of the boats as possible. We're seeing the Lithuanian boat handlers there just judging it, having a look out to course, making sure the bow is pointed straight here now. Again, both rowers opting to run into that right-hand side of the boat. Lifting those boats up to avoid any water getting in, but look at this. Germany doing a last few adjustments to his neck there. Franz Werner looked like he was cracking his neck there. Head is down, this is interesting. His head is down. Lithuania, Zygimantas looking up directly at his boat.
Attention.
So 2 different approaches here.
I think that it was a little bit of collecting his breath there, Franz Werner. We saw how out of breath he was after the semi-final, and every little piece of oxygen that you can get into your lungs ahead of this is vital to success. But Lithuania, huge start here from Galansanakis.
Yes, massive start. Had a few strokes pulled there before Franz Werner was set up. He took his second again. We've seen that in the last few rounds. He takes that extra second or two to make sure he's set up. Interesting to see him wearing gloves. Not too many people do that. I would opt for gloves as well in my coastal rowing experience. Just I prefer the grip on them. We can see them here on Franz Werner. He's caught up right alongside Lithuania here, Zygimantas Galansanakis. So quite even now. Speed-wise, it is Lithuania now who are faster than Germany, but Germany moving up alongside him, just getting Germany there, just getting caught up slightly with their blade hitting that second marker.
Do you know what, though? The German has this funny style where if he gets into trouble, he just stops dead in the water. He just stops rowing, waits for it to pass, and then carries on, which I'm a little bit skeptical of as a technique, Neve, because the momentum that you need to keep this boat going, especially against the tide, requires you to keep tapping it along. So I think that's meant that he's in a bit of a deficit here.
Yeah, I think so. It is certainly very interesting, but also you don't know what's coming at you in terms of the next wave or wind. So maybe, he's onto something there by taking that split second, but you're right. Lithuania here getting himself back nice in control of this lead, but Germany flying up there, catching a wave. Lithuania are down the bottom of it here now. They're catching another one. This is going.
That was
so
such
cool.
a visual, wasn't it, on the peaks and troughs as we were side on there. Germany looks stressed here, but they shouldn't be because, well, maybe they are stressed because he's right in the exclusion zone there. Look, that boy just to his right-hand side means that he shouldn't be there. There's the jet skis telling him to get back inside the racing lane. He's going to follow him down this course and go diagonally in. That's going to lose him a lot of time.
Yes, and if he hits this boy here, that's not something you want to do. Just clipping it there, throwing him off slightly. Lithuania, much straighter line into the beach, but here's Lithuania. They're on a wave. Germany caught down the bottom, but Lithuania are flying in. Let's see if Germany can do anything special like they did in earlier rounds. But at the moment, it is Zygimantas Galantzakis of Lithuania just getting stuck here now in a trough, but speed picking up now here again. Here he is on his dismount.
Oh, that was beautifully done there by Galantzakis, who was maybe able to take a few strokes to get back on top of the wave into the beach, and that in turn has gifted him the bronze medal here in Genoa 2024. He will be a medalist after 4th last year in Barletta. We were saying that for him this is a big performance to join the gold medalists from yesterday.
So not only did Lithuania win their first ever medal at our beach sprint finals, they're now after winning 2 of them. Incredible stuff from the team. They've obviously been working very, very hard and getting themselves twice now up onto the podium. Incredible stuff there by Zygimantas Galantzakis. Germany did well to get back on course there after going into the exclusion zone. Nice sprint as well.
Yeah, not where you want to be, but you can see how you can just get carried, right? Like without knowing, you're almost sort of whisked away into that exclusion zone. But you know, we were talking about Lithuania's success here at this championships. It'd be great to hear from the man himself, the bronze medalist, Zygimantas Galantzakis.
Good. Not bad. It's my 3rd bronze medal final in the World Championship, and first time I'm win this. 2 times before I was 4th, so it was most important for me to not become 4th again.
Yes, I can understand. And did you feel any pressure out there today?
I wanted to win the semi-final because it's a very hard barrier to pass, but big waves and some mistakes, and I'm the FIBA final, so I have to do maximum what I could here.
So of course you want to enjoy your bronze medal, and huge congratulations, but looking forward, now that you've got that, what's your next goal?
My next goal is to win again.
There we go. Well, look, congratulations. Enjoy that medal. I bet you can't wait to get it around your neck later this evening. Let's hear it for Lithuania.
Oh, well, he's getting there. It's a long path, isn't it, to getting up to the top of the podium, especially in this men's solo event. I mean, the quality of this A final we've got coming up is stunning. Both champions in their own right. Adrian Miramonkaroga twice already, 2019 and 2023. Chris Back winning back in 2022. So both know what it's like to stand atop the podium in this men's solo event. But who's it going to be here in 2024?
Oh, this is going to be some race. Different styles of racing, different styles of rowing. So we're going to see which one comes out on top. Both adapt very much to the conditions. At the moment, still quite, you know, the breakers are tricky for the boat handlers. There's still that little bit of a swell coming in. You're going to hit them. Your bow is going to go flying into the air on those first few strokes. Both of them well able to handle these conditions. Yeah, so this is, I can't call it.
And they'll have watched this bronze medal match and seen the impact that the waves had on carrying these athletes into places they didn't want to be in, and also the impact that those last 10 strokes had with the peaks and the troughs played a part in every single piece of that race. We heard Chris Back saying earlier, these are the conditions that he loves, but if Chris Back loves them, you can bet your bottom dollar leave that Adrian Miramonkaroga loves them too.
Yeah, this is probably flat water to Adrian. You know, he's used to huge waves, but well able to handle it. You know, we've seen them on the water a number of times here today and well able to handle whatever is thrown at them. In the initial rounds, when it was very, very rough out there, very challenging, it was Chris Back who was the fastest out of these two athletes, but put them side by side, and this opens the field up completely here now. Yeah, so this is going to be a great final.
These two men are gladiators of this sport. Adrian Miron-Kruger, that is a very cheeky grin he's got there. He's got it all in the head, as we've seen. He is such he's such a feisty athlete, Miron-Kruger, right? He's you know, I feel quite confident in his ability. And he'll need to be, because Chris Back exactly the same, and both of them have been training this sprint. Let's see if those 2,500 meter pieces that Chris Back has been doing gets him out of the blocks with speed.
Adrian getting thrown by one of those waves, stopped up. That has allowed Chris to open up a lead already. He is going to be very happy seeing Adrian getting caught up on those initial waves just as he was getting pushed off. I think his feet may have came out of his shoes there, but he's back, and we've seen Adrian starting off second and getting back in the last two rounds.
Here's the replay. Look, he got pushed out into a huge breaker there on the beach. That is not good timing for him. Back managed to get out quicker to avoid that, but Miron-Kruger is such a fighter, and we're going to see him press on now. He's still trailing here at the second slalom buoy, but not by much. And like you said, Neve, he will ride those waves back in expertly, I'm sure, on this on the back leg.
Yes, this is a great place to be if you are Chris Back, to be coming in to that turn, leading in from Adrian, the reigning world champion here. Chris is going to have to keep his cool here now as he comes in, looking over the shoulder, trying to angle this perfectly, putting on the handbrakes. Adrian really after pulling up alongside him now. Two tight turns. Chris has pulled very early, I would say. He's going to end up going very wide around that turn. Adrian taking a narrower route, so it looks very even now. Chris still angling quite wide, moving into the center lanes. Think he's starting to straighten up here now. He's on a wave here, and he's going to use that to his advantage. Look at him lying back here now.
How much, though, has that sprint to catch up taken out of Miron-Kruger? He could do with a big old wave now, just to alleviate that pressure from his sprinting legs to carry him in. And he's now taken the lead here. He looks round towards the beach.
Yes, but he has been stopped up by a wave now, and it's allowed Chris to get back into this. Oh, this is going back and forth between the two. Adrian has another wave coming up. Let's see if he can use it. Chris is going to hit that marker. It slowed him slightly, but Adrian has slowed. Now he is going. Oh, my goodness. This is phenomenal.
I think that was a tactical slow, though, by Miron-Kruger. He could see a big wave building behind him, so he slowed down to speed up almost. Chris Back now got the surge underneath his boat. They're going to hit the beach at the same time. Miron-Kruger's got a longer run to do here, though. He hits the waves. Chris Back is going to be our 2024 World Rowing Beach Sprint finalist and gold medalist here in Genoa 2024, our champion ahead of Spain. Wow, that was just an absolute myriad of faults there for Miron-Kruger. A well-earned gold there for the American, who was flawless.
Oh, look at this. So much respect between the two of them. Let's watch this again. He was out. He was going to get the same time, but completely face planted down. Full 360. Almost got hit by the boat. Got a bit of a skim off the blade, and then he went. If that didn't have happened, I'm not sure which way that would have gone.
Oh, wow. I mean, Back was perfect. Absolutely perfect. And I think that just goes to show you, when you've got the weight of a back-to-back championships on your shoulders, like the Spanish man had, Adrian Miron-Kruger just falling victim to his own success almost. Chris Back, a year out last year, like you said, due to that food poisoning. He didn't perform to the level we expected him to, but he has bounced back with a vengeance. And yeah, what good news here for the Americans, hey, on the run into a home Olympic Games with beach sprints on the roster.
Oh, amazing. And you could see his team there, the boat handlers, ran straight up to him, and the support from all of them, coached there by Mark Oria. That is 3 gold medals. In fact, 3 medals, and they were also on the PR3 as well, medaled as well. But let's head to the beach and hear now from our champion, Chris Back.
Christopher, that was always going to be a tough race, and that must make that gold medal all the sweeter.
Yeah, you know, I have to give the testament to Adrian. I think he's been a huge motivation for me. He's a great, great competitor. Congratulations to him. I mean, I just told him on the line, he's been my, honestly, #1 motivation through every training session, through every race. So I just want to say thank you to Adrian, honestly.
That's incredible. And your personal journey to get here, to get on the line today and to get across it with first place.
Yeah, it's been a journey to say the least. I want to thank my coach Mark, Ben, Kara, great boat handling the whole week, whole team. Obviously sponsors as well, Gutsy and Croker, Felipe, thank you guys. So I appreciate it, and you guys have helped me get along the way.
Chris, is a dream coming true now?
Dream coming true. We haven't gone home without hardware in a few years, so I was glad, especially after last weekend, to tack this one on. You know, I know a lot of changing conditions, a lot of changing schedule, but it's just a matter of staying focused. So just congrats to all competitors that were able to stay focused throughout the week.
You know, and now we can't miss one of the best parts. We are going to try to do this now on the beach. I'm leaving my clipboard here. There are a lot of supporters over there. Let's walk for a big hug with all of your mates.
Oh, that's just great to hear Chris Back say that out loud, right? It's sort of recognising what Adrian Miramon-Quiroga has done for this sport. He almost set the benchmark, right, Neve, back in 2019 in winning the first ever beach sprint final. And,
we're seeing Corey Rogers here on screen. You know,
Oh.
these two rowers have raced together so many times. Mark there, his coach, Mark Oria. You mentioned Cara there and Ben as well. Such a big part of getting beach sprints where it is in the USA. And as you said, like LA 2028, it's on home soil, home waters. So no doubt Chris has his sights set on perhaps making that team.
I mean, perhaps. I mean, he is now the #1 rower in the world. Once again, he takes that crown back after 2022. But yeah, I think there's a lot of respect between these athletes. They've all been on a journey since the inception of this sport, and you can see how much it means to not only Team USA, but to be going up against somebody that was there from the very beginning, Lisa Worthy there, the USA team photographer, who is going to be getting some great shots, I'm sure, later on. But you know, it is mind games, isn't it? The reigning champion.
But if this had not happened at the start, like Adrian had such bad luck with the way that wave hit him, caught him off guard at the start, and also the tumble at the finish. If neither of those happened, who knows who'd be up there. But right now it is Chris Back, had an amazing race. He used that advantage at the start and really got out there. You know, Adrian came right back into it here. Chris just getting caught up on that final marker. But look, we're going to see the replay here. Adrian just completely tumbling out of the water. And so, like, that just goes to show someone with so much experience, something small like that can happen. And, you know, you can only prepare so much. You don't know that that's going to happen but he recovered well. And it's great to see the camaraderie there between the two.
I just think, though, Neve, you know, I know you're saying some of it is uncontrollable and unpredictable. That is the nature of beach sprints. That's the nature of the sea, right, and Mother Nature. But I also do think that it kind of whittles down all the way back to lane selection. You know, was Chris Back that little bit quicker out of the sprint, which meant that he avoided that big old crashing, dumping wave off the blocks that Quiroga got caught in because he was in a different lane and had a bit of a longer sprint to the beach, perhaps. I don't know, right? Like, there's a few decisions, I guess, and a few things that performance earlier on in the rounds might have impacted that final result.
For sure, and you can plan like that all you want, you know, and make that lane selection, but then it depends on what time, you know, there's varying times between waves and things, so you're never going to get it exactly right as to the time you're going to be hitting those waves. And like, Adrian definitely wouldn't have been planning that to hit those waves the way he did, but nice recovery from him and well done there. We'll be seeing them up on the podium at the victory ceremony a little later on. But let's move on. The Coastal Women's Solo quarterfinals. It's going to be the same route here now. Quarterfinals, semi-finals, B final, A final. So many big names up on our screen here now. We are going to have New Zealand and Germany shortly. It'll then be going Austria, France, Spain, Netherlands, and Great Britain and Lithuania. So lots of big names here from the sport, but also from Flatwater.
Yeah, a real mixed bag here of people coming from both coastal and flat water in this women's solo event. And this is our last event of the entire championships, not even just of today, of our entire championships. The coastal women's solo will be the cherry on top of this very big Genoese Gatto that we've had cooking up a storm for us here. And a brilliant, brilliant event it's been. And I think well deserved after some conditions that drowned us out earlier on last weekend for the long distance championships. But even earlier on in this format, Thursday was a bit of a washout. Huge washout is probably an understatement, actually, Niamh, wasn't it? It was absolutely treacherous out there. That pier that we can see to our left was completely engulfed in waves.
It was indeed, and I feel like that little bit of a headland is creating a bit of funny water there in the lane nearest to it. But, you know, this is the joy of coastal rowing. It's not going to be even every lane. But yes, for these events now, it's going to be the fastest rower get to pick their lane, and they'll be having watched the last few races and seeing where the advantage is, and they'll be trying to take advantage of that coming up soon. So we'll be starting with our first quarter-final in the next couple of minutes or so. So final preparations by the teams here. Boat handlers are pretty much ready to go here now, putting on their bibs so that their rowers are going to be able to see them from a distance. Other boat handlers there are clearing the water out of the boats as much as they can.
Our mates are back.
Our mates are back. So slight delay here because obviously we're sharing boats here and one of the boats is not ready. So we have to give everyone a fair chance here. So just a slight delay to racing here at the moment. But look at these shots. I really want to get up to those mountains.
Yeah, me too. Well, although I don't want to bump into the wolves, so it's a bit of give and take here, Niamh. I don't want to bump into the Italian wolves, but the hills do look great. And I've heard good things from friends who live around the north part of Italy that it is absolutely stunning as you get into that sort of rolling landscape up here, and all the way looking all the way down the coast here, down towards Tuscany, down towards the sort of south coast of Rome and beyond. And yeah, I think Italy loves coastal rowing, right? Like, we've seen a big team here from Italy, and also they've hosted now for 2 years back to back a bit of a European hub for coastal rowing.
Absolutely, absolutely. And again, the National Federation getting really behind the sport and trying to grow it as much as they can. They saw the direction it was going, as lots of nations are now, and they're just providing a lot of opportunities for their rowers to compete. There's coastal rowing competitions in Italy every single weekend, so lots of opportunity to get used to varying conditions that we see around the coast of Italy. Of course, last year we were in Barletta. It was very different. Lots of exciting racing. A lot of people who thought they'd be up on the podiums weren't because of the conditions.
Yeah, Barletta down on the south coast. We're up here on the north coast of Italy. Now, we've got Olympic gold and silver medalist Emma Twigg here for New Zealand. We just saw her there on the start line, lining up against Julia Tertunter of Germany. And Twigg, Niamh, is the only non-European to make it through to the quarterfinals in this women's solo event.
Pretty impressive, isn't it?
Well, I think it goes to show how strong Europe's hub, we're just talking about that, Europe's hub is for this developing discipline. But Twigg, I think she is one of those athletes that is well known within New Zealand, one of their most successful Olympic rowers of all time. And her moving across into this brand new discipline that will be going to an Olympic Games. She could be a good candidate, actually, Niamh, for somebody doubling up perhaps at the next Olympic Games, right? Because that's going to be an option for some of those classic flat water rowers.
Absolutely, yeah. I guess I'm not sure. Would you double up? But we'll have to wait and see. Obviously the training for both are going to be very, very different. But yes, Emma Twigg, she's already a champion of this category back in 2022. We were in Saundersfoot in Wales. She had a great time in the earlier rounds of racing, and of course the finals had to be cancelled and medals were given out based on earlier rounds. And so Emma Twigg won the gold back in Wales. She was also fourth in that year in the quad, so she raced the quad. We saw her yesterday in the quad as well. They did not make it through to podium place, but she's back here now in the solo. So Emma Twigg here of New Zealand on our right hand side of our screen. Julia Torrent of Germany then is gearing up alongside her.
It's been a nervous wait for these guys. I know they were last to go in the round of 16 this morning, but it's still been hours and hours. We are a little bit delayed, not too much, but a tiny bit delayed on where we were earlier on today. And they'll have watched every single one of these other events go off, the medalists crowned, and they are the last ones to get their opportunity to go. And they'll have also been watching these waves building, because they are getting pretty big now, Niamh.
Yeah, there's a lot of crashing waves happening here, and the boat handlers are having a very tough job trying to keep the bows straight here, particularly Germany. I can see they're having to do a lot of adjustments here on the shoreline, trying to keep the bow in line with that first marker. They want to be aiming to the right-hand side of that first marker, but big crashing wave about to come up on top of them here now.
And they'll be set off into that big old crashing wave. They'll be thankful it's just been and gone, but let's see if any more come crashing through into the start of this first quarter-final. On screen now, Julia Tartunta, and she was victim there to that big old bit of water. Oh, Emma Twiggs lost the blade. She has lost a grip of that blade. She's recovered it well. She's kept upright. But my word, that just goes to show you the handling skills of an Olympic champion. Still no match for the ocean.
Yeah, this is very tricky. I would say Julia there of Germany probably had the worst of it there. They're just getting bigger crashing waves over on the right-hand side on that takeoff. But she managed to get through it nice and clean. And then as soon as Emma started to hit it, that's of course what happened here. Now Emma is making sure it doesn't happen what happened earlier on, where New Zealand got a 30-second penalty by going the wrong side of that second marker. She is staying quite tight. You know, the bows are being pushed all over the place. There's another big wave coming at them here now, but quite evenly matched here now as they pass that second marker.
Well, she lost her blade again, Niamh, about 20 strokes ago. We were out on the zoomed out drone shot, but I did see that she lost control of that bow side blade, that starboard side blade once again, but she snuck ahead here. It's not hindered her progression as we move in towards the turning point. This row back though, where the waves will be underneath the boat, is going to be quite a roller coaster ride here for these solos, and she's round the turn nice and tight here for New Zealand, but I think maybe not overcompensating as much as we'd like to see, given we know that the waves and the tide pushing them out and down the coast towards that no-go area.
Yeah, and she is being absolutely pushed into that area right now. If she is not careful, she is going to be pushed there. She got caught on the top of a wave, which is great because her speed went up, but it started aiming her towards that exclusion area, so she's having to pull back around. Germany just struggling a little bit with those waves as well. New Zealand stopped right up now. Speed is dropping here now massively as she gets caught on the bottom of a wave, but she's taking off here now again. She's back on course. Speed is starting to rise here now. She is staying ahead of Germany, but we can see it's just so tricky to manage those waves, but she is up on one again. She is flying. As I say that, she slows down, but another one coming.
Well, but that's the nature of it, isn't it? You can't be on a wave the entire time. It's just not possible. You've got to match your stroke rate, match your speed, slow down when necessary to catch those waves, and then speed up that stroke rate to catch them once again. She comes paddling on into the beach. She is behind a wave here. She's gotten a little bit stuck, but it has slowed her right down enough to tumble out of the boat. She looks back here to Germany to see that she's got enough time to take her time in towards the line to book her place in the semi-final.
Yeah, that was brilliant by Emma. She actually chose to slow the boat down there, put the blades down into the water, slowed the boat right down because of the position she was on a wave. She didn't want to get caught off guard, so that was beautifully executed there by Emma, and slowed it right down. You think that you want to get in really, really fast, but she knew that would have thrown her sideways. Well done there to Germany, putting up a great fight against our Olympian Emma Twigg.
Yeah, Julia Tartunta, that's the last we'll see of her here in this competition, in this event. She can now go and celebrate, put her feet up for making the quarterfinals. That's her done and dusted for this 2024 World Rowing Beach Sprint Finals. But from one Olympian to two, because lining up here in this next race, two flat water Olympians are fresh from the Paris 2024 Games. Magdalena Lobnig, not quite as successful in the women's single this time around in Paris as she was back in Tokyo. Bronze medal secured for her there. And then Elodie Bravera-Scaramozzino of France on screen now, part of the women's double that made the A final, the medal final at the Olympic Games on home water in Versailles. But she finished 5th on that occasion, not taking home any Olympic medals. And there is Olympic bronze medalist from 3 years ago, Magdalena Lobnig.
Yeah, feeling the pressure here on the start line of the quarter-final. Now, France, Elodie knows what it's like to be here. She was up on the podium getting a silver medal last year in the Coastal Women's Solo. Now, Magdalena has done a lot of work in the Coastal as well, herself and her sister there, winning the women's double last weekend in the endurance. We've seen them coming into the beach sprints more and more as well. So they're building up a lot of experience. So let's see which... Oh, look at the wave that just took out the Australian boat handlers. It completely engulfed the boat. Another one there now again. So the boat is completely full. And yes, one of the boat handlers is indeed Katarina Lobnig. She's been there all weekend with her sister, supporting her. It's great to see them just so supportive of each other here. But let's go. They're off.
Here we go, green light shows, and Lobnig, what a sprint there from the Austrian, a rapid runner down the beach. Rivera Scaramozzino is going to get pushed out, and lucky moves there ahead of any crashing waves. Both seem to have gotten away cleanly. Magdalena Lobnig just getting caught on a couple of bits of water, but I think thankful to have not been going out into the swell of the crashing waves.
Yeah, absolutely. A bit of a smoother start there for Lobnig. Oh, she's getting very close to that marker. She's going to hit it with that blade. Yeah, just getting caught up there by it slightly. Elodie there, France has gone around it now. Quite even now as they head out. This is the tricky part. There's a bit of messy water. Lobnig just getting caught up, bow being thrown off course here now, so she has to come back around over to the right-hand side now to stay on course and not add too many meters to herself.
Yeah, that's it. And on this way out, it's not quite as treacherous as the way back when that homeward leg is drawing scullers and drawing the boats out to sea. But on this way out, you are pushing against the tide. You're going in the wrong direction, of course, to the way that the water is flowing and the way that the wind is trying to take you. But riding these waves up and down, bit of a roller coaster ride here, like we've said this afternoon. And you heard from Chris back earlier that it's much worse than this morning's round of 16 racing. There goes Magdalena Lobnig round the turn, but Rivera Scaramozzino, as you say, medalist, she knows what it's like to perform out here in the Coastal Solo. And for France, starting to catch up.
Yeah, Lobnig had a great turn there. She kept the speed up, but what was really impressive is she took the time to take those extra couple of strokes to keep her bow pointed right directly back to the beach. So she is keeping a much straighter line. France coming out wider, but she's now peering over to the right-hand side now to stay as close to the marker boys as possible. Magdalena just belting that middle marker here now. I'm not sure did she realise how close she was to it. Of course, that can throw you off a little bit, but here we go now. This is the point where they can start using those waves.
Wow, that was beautifully read by Rivera Scaramozzino. You can see how high her stroke rating is in comparison to Lobnig, and that's because she's chasing that surge. She's chasing that swell and that tide, and it is paying off for her. She's caught right the way back up. She's at 43 strokes per minute in comparison to Lobnig's 35, 36. Lobnig cottoning on now to the technique that she needs to hold. She's up at 38.
Yes, massive wave coming now with Magdalena, and she is flying in. She was behind there for a second, but this surge has come right at the ideal time because she has just flown in to the beach. That was unbelievable. She obviously asked the gods to look down on her today. Here they come. Here she is going to book her space in the semi-final. That was timed to perfection.
Wow, that wave was awesome. She was like Moana surfing the waves out there. Caught it at the exact right time to give her the speed to come in towards the line. And again, just being a metre or so behind that wave cost Rivera Scaramozzino that race. So Lobnig did extremely well there to cotton on to the fact that that wave was coming and to hold back, to ride it all the way into the line. But there it will be a brilliant semi-final. Emma Twigg versus Magdalena Lobnig. I'm like, is this Tokyo 2020? My brain is being thrown back 3 years ago. Two of our podium placings from the Tokyo Olympics will be facing each other in the semi-final of the women's solos at the World Beach Sprint Finals.
Has to be the first time we're seeing this happen at a beach sprint finals.
I think so. It has to be. I mean, brilliant. And there, again, this is where the sport's going, and we're going to see one of our Olympic medalists not in the final.
Yes.
Spain.
But next
Lane
up, it's all
one.
about Spain
Netherlands.
and Netherlands. A
Lane
lot of
2.
pedigree in this quarterfinal as well. So we saw Teresa Diaz-Moreno, though, of Spain on screen. She has a lot of experience over the years. But here is our reigning world champion, Yannick van der Meulen, there, taking her last few breaths as well. You can see her boat handlers better there, the cocks. They're getting a medal, silver medal yesterday in the mixed coxed quad. So I'm not sure, Yannick van der Meulen, she was down a little bit in the time trials on Friday. So, you know, when she sees the performances from Emma Twigg and Magdalena Lobnig, you know, she's going to have to do a lot of work. There's going to be no easy race here for her either.
Yeah, she's our reigning champion in this event, but Yannick van der Meulen is one of the greats again of this sport, has been here right since the very inception of beach sprint rowing. What can she do here in this quarter-final against Spain? Stiff competition against the Spanish sculler Teresa Diaz-Moreno, but it's the Dutch sculler out at the front of this field.
For once, they're both rowers getting caught on pretty much very similar waves there now. Spain just getting thrown off. She has to be very careful, get that bow to the correct side. She just managed to do that. That was very lucky for her because the bow was completely thrown off course there by one of those waves. So that did slow her slightly, but look at them here. They're very evenly matched. Spain with a bit of a quicker speed here now, but Netherlands just going. Look at the ship in the background. That's going to upset a few rowers in a few races' time, no doubt. But just hitting that marker there now. Probably not in a great position, but it didn't seem to slow her too much. This is very even.
Yeah, this is very even indeed, and here comes the rolling waves as they get a little bit further out to sea, less shelter out there at the 250-metre marker, and you can see it tipping and turning the boat of Yannick van der Meulen, who that stomach will be turning as she gets out there, as well as turning the boat itself. She is out and around. Spain, though, catching up. Those little stabbing strokes that she's taking there with her starboard side blade will get her around the turn. But like we saw in the previous quarter-final, let's not read anything into the boat moving slowly, because they might just be waiting to catch those waves.
Yeah, it's challenging there for Netherlands. You can see Yannick van der Meulen there just struggling really. You know, the blades are going in at different heights on either side. There is nothing even about these strokes that are being pulled. You can see the surge coming up behind her here now. Teresa Diaz-Moreno had a really good navigation out of that turn. She's getting caught up on that and has come down the bottom of it, so she has completely slowed over on the left-hand side here.
Yeah, she got completely dumped by that wave, but she's caught the next one. She's back riding high here, but yeah, if you just don't quite catch it right, you can be dropped right into a trough. She's now riding the wave, though. She's caught one, and she is soaring here in towards the beach in Genoa, as is van der Meulen. She's caught the next one along. These are brilliant sails here from van der Meulen, who is hitting the beach with force. Here comes that wave that follows her in, though. It's going to try and knock her over, but she's on her feet. Wow, Spain will do more surfing than they will rowing there into the beach.
Yeah, that was they were massive breakers that just came in at the wrong time. Great time for Netherlands there. She is delighted to have booked a spot in the quarter-final. Unlucky for Spain, you know, it got her at the right time out on the course, but there on the beach there, just not the right time. But again, this is not something you can control here. But she is very happy to be heading to the semi-finals.
Well, do you know what, Neve? I thought that wave was going to bring van der Meulen in too quickly almost. You know, you want to catch it, you want to get that speed to aid your sprint. But if you hit that beach too quickly, it can end up throwing you out of the boat. And like we've seen earlier today, face planting the sand, face planting the beach, and not being able to gather yourself onto your feet ready for the running portion of this race.
Absolutely, yeah. She was very lucky with the timing of that. But you could see that experience from her as well. She kind of slowed her stroke slightly and was able to try and, or she was able to stay in control of it. We saw lovely scenes there of the cruise ship passing us here. It's going to come back for us later. Camilla will pick us up.
We can have our pina coladas on the cruise ship later. You and I, Neve, will be there. But joining us, hopefully some of the athletes as well. They'll be wanting to get this done and dusted, this quarter-final. Claire Jameson there on the left-hand side. And on the right-hand side, we've got Raminta Morkanaita of Lithuania. We'll see her in just a second. Claire Jameson beaming. She is so happy to be here.
She loves this sport. Someone we have seen time and time again at these breach sprint finals. Such an experienced rower and has thrown everything into the beach sprints over the last few years. She was knocked out last year. I think it was the quarterfinals by Ireland, and here she is back again now, looking to book a spot in the semi-finals. But we know how strong Lithuania have become in this sport. They already have 2 medals under their belts here now, so can they add a third? Well, they'll have to, Ramananta will have to book a place into the semi-finals for that to happen.
A few little nervous pacings here by Claire Jameson. I can't tell what she's dancing,
I think she's dancing.
actually just just sort of tapping her feet to get ready for this sprint.
Looks like a little dance from here.
Look like a little dance. It's so variable when they set these guys off, and is it they say 3 minutes, 2 minutes, 3 minutes, 1 minute. But you can see here just the conditions that these guys are dealing with. That's the British boat handlers there out in the waves.
Yeah, and that's what the delay is here now. Again, you know, they have that 1 minute window, but it doesn't have to be 1 minute. If they see a break in the waves, they will set them off before that minute is up. And here they go. Claire Jameson here, but we're looking at Lithuania. Very clean start. She is off. She has 2 full strokes pulled, but a big wave coming at her here now. There'll be a second one coming right up here. Claire is also off.
Wow, that was almost like a hurdle from Raminta Morkanaita of Lithuania. She got her leg right over the side of that boat. Very clean entry, but Claire Jameson now on screen, who is battling with those growing waves, and this is only going to build in towards the semi-finals and quarter-finals. So if they can handle it now here in this quarter and get themselves safely through and book a place in the semi-final, they'll have oodles of confidence going in towards the medal races.
Yeah, messy conditions here now in that middle section. Those waves are kind of catching athletes off guard because there's no real sequence to them. They're kind of coming at you whenever. But Claire, they're staying very tight to that second boy.
Oh, I thought she was going to be cutting it very fine there. You can see how much space the Lithuanian has given it in lane number 2. Claire Jameson cutting it very fine.
Very fine, very lucky there, because we did see earlier was, you know, the wind will catch you very easily there and push the bow the wrong side. Claire looking as if she's going to take a very narrow approach to this next turning buoy as well. Yeah, Lithuania going a little bit wider, but Claire is in. She is hugging it.
I think this is the repercussion here of the cruise ship going past, is that washing machine's started its cycle again. It's pushing them all over the place in this portion here between the turning point buoy and the slalom buoy. You can barely see the boats here on our coverage at water level because those waves coming in and out of the picture. It is blocking the boats. Look at this. This is amazing footage.
This is really cool, but Claire working well with the conditions. Lithuania right up on top of a wave here now. Let's see if she can build up some speed. Claire, silver medalist back in Wales in the mixed double. Here she is in the solo. We saw her in the solo last year as well. So much experience. Spent a lot of time in Australia surf rowing over the past season. She is flying it here now. Lithuania just getting caught, but a wave is under her now. Let's see if she can take advantage.
Yeah, Jameson just on a bit of a trough here as she paddles on to try and catch the next wave, which she gathers, and it picks her up underneath her, lifts it up onto its shoulders, and she'll wait. She can probably catch 1 or 2 more in towards the beach here, but Lithuania also on a flyer as they come into the final 50 metres or so. Claire Jameson just holds up the speed somewhat to give her a clean exit onto the beach. She'll let the wave ahead of her break to give her that clean exit, but Lithuania at flying pace here into towards the sand.
Yes, a flyer of a start there from Lithuania. Oh, she took a tumble. We knew she was off to a great sprint there, but took that slight tumble. Claire had to start pumping the legs a little bit harder maybe than she thought she had to, because she saw Lithuania flying into the beach. But that is Claire Jameson, Great Britain, booking her spot. Very happy indeed into a semi-final. She will be up against the reigning world champion.
Well, these are 2 stellar semi-finals we've got here lined up on the cards, Niamh, because in one semi-final we've got two Olympians, two Olympic medalists even, inclusive of an Olympic champion to beat as well. And in the second semi-final, well, we've already talked about, we've got a world beach sprint silver medalist in Claire Jameson from the mixed double sculls, and we have also got our reigning world champion from last year in Barletta, Janneke van der Molen. So it's the Dutch versus the British on one half of the draw. On the other half of the draw, we've got the Austrian Magdalena Lobnig going up against Emma Twigg, and that will be the next race on the cards, the first semi-final. Only one of these two Olympic medalists will be in at gold medal final.
They absolutely will. The other will be contesting B final for a bronze medal. But yes, the next set of races, we have two semis, we have a B final and an A final. All of these races are going to make for some exciting racing. And of course then we'll be done with racing, but we'll be staying with you, bringing you the victory ceremonies. We'll be seeing all these athletes collecting their silverware a little later on.
Yeah, we will. We'll be seeing a victory ceremony in the sunshine, and we had a great sunset during yesterday's medal presentation, and it looked so picturesque, like a postcard here in Genoa, isn't it?
Amazing, so beautiful. Look at this footage. The colour of the water, as you said, it's so beautiful here. We can hear them gearing up, just giving them an extra few minutes there to gear up, you know, quick turnaround here now. We heard Chris Back describing his 2500s that got him prepared for the back-to-back racing. I wonder, did Emma or Magdalena do that sort of training in the last few weeks since Paris?
Well, they're getting a big old cheer from our crowd here on the beach, and up above us in the grandstand you can see there 2 layers worth of fans here supporting the World Rowing Beach Sprint Finals, and that noise, the cheering, will encourage these guys in this semi-final to try and book their place in the gold medal final. So Twigg versus Lobnig about to get underway here at the 2024 World Rowing Beach Sprint Finals. Who's your money on?
Oh,
Niamh?
you can't ask me that.
I can, that's what I did.
It's really hard to say. They're both so experienced, both obviously flatwater, but their coastal rowing experience over the last few years. Like we saw Emma yesterday with her stumble on the beach, you know, you never obviously plan, or you never hope those things will happen. What I would say is whoever gets out here nice and clean will have a great advantage, because we are seeing those big breakers coming in, and we're seeing those bows being thrown up even on those first few strokes, and that's the time when the seat can come off the rails. If that happens, it could be game over. I don't know. But no, I'm not going to answer that, sorry.
Well, look, we'll find out in just over, I think, about 3 minutes' time. We'll know who will be contesting our gold medal final. There is Magdalena Lobnig. She'll have her sister waiting to welcome her there. Look, Katarina is handling that boat with expertise. They're getting it ready to launch her into the ocean. And look at these waves. They really are crashing in right now.
They are certainly a big one there, crashing over New Zealand. They're just coming thick and fast on New Zealand side at the moment. Let's see if that catches out Emma Twigg. Here they go, evenly matched on the run. Emma's in, Magdalena is in, Emma's being pushed, Magdalena's being pushed. Magdalena just a bit cleaner there, I would say.
Yeah, we saw Emma Twigg in the quarter-final lose a blade at this point in the race, but I think she's managed to keep hold of both oars at this point in time. She takes a quick look over her shoulder. Lobnig here aiming for the first of the slalom boys, making sure she's nice and cleanly around the correct side here to avoid that time penalty. And there you go, there's New Zealand's boat handlers saying, let's get you over to the next slalom. But it's really tricky up here.
Yeah, it is, and interesting, like every stroke that Emma pulled there on that first leg, she was looking over her shoulder, because every time she pulled a stroke, the bow was moving side to side, and she had to ensure she got to the right side of that. We don't see that too often. Most rowers rely on their boat handlers, particularly for that first leg, but she was looking over her shoulder every single stroke there. Of course, that's not going to do wonders for your speed. You'd hope to be keeping your head that little bit straighter, just like we see in that flat water.
And I think Magdalena Lobnig's managed that. Lobnig is looking straight ahead. She's just taken a quick look for the turn turning buoy, because that is a really important one not to miss. The largest time penalty for missing that one, but both of them, here we go, around the turn. Emma Twigg looks absolutely exasperated because that was one heavy handbrake turn she had to perform there. Lobnig already underway. You can see the pressure that she's putting on her left-hand oar to pull her around and try and fight against that pressure that's moving them out to sea.
Yeah, Emma, I think, pulled maybe just slightly too early. She's having to angle herself back in. But here now we can see Magdalena getting up on a wave. That's going to surge her forward. You can see the speed of her boat over on the far side of her screen. Emma there just looking over to her side. She's going to be catching that. But Magdalena's still up on that wave, flying past Emma Twigg now at this stage. Emma just caught up in the trough there now a little bit, but there's one coming up behind her. Let's see if she's going to make use at the moment on the waters, Magdalena, but here is the wave for Emma.
Well, let's have a look at this speed meter in the bottom left-hand corner of the graphics. You can just see as they catch the waves and trough back down.
Emma just being thrown completely sideways there and having to straighten herself up.
These waves are huge coming in towards the beach now. Emma Twigg has straightened herself up into a real surge here. They're actually going to come right together here on the beach, almost be sprinting from the centre of the sands out to their flags. Who's going to get going quicker? Lobnig just takes another fall forwards, but she gets those arms moving out towards the flag. Where is Emma Twigg? Here comes Lobnig. I think she's going to make it ahead of Emma Twigg, who doesn't quite get her run right. And once again, it's that run on the sands for Emma Twigg that plagues her, that haunts her like it did in the mixed Cox quad. She's going to need to get that right for the bronze medal match, Neve.
Yeah, I think I was looking out the window at the water, and she was just so unlucky again with that wave, the way it caught her. She was completely stuck and could not move, and actually could not get out of her boat to make that run. She was completely stuck there, whereas Magdalena went flying in. Magdalena did tumble out of the boat, but she had enough of a lead there. Emma was just completely at a standstill, trying to get herself in, because it would have been too deep for her to jump out. So that was just unfortunate timing with the waves there for Emma.
Whew. We need to catch our breath here, because that was just sensational from both of those athletes, and the sort of height of these waves is just continuing to soar, and the sort of way that the waves dictate your exit onto the beach, Neve, just gets greater and greater. You have far less control over where you end up.
Absolutely, and we saw that with Emma there. She was thrown sideways a couple of times, managed to recover it well, but completely fell victim to getting stuck in the bottom of that wave just as she approached the beach. That was so unfortunate for her. But here we saw Magdalena make great use of the waves on that homeward leg, getting herself in the lead, and this is where Emma started to go sideways. We saw the tumble here from Magdalena, but Emma over on the far side was just completely at a standstill, and unfortunately her run wasn't enough to get her up to book a place in the A final, but she will head to the B final and contest a bronze medal.
Yeah, we'll see her again in another race time, but we've got the second semi-final here to look forward to. Reigning champion Janneke van der Molen for the Netherlands will face Claire Jameson of Great Britain here, and let's see what this one has in store. Claire Jameson, who hasn't featured in the top 4 ever here at the World Beach Sprint Finals, so already a historic performance. You can see there Duke Vetter getting this boat ready with, I think, back to us, I think this is Janneke van der Molen's husband, actually, in fact, nearest to us. I could be wrong, can't see his face, and I've already misidentified a load of Dutch people this weekend anyway, Neve, so I'm sorry if you're watching and you're like, no, Camilla, that's completely wrong. But yeah, they've rowed together in the mixed double scull before at the Coastal Worlds, haven't they? So I know that he certainly has been in and around.
Absolutely, absolutely, and we see the kids around as well this weekend. So good to see them there the last few years, supporting Mammy here, and here they are again gearing up for the semi-final. Claire will be very happy to be in a semi-final again, just putting in so much work, dedicating so much time into the sport, and coming on leaps and bounds with every single year. Knocked out last year in Barletta by Ireland Monika Dukarska, but here she is in a semi-final.
Where is Dikoshka this weekend, Niamh?
She was so unlucky to miss out on a place in the last 16. She was 17th, and it was less than half a second, I think, between herself and Diana Dimchenko of Azerbaijan. So with the exclusion of those second-time trials, you know, I think she had a bit of a rough start. And, you know, if that second-time trial had gone ahead, I'm sure she would be here in the mix. Of course, she finished 4th last year at the World Beach Sprint Finals. So pity that those second-time trials didn't get to go ahead, but so many people that we thought would get through didn't. And that's unfortunately the way the sport is.
Mother Nature is cruel,
yes.
and the waves are certainly been cruel here in Genoa. They don't care who you are or who you row for. They will do what they want to do, and you can see here just that wake. Nice to get that bit of interaction from Janneke van der Molen, just ahead of the start line. Wow, underway so quickly there. So there was barely a moment for van der Molen to think before she was finishing off her wave, but both of them now just taking their time. That was quite a big step up that van der Molen had to take, as they both got lifted there by that crashing wave.
Yeah, she really didn't take any second to settle herself. She was gone, and Claire took that extra second to get herself set. Both of them are off. Claire looking over her shoulder here now. Big wave coming up behind her. She has to be careful that that bow isn't thrown to the left-hand side of the buoy. Almost thrown, but she's looked over herself to get that good navigation. Janneke just leading it out here now, but both of them are going to have to work hard to get back to the left-hand side now around that second marker.
Yeah, van der Molen there taking a quick check-in on where she is. They've navigated that first slalom buoy well. Jameson doing the same thing, and a huge pull on the blade there. That's how these athletes change the direction of the boat, if they may, is the pressure steering from each of those oars, which becomes increasingly difficult the choppier it gets.
Yeah, Claire.
Feet
Claire,
out.
yes. And she had to put that handle behind her to just clear that marker buoy. She didn't want to get slowed down, and this is the problem in the solos. You don't have the time. Well, you do. You just choose not to tighten those shoes, and so if your feet are loose, you're going to be under pressure here, particularly as you start to dig that oar and back here around that turn.
Very closely navigated there for Claire Jameson of Great Britain on the left-hand side. Van der Molen with a little bit more space, but this is so evenly matched here, much like we saw in the previous semi-final, Niamh.
I love when it's this close. Not only are they looking over their shoulders, but they're looking at each other face to face here now as they come back. Both of these well able to surf these waves. Claire really getting pulled over to the right-hand side now as I'm looking out. She's angling in towards us on the right-hand side of the beach. Just have you looking over her shoulder here now. You can see her gone at that far side of that lane. If you're looking at your screen, she's gone to the left-hand side of that second markers, and now she's angling back in. So adding quite a bit of meters here to herself, and you don't want to be sideways. You don't want to be angled too much, because that is when the boat is going to be turned sideways.
Do you know what, though, Niamh? That is very unusual, and I wonder if it's deliberate that she was pointing right back in, because she's seen what's happened to athletes before getting pushed out to the opposite direction. So maybe she's overcorrected almost to give herself the straightest run into the beach. She's being pushed on the far side, much like van der Molen is now.
Yeah, van der Molen totally being pushed over towards the rocks here now. She has to work hard with her left side to straighten up her boat. Claire taking a much straighter line to the beach. Both of them very even. Janneke is going to have a much longer run. Claire is flying it here now. Claire is on the beach. Oh, Janneke is being thrown out of her boat. She is off on a run. She has a longer run to do. Claire is flying, but Janneke is a much quicker sprint, I think. Oh, who is it going to go to?
Claire Jameson's going to get this semi-final. Both of them timing those pushes from the waves extremely well, but the reigning champion knocked out in the semi-final. We will get a brand new gold medalist here. Jameson versus Lobnig. Great Britain versus Austria, our gold medal match. Van der Molen will have to go up against Emma Twigg in the bronze medal match in just a second, but you can see how much that's taken out of Claire Jameson. That was just amazing to watch, that both of those athletes there almost stopped rowing in order to try and time those waves, and then very quickly pick the boat speed back up so that they got that surge into the beach. That is absolutely textbook beach sprint rowing from both Jameson and van der Molen.
Yeah, this is what stuff, you know, the dreams are made of for Claire Jameson. Been working so hard at this discipline over the last few years. Here she is in an A final, guaranteed medal as long as she finishes the race. Silver or gold, who will it go to, herself or Magdalena Lobnig? We will find out very, very soon. Before that, there will be the contest for the B final. This is also going to be a race. Emma Twigg and
Janneke van der Molen, who must go recover now a little bit. She'll have a few minutes now to recover. Gain composure before she goes again.
We do always have a bit of a break now because we're mindful that whoever's in that second semi-final has just raced, and no matter how fit and how many 500-meter pieces you do, like Chris back, you still need a little bit of time to rest, especially given that the athletes in that first semi-final have already managed to have a little bit more recovery time, having watched that second semi-final. So it is all about recovery now for both sets of finalists. The B final will come first. We've already talked about it there. The B final consisting of Olympic gold medalist Emma Twigg, a silver from Paris this time around just a few weeks ago, and the gold medalist from last year, Janneke van der Molen. But let's take a look at that race that we've just watched. That was very, very relaxed from the Dutch woman.
Yeah, she waved in the hooter wind and she had to run straight away. But really nice from Claire. Just see that the way she put her handle behind her. She didn't want to get the blade caught on that boy because she knew that would slow the speeds but slightly. She did very well here onto the beach. Oh, look at this, like thrown out. Ideally, you know, that could have gone disastrous there for Janneke, but she did have quite a bit to run there compared to Claire, who landed her boat lovely on the beach. So yeah, Claire Jemison in an A final. She's going to be very happy, and Great Britain already have a couple of medals going home.
Great Britain, yeah, already 3 gold medals underneath their belt, actually. The PR3 mixed double, the quad, and then we saw the junior mixed double this morning take home gold. So can Great Britain make it a 4th gold medal? That would certainly put them in contention for topping the medal table here in Genoa. And we're still continuing to build momentum, build the vibes here in Italy, and right in the mix here on a Sunday evening on the Mediterranean coast for some fantastic action. The fans still going strong. That's a great little wave there.
Yeah, I'm just seeing some of the Irish there. We have Mike Fleming, we have Sive O'Sullivan. She was in the junior women's solo. They're from Killorglin down in County Kerry. But look at this dancing, very impressive. I wonder, does he know that it's being broadcast to everyone?
Oh,
love
yeah,
it.
love that. And we absolutely love our fans here. Brilliant. A World Rowing t-shirt that he's been gifted there for his dance moves. Very good indeed. And the fans have been awesome here this weekend, Eve.
They have.
The Italians, I think, can always bring the vibe like we saw last year in Barletta.
Yes, absolutely, and it's such a unique part of this sport. We saw it in Barletta last year. A bit of a different setup with the grandstands on the beach, but all the fans getting so involved in the racing. And like this, you know, Luca was there last year as well. He was able to create that party atmosphere. You know, so it's so cool to I can't wait to see where it will be next year and to see the setup and, you know, this whole party atmosphere again, sun shining, amazing water, amazing athletes, incredible racing, and super fans.
Yeah, who knows where we're going to be in the World Rowing Beach Sprint Finals in years to come, because yeah, this sport just continues to go from strength to strength. And yeah, it seems like a long time ago we were back on the beach in Shenzhen for the first ever finals, and great to see people enjoying the Sunday sunshine out there. We've had yachters, we've had paddleboarders, kayakers, and it wouldn't be a World Rowing Coastal and Beach Sprint Finals event without Yuri Sitchak from Austria there on the right-hand side. Team Austria with a final ahead of them. They're out to support Magdalena Lobnig, I'm sure.
Yeah, and I love the way he has the hair plaited today, you know, keeping it under control as he's partying down there on the beach. But he's such a great athlete to have in beach sprints. You know, he's just great to help out with everyone, no matter where you are from. And he was here guest commentating last weekend at the Coastal Championships with me and shared his knowledge, and I'm sure he'll have, you know, because he's so experienced in beach sprints and in coastal rowing, so I'm sure he'll have helped Magdalena Lobnig along the way, given her some tips. But she is absolutely flying it in this sport.
Who'd have thunk it, hey? A country that has no coastline, Austria, going up against Great Britain, a country with much coastline, for a gold medal here at the Beach Sprint Finals. I'd have never gone, oh yes, Austria, that country that is obviously going to do well. Which goes to show you, right? Like, I think some of the lakes get quite rough. We did have a coastal championships once on Lake Geneva. I don't know if you remember.
Yes,
back
I was there. That was my
2017.
That was the first one I competed in.
Oh, there you go,
Yeah.
Neve. And that, you know, I think that was quite flat, but it can get quite rough, right?
Yeah, it was a very flat that time, but yeah, I think they were hoping for a bit of more coastal conditions, but it was a lake after all. But it was such an amazing experience to be rowing on Lake Geneva. Not too many people can say that, but yeah, that was my first experience of competing at a World Championships. In a quad, we won the B final.
Ah, good memories, good times. Well, maybe we'll be back to Lake Geneva one day, who knows? Because I think, was that not on the it wasn't on the Swiss side of Lake Geneva, was it? It was on the French side.
It was on the French side,
It was France
yes.
hosting us at that point in time.
Yes.
So yeah, we've been all around the world here, as we were saying, with beach sprint rowing. Started in China, we've been across to Portugal, to Oeiras, we've been in Canada. We were over for the coastals at one point, 2018, we were in Vancouver. That was for the long distance format. But yeah, hopefully a few more in Italy has been hosted the last two. Great
Wales,
Britain,
of course.
Yeah, Wales. Who can forget Wales, Neve? Both you and I were there.
I was in the water twice during my race that
I remember you
time.
capsizing.
Yes, twice.
Twice.
It was
and you
horrific.
got back in and you finished the race.
Yeah, my forearms were gone.
Salute off to you, because I was struggling just on my dinghy, on my boat. I was struggling a little bit with seasickness at that point, and my paper mache notes. I had no idea who anyone was.
Yes.
But looking at these scenes now, I'm like, did we ever have coastal, beach sprint finals in the rain? I can't remember them. Let's be honest.
remember.
So, Wales seems like a long time ago. But here we are for the B final, the bronze medal match here. New Zealand there getting Emma Twiggs coastal solo into the water. And she'll be going up against Janneke van der Molen.
Oh, looking out at the water now, those swells that are coming in, they're kind of coming diagonally here now. So this is going to be fun, especially towards the end, because that's what we saw caught Janneke there in the last round. She just got caught and pushed towards that kind of exclusion zone on the way in to the beach. So this is going to be very, very tricky all the way around this course.
Well, let's see what these athletes do to read those waves. They might have been researching, studying before they head out for this B final to look at what those diagonal swells are doing. Van der Molen, a little bit of handiwork there with the blades to get them into either hand. Twig managing to get away safely here.
Yeah, definitely a quicker start there by Emma Twig. Janneke just didn't look too comfortable there on those first few strokes. I think maybe it took an extra second to get her feet settled, and then blades, one of them just getting slightly caught up. She's getting hit by a nice wave now. Emma just starting to pull away slightly, but we did see Emma was quite unsettled there with some of her strokes in the last few rounds. Look, just a bit wobbledy here now, and everyone is, so just because she has a lead now does not mean anything.
Yeah, and I think in terms of reading the coastal conditions, Van der Molen certainly has the history and experience. She does the long distance championships every year as well, which I think gives you that sense of perspective on what the conditions are doing further out to sea.
Absolutely, yeah. She was joined there by Karen Robbers last weekend. They got a silver medal. They're well used to winning gold in both the women's double and the women's quad at the endurance events, but she was knocked off to silver position by the Lobnick sisters, who won that last weekend.
Yes, indeed. And, well, we've seen that's translated here to the beach sprint final speed with Lobnick in the final. But around the turn we go. Twig gets pushed wide once again, off and diagonally pointing back out towards that exclusion zone. Oh, it's just such a familiar trap that we've seen time and time again here today. Is she going to be able to correct that now in these next 10 strokes or so? Van der Molen basically rode to a standstill there.
She did, but her line is much, much better, much straighter in to the beach, and this is key because she knows she was thrown sideways in the last couple of rounds and she doesn't want to come in. So she's doing similar to what we saw Claire Jemison. So maybe you were onto something there, that they're coming in, they're being told by their coaches to angle in to the opposite side of their marker buoys to what we would usually see here. Now Emma getting up on top of a wave here now, surging into the lead here now, opening up even a bigger lead than she had over Janneke there the last few strokes. But Janneke, there's a wave coming right behind her stern here now.
Yeah, she's just been slowing down. I've been watching her, just slowing that stroke rate down, slowing the pressure down so that she can catch this wave. And here it goes. This is going to catapult her in towards the beach here. The Dutch woman. Can Twig handle this dismount here? Because depending on how quickly these waves come, she could see herself crashing back in towards the bank.
Yeah, she's getting stuck up on that wave, getting thrown sideways. Yannicka is stuck as well in a wave. Emma Twig perfectly. Her boat just did that for her magically. Yannicka's flying in on a wave now, but Emma Twig is in. She is on her sprint. Yannicka just struggling there. The bow getting caught in the sand, but here to claim the bronze medal, Emma Twig.
3 minutes.
Brilliant stuff from Emma Twig, and as you say, almost delivering her out onto the beach perfectly, just tilting her slideways and rolling her out onto the shore. But that will give her a bronze medal here at Genoa 2024. Yannicka van der Molen will go home empty-handed, which is just dramatic considering she was atop the podium last year. I can't believe that she's going home with nothing here, the Dutch woman, in 2024, but that is the way that this sport is going. It's variable from course to course, country to country, year on year, changing every single time. But Emma Twig, she won't be going back to New Zealand without a medal in hand. So we've got the A final coming up in just a few moments' time, the gold medal match between Magdalena Lobnig and Claire Jameson. But we were talking about Emma Twig not going home empty-handed. Let's hear how she found that bronze medal race now.
Emma, huge congratulations. You won that with time to spare.
Yeah, it was probably one of my better races today, but I did have a little bit longer to rest the legs in between the semi, so yeah, lovely to be here and some fierce racing, which is amazing.
And with the ever-changing conditions we've had here, that must be quite a significant win for you as well, really.
Yeah, I mean, there's all sorts going on, and in my previous races I had a bit of everything, so I've learned a huge amount. It's very much a fact-finding mission for the sport at the moment, so yeah, great couple of days.
So you say fact-finding mission, but also emotionally, you know, how have you enjoyed this style of racing?
Well, my lungs have absolutely been wrecked in the last couple of days because it's been a bit of downtime since Paris, but yeah, it's been nice to do something different. I've had a smile on my face the whole time, so can't complain.
And what does it mean to you and the team to come away with bronze?
Oh, it's awesome. I think it's our first medal. We've had the juniors here for the first time, and they've had a fantastic regatta, so great time.
You know what, there's some people that really want to celebrate with you, and they are right there, so head on over.
Put the boats in the water.
Oh, that was brilliant to hear from Emma Twig, wasn't it? And I can't believe that that's New Zealand's first medal here.
Yeah, of course, they won the mixed doubles last year, Jackie Kittle and Matt Dunham, and they were unlucky to miss out on that last 16. And again, another crew that were banking on that second time trial, but unlucky to miss out, unfortunately. But yeah, first medal. We thought they would have, you know, maybe medalled in the quad yesterday, unlucky on those dismounts. But yeah, look, they have one to take home.
And they were so successful last year. So yeah, we'll see New Zealand back. Great to hear their juniors here for the first time as well. But all done and dusted apart from this one last race here in Genoa at the World Rowing Beach Sprint Finals 2024. And it's a big one. It's Austria's Magdalena Lobnig, the Olympic bronze medalist from Tokyo 2020 in the flat water rowing. And she's going up head-to-head with Claire Jameson. The first gold medal match ever for the Brits here at the World Rowing Beach Sprint Finals in the solo. And Lobnig is firing out of the blocks. That sprint, absolutely electric.
Absolutely electric. Very evenly matched on the run. Similar strokes, Magdalena getting a little bit cleaner. Claire's just about to get hit here by one of those big waves, but this is no disadvantage to Claire. Well used to these conditions here now. She is looking nice and steady. We've seen Claire look over her shoulder many times in the previous rounds, and here she is coming up towards that first marker here now, just making sure she's the correct side of that. Magdalena coming up alongside it. She's been getting thrown around the place over on the left-hand side.
Yeah, Lobnig is getting absolutely chucked about here as the waves, probably the biggest we've seen them here today, and they're coming crashing down almost like a big drop when they come off the back of some of these waves. Jameson having to take some very quick strokes, and actually her blades digging down underneath some of these swells, and that can be really off-putting for the rhythm.
Absolutely, and she did that lovely there, navigated that without hitting that marker. Boy, so even. That's exactly what we want to see in an A final. Two of the top athletes here now. Claire Jameson making her way to an A final for the first time. This is going to mean so much to both of these athletes, but look at this. This is dangerous here now. The amount that boat is going up and down. This is where seats are lost very easily, but it is Claire Jemison coming in. Magdalena is already on her way out. Oh, who's going to get this turn?
Oh, my stomach is a bit queasy just watching this one, Neve, as they are really riding the waves out here. But Magdalena Lobnig has managed to turn this around now over in lane number 1 to be out here in the lead. We're going to keep an eye on these boat speeds. Jameson just stuck in a trough at the moment. That'll be really frustrating for her. She's going to have to be patient and wait to ride those waves here in towards the beach. And she's doing that same tactic once again, coming to the wrong side of the slalom, boys, just to try and catch the better half of the waves. And here she goes. She's riding across the wave now, but Lobnig is absolutely firing on all cylinders. She's just been dropped off the back of a wave, but she keeps picking them up, and she is now miles ahead of the Brit.
Yeah, she just got a series of amazing waves there that have pushed her. She's about to go get another one here now. Claire's tactic didn't work out for her as much as it did in the previous round. Magdalena now just getting stuck down the bottom of a wave, but here comes another one. Claire is flying in here now though, but Magdalena making her way, trying to stay.
Oh my word! That was where the bows got dug down. They got stuck in the sand. She was on a real roller coaster ride there, but the grimace, she punches the air. It's going to be Magdalena Lobnig for Austria. Absolutely historic for the Austrian Paralympic bronze medalist, now the World Rowing Beach Sprint Finals champion here at the Genoa 2024 Championships. And Claire Jameson will still take silver there. But we talked about masterclasses earlier, Neve. That was wave after wave there for Lobnig.
Oh, that was beautiful. She lucked out there on those series of waves. I thought it was game over there at the finish, though. The way the bow dug in to the beach, she was thrown out. We saw how quick her feet came out of those shoes. That could have been a disaster, but she made it work, and out she got and ran up that beach in style. Incredible. Look how much it means to her, her sister, the whole team.
And I know that the Austrian team, they've been huge supporters of this format of rowing, and it's been wonderful to see the team camaraderie here for Austria. We saw Yuri Sacek earlier, and now we've got a heap of the other Austrian team there who have been instrumental in making this work for them. And Lobnig, straight off the back of I would say disappointing Paris campaign, you know, having come down from being on the podium in Tokyo to not medal in Paris after a sort of surprise run in the single scull. Her and her sister celebrating together as part of the team here in Genoa is going to feel very special indeed. And it looks like Gemma and Luca just trying to orchestrate a bit of an interview there. Must get some water and hydration. It's warm out there still, despite it being almost 5:30 in the evening here in Italy. It's quite warm still, and lots of hydration being taken on board, as that has taken a heap of effort there in that pinnacle event, the women's solo final, the last race here of the World Rowing Beach Sprint Finals 2024. And as suspected, we will get to hear from the woman herself, Austria's Magdalena Lobnig.
You've clinched the gold medal. It was slightly shaky at the end there.
Oh, my head back hurts, but the feeling is amazing, and I'm so proud of our team. I want to say thank you to all the boat handlers and to the team of Austrian Rowing. They did an amazing job. They prepared me perfectly, and I mean, this is just a dream that came true today.
Fantastic. And you say, you know, thank you to the team, but you've also, I'm sure, put in lots of work. Talk to us about how much time, how much training you've put into this.
I mean, my season was very tricky. I had a bad injury in the spring, and I just fought myself back to Olympic Games. But to be world champion now in the beach sprint, I mean, it can't end better.
What a comeback. Congratulations.
Well, 2 gold in 2 consecutive weeks. Amazing.
I mean, the gold medal with my sister was incredible 1 week ago, and now I was a beach sprint world champion. It could be nicer.
Well done to you.
Oh, so good to hear. What I love is that she was in a solo boat by herself, but it was the thanks straight away. She said thank you to the team, thank you to the boat handlers, thank you to the Austrian Federation, you know, who got her prepared for this. You know, that's what it means. It's not just about the single rower out there in the solo boats, it's a whole team effort. We saw this yesterday with Great Britain and Netherlands after the quad, going for a lovely swim. Well deserved here now.
Yeah, very well deserved, and they will celebrate as the waves crash into the beach. This is proper seaside stuff here, isn't it? And the scenes that you want to see here to conclude a brilliant championships that Italy has hosted for us. We will have the victory ceremonies happening later on today, so don't forget that you can tune in to watch all of these medals very, very soon. But for now, we're just going to enjoy sort of basking in the glory of Team Austria, of the United States of America, who won both the solo events, the women's and the men's. Also victory here for Great Britain here today. Spain. We have had a number of different winners, actually, in fact, haven't we? So let's remind ourselves of all that great action that we had with some highlights.
Yeah, seeing a lot of the action here now from this afternoon. Emma, they're losing her oar there for a couple of strokes, but she made her way, another little tumble there, made her way to the B final. That was her quarterfinal where she beat Germany. Then we had France, of course, the silver medalist from last year, up against Magdalena Lobnig. At the time, I'm not sure, did she know that she was up against the future gold medalist? But here was the quarterfinals that got her into the semis. Then we had Van der Molen versus Diaz Marino of Spain. Again, this is probably an athlete we thought would get into that A final. Then Lithuania versus GB or Claire Jemison there did some super racing today to get herself into the A final. Well deserved there after the winter of training she's had right around the world.
Yeah, it's just been race after race here this afternoon, and these highlights in the women's solo, I think, go to show how tough it is to get on the podium now at this world-class event that's only going to get stronger and stronger. And Van der Molen going home empty-handed here. That was that thrilling semi-final between her and British athlete Claire Jameson to get to that gold medal final. Just tripping up there. I didn't even notice that at the time, how much she'd stumbled over her blade getting into the boat.
Yeah, and a little stumble coming out as well. But that was the bronze medal that she got, and this was the A final that we just saw between Austria. Look at that! So lucky.
I can't wait to see the photos of that later on today.
It worked out well. Worked out well for her. And that was her winning the gold medal. But well done to Claire Jemison, who got the silver medal as well. Emma Twigg with the bronze. And they're still out there celebrating. Everyone getting into the water here now.
Yeah, everyone party on the beach and in the sea, but they'll have to get dry and ready for their victory ceremony, which will be taking place in just over 30 minutes time, 6 p.m. local time. Join us back here again on worldrowing.com and on the live stream, where we'll be bringing you all of our podium placings and last medalists here for Genoa's World Rowing Beach Sprint Finals 2024. Well, welcome back to Genoa. We're all done and dusted here with the racing out on the water, but we've still got the medal ceremonies, the victory ceremonies still yet to come. They'll be starting very soon. You can see everyone gathering up there on sort of mezzanine level of the beach. And
let me just sneak out the window there.
Oh, so many people. There you go. Neve's waving to you from down below. We're just underneath those sun lounges there. But we're already overhead with the stage, with the prize giving. Stage is set for 5 more medal ceremonies, 5 more champions, and we're already about to go spot on time. There you go.
Yes, 5 sets of medals to be given out. First up, it is going to be the Coastal Junior Men's Double. So super racing all around today, like incredibly exciting racing. The conditions gave us what we wanted. We wanted that added coastal element, and it certainly gave us all of that today. So here we have our different medalists here. They're all very similar, aren't they? Look, in height.
Yeah, they really are. They've it's clearly a build for coastal rowers, juniors that are being identified. We're going to get a big reception here. Italy on the podium in just a moment's time. But first up, it's going to be our bronze medalists. And we saw a great race from our bronze medalists in their B final. The Australians had a brilliant power leg, didn't they? Out towards that boy, I remember that, stretching out.
Australia!
And here they are, Australia. Frida Svensson presenting the medals on behalf of the World Rowing Executive Committee there. Samuel Forbes and Oscar Schiel-Gamborg.
Oscar Schiel-Gamborg.
Yeah, well, we saw that across the board with the Australian athletes. So much power, and that really worked for them on that outward leg today when they were up against that wind. Now, Camilla, these little wolves that we're seeing.
They're back. They're back. Well, I met a celebrity. I was starstruck, Neve, because I met the wolf. Who's afraid of the big bad wolf? Not me. I got a photo with our mascot, with the Italian wolf.
And here we have the Italian rowers, second position. They were the reigning champions from last year, hoping to make it 2 in a row, but silver medals they have to settle for Leonardo Bellamo and Pasquale Tamburino. I'm sure they're still very happy to be up on the podium, you know, with the standard going up and up every year. You know, you can't just be sure to match the medal colour that you got last year.
Yeah, but it just goes to show you, depending on the venue, how changeable everything can be. The results never guaranteed here at the Beach Sprint Finals, but these guys, wow, what a final for them. And they should be beaming with pride because Spain were just unmatched through that final. The Italians made a couple of mistakes, but that is no spot on Spain's performance to take home this championship gold medal.
Yeah, Spain, the most medals out of any nation at the beach sprints over the years. Here they are getting their first, I believe, of this final. Spain, I don't think they got any yesterday, but going straight for the gold here now. Andres Washington, Aguilera Bedon and Marco Liart Samper winning that gold medal. They had a really unusual style of rowing, I suppose. Big long lie backs, quite short on the catch, but big long lie backs that we see in a lot of the Spanish coastal rowers. And Spain, you know, dedicating a lot of resources to these beach sprints. Usually we would see a lot of Spanish athletes, these names at the Coastal Championships last weekend, but no, they weren't allowed, I believe, compete last weekend to save themselves because they were still in their training and, you know, going through their peak few weeks to peak this weekend.
And we're going to find that, I think, now with athletes having to choose between being a pathway rower for the beach sprints or for the more long distance coastal rowing like we saw last weekend, Neve. And if it doesn't match the training program, now that this is in the Olympic Games, it will be all about putting on the show at the Games, and therefore a training program that builds them towards that. So if it doesn't match what they need to do on their training program, I suspect we'll see more and more of that from lots of different countries. But I think this is the first and possibly the only time we're going to hear the Spanish national anthem here this weekend.
Yes, the junior women's double tried to do 2 in a row, but they will see them in a second. They didn't get the gold medal, but they will be up on the podium. And also they'll be up on the podium another time. Again, I won't give anything away. Another non-gold medal, we'll say. But yes, I think, is this one of the first times? Actually, Portugal was the same, where the beach sprints were the weekend before the coastals. Like last year, the endurance were the week after, so we would have seen a lot of the national athletes in the endurance races.
Yeah, staying on, to do the long distance afterwards, but having it beforehand. When this is the championship event, this is a nationally selected team for each of these countries here. They're programmed pathways, and that will continue to develop here over the next few years. So yeah, this is the priority event, and depending on which way round they fall, depends on whether we see these athletes competing at the long distance championships as well. But there are your medalists for the under 19 junior men's double sculls. More doubles to present for the juniors here today. And it happens on opposite days, right? We get the doubles for the seniors, for the open, the crew boats on the first day of competition, and then that switches and we get the juniors crew boats on day 2, whereas it's the other way around. We get the junior solos on day 1, and that swaps to the open solos, the men's and women's solos on day 2. So here we are, they're having their medal moment.
Yes, a few of the countries do double up in terms of the junior rowers. They're in the junior category, but they also do the senior category. Perhaps maybe because they don't have the athletes, maybe, or just because the juniors are just so good, and they're there competing. And the mixed double, the mixed double will be the only double event in LA. So we were not going to see the men's double pairings that we're seeing up here, but perhaps one of them will make their way either into a solo boat or into the mixed double boat.
Yeah, that's going to be tough, isn't it, for selection? Only 3 seats for an Olympic Games. Well, 4, I guess, if you have both solos, and both partners in the double sculls. So 4 seats available for the Olympics, and some nations might just double up, right? They might just send 1 athlete per gender, and they do the solo each, and then they double up into the mixed double.
Absolutely, I could probably see that happening for sure. But there's so many, the entries this year, 51 nations, so many athletes. So, countries are going to have their pickings, I would say. So to whittle it down to just 2 athletes, that would be very hard. At least, if they went with 4 athletes, and particularly with the back-to-back racing that we're seeing, with not a lot of recovery time, maybe they might be better off sending separate people for the different categories. But of course, we have no idea what the timetable will look like, how those categories will fall when it comes to LA. But I'm sure as we get nearer to it over the next few years, we'll see how it's going to be looking at the Olympics. But great excitement here on the beach today, up on the grandstand. As you can see here from the shot, the victory ceremony is happening at street level, which is way above sea level here on San Nazaro Beach. So it was a great for spectators, because you were able to, a lot of people were just walking by on the footpath and able to look over the wall and see all the action, and then the beach was full as well. So really cool for spectators. And that's one of the great elements about the sport, that you can be on the beach and be in the middle of the action.
Yeah, you know what, you catch a lot more spectators, don't you, here along the beach side with this event than you do for classic flat water rowing, which often happens, there's not many 2K rowing lakes in the centre of cities. Bled is one of the top of my head that I can think of that is kind of in the town, but other than that, really, a lot of them are built some distance out. Let's take Paris, for instance, where we've just been for the Olympic Games, out about 40 minutes east of Paris, out toward Disneyland, which, coincidental, but that's where often you find rowing lakes on the flat water side. So this is going to be great that this is right in the centre, often on the sort of, beaches of the city where other people are. So yeah, amazing that we'll get all of those spectators.
Yeah, and it's something that, just bystanders, people walking past, they're going to be like, what is happening here? Because it is so spectator friendly. So now we are moving on to the junior women's double. A few familiar faces here coming up.
Yeah, and I think a very special presentation indeed for our gold medal pairing. I love those American flag crocs that Annalise Hull's got on.
Yeah, second time wearing them up on a podium this weekend.
So this is special in a few ways, actually, and our bronze medalists that we'll introduce in just a moment, they've had an outstanding weekend here. Oh, the Mayor of Genoa. We are in esteemed company here for this victory ceremony. He will be presenting them with their wolf toys.
Of the bronze medal.
Wolf of the Sea.
Wolf of the Sea.
Didn't know wolves could be in the sea, but
Appropriate.
But yes, you were talking about the very special crew up here from Ukraine.
Yeah, best ever performance from Ukraine, and that was secured for them when they made the semi-finals, but they decided to go one better and secure a bronze medal here. Brilliant stuff from the bronze medalist Lyubov Sudorenkova and Yevhenia Ilenko there.
And we heard from them on the beach, and just to hear how much it meant to them, their country, to all the team. I think they nearly shocked themselves, but clearly they deserve to be up here. They were super rowers, very kind of typical coastal rowing style of rowing, and really able to use the wind and the waves and change up their style and be that dynamic crew that we saw across really all of these three crews that are on the podium. This kind of probably set them apart here now, and we're seeing Spain collecting their second medal of the evening here. Again, another really, you know, these are super rowers, young rowers that we're going to continue seeing throughout the next few years, I would say. So sharp, very quick on the water, you know, Spain and Italy in particular, very quick with their stroke rates, but it really paid off here today. So Maria Angelas, Marian Martinez and Zara Niato Hennen, they're collecting their silver medals and their wolves.
And their wolves. You can put them underneath their pillows at night because they're so friendly, those faces, aren't they?
I don't know, you met him in person.
Well, no, I know I can't show the picture. My selfie I got, me and Luca Brigino, who was down there on the beach emceeing. We collared him for a selfie, Mr. Wolf. And yeah, I can't show you, but it's a great pic. Anyway, this is one of my favourite interviews actually this weekend came from these two here. Our gold medalist Annalise Hall and Annalie Duncombe, who the friendship and the bond between them was evident when they were interviewed by Gemma and Luca, right?
Yes, and Annalise Hall up here collecting the gold medal yesterday evening in the Junior Coastal solo, and Annalie Duncombe was all over social media being like, this is my best friend, I can't believe it for her, she so deserves it, and she was so excited to row with her here today. They were third in Wales, disqualified last year. Here they are on the podium, like these athletes coming back time and time again, and the effort they're putting into it. These are absolutely two that we will be seeing over the next few years, you know, and they're already on a great pathway towards LA home waters for these American athletes. But yes, we'll be hearing the American national anthem for the second time this weekend, but may not be the last.
Yeah, second time this weekend, although this is their third medal, maybe more.
Yes, they had a silver medal in the PR3 mixed double as well yesterday, so they were up there. But yeah, look, we know how much they're putting in, you know, Team USA are putting into beach sprints because they've seen the path that's coming down the line, and, you know, in particular spending time in European waters. You know, all these athletes on Team USA are from different parts of America, and we know how big America is. It's not as if they're training together all the time. So what they do is they dedicate time. They spend time in Barcelona and Spain, the Beach Sprint Academy. Then they went to Italy. Same last year, they went to Italy as well. Before Wales, they came to Ireland to train in similar waters to what they're racing in. Like, they're just ahead of the game really in this sport.
I mean, that really is the benchmark, isn't it? They are forging the way in this sport, the United States of America, when it comes to training programs, when it comes to the way that they lay out their season, the races they attend, how they train, like you were just describing there. They really are forging a path that's never been beaten through before. So a great final there for the Americans, the junior women's double sculls champions here this year in 2024. And well, we'll hear the American, not to spoil anything again, to use your phrase, Neve, but we will be hearing the USA national anthem once more again.
We may or may not. Let's keep them in suspense. Anyone that wasn't watching.
you might be hearing the American national anthem again. So good news if you're a fan of the Star Spangled Banner. It's more to come here. So that's 2 of 5 medals to give out in this victory ceremony. packed victory ceremony here tonight. I think more people than we had yesterday, in fact.
You know what? I think probably half of them are from Team USA. They bring everyone. They have so much support. We had flags all over the beach, all over the grandstand. You know, all their parents are here, all these athletes. So much support always at all of these championships every single year. Spain have a big team here as well. And of course, Ukraine, you know, we saw them very strong in the quads yesterday. So lots of athletes there that are going to be supporting. But this is
Get
special.
themselves organised for a cohesive group photo here. One for the photo album, one for the wall. But I think, you know, a lot of these athletes, they'll be nearing that age cap for this event. So the under 19 you need to be to contend in this particular event here. And yeah, certainly for the Americans, like you say, they've already done this their third and final time.
Yes. So will they make the jump up to senior? Obviously, like, they'll have to go through the trialing process for that. That's a big jump up, you know, and as well, because of their ages, they may be going to college now at this point, so that might change their direction a little bit.
And that's one thing that I've not seen, you know, and again, I completely acknowledge that I'm not in a lot of these programs. I'm certainly not the beach sprints expert when it comes to all year round. But one thing I've not seen is collegiate beach sprint programs anywhere, you know, not even in Great Britain, in the US, in Spain, in Italy. I could be, you know, again, I'm not as close to it, but I don't know, Niamh, whether you're aware of any universities anywhere. Maybe that's an opportunity, right? And if we do see the age group categories coming in, some of those coastal universities could really capitalise.
100%, because obviously we know how big rowing is in colleges right around the world, you know, and rowing in the US, you know, is huge at collegiate level. So that's definitely an opening, and I think, you know, maybe that's why Next Level came formed in the US, because they saw an opening to get all the coastal rowers together. But yeah, it will be interesting to see if we see some of these younger athletes, you know, as they go into college, and you know, a lot of them are flat water rowers, so will they stick with that, or will they be able to kind of do both, like we're seeing all the Olympians doing, you know, they were in Paris and then they're transitioning over to this discipline. So obviously it's doable, you know, it's obviously you're able to do both of them. To peak at everything, it's very hard, but look, lots of these athletes are able to do it. But next we're on to our final junior category. It is the medals for the Coastal Junior Mixed Double Sculls. Familiar face coming up onto the stage there. Australia, we may have seen her yesterday as well up here on the podium. But yeah, stunning racing again from these athletes.
Well, and Samuel Forbes, recognisable as well. He's only just been up, no? Was he not in the men's double that just got a bronze medal? Along with Oscar. So, yeah, I think I was about to say, I didn't know whether we had anyone who was coming up to the stage multiple times, but Sam Forbes, he is.
On the same evening, yeah.
Same evening.
So Annalise Hall has been up here twice. Astrid Thomas we're going to see in a second. Once yesterday, once today, but yes, Samuel back to back.
So there are our bronze medalists, Spain, Nicholas Iboramira and Carmen Harbaro Perez. My apologies. And brilliant for them. Spain, you know, they've been consistently on the podium here this weekend. Not quite as many golds being sort of harvested by Spain as we've seen in previous years, as we well know. If you've been tuning into our coverage today, we mentioned a few times that they stand atop the overall medal table for beach sprint rowing since the very first event back in 2019. But yeah, not as many golds, only that one gold we've just seen
the junior men's double, yeah,
men's double.
And silver in the last one, the women's double, and now bronze in this, and we'll see another maybe silver going to Spain a little later on. But yes, Samuel Forbes there of Australia. Astrid Thomas was up here yesterday getting the bronze in the solo. So, you know, it's a risk entering crew or same rower into a couple of categories, because you don't know exactly what the timetable is going to bring. Obviously her finals in the junior solo were yesterday, same as Annalise Hall, but you know, if that was today along with this
that would have taken a little bit more out of her. At least she had the night to recover and concentrate on this today. But obviously it worked out for Samuel Forbes there, 2 medals back to back.
Yeah, great to see them both back up here, and a silver medal to join both of their bronzes. But here are our gold medalists for the second year on the bounce. Great Britain will come home with a gold in the mixed junior double sculls. 2 different athletes this time around, but that selection process they described in their interview earlier clearly working out and paying off, because Sol, Chamberlain Hyde and Leah Saunders here are on top of the world.
Yes, Leah Saunders is the name we recognise in beach sprints. Sol, though, his sprinting up the beach, he was lightning quick, and it paid off. Certainly, you know, we've spoken so many times about it's not just the rowing, it's the running.
I've heard of programs before, you know, right back when beach sprint started in 2019. I remember rumours of some programs choosing their coxes on an 100-metre sprint, not even on their coxing ability. They
there you go.
ran them over 100 metres and chose the fastest person.
Yeah, of course, in the cox quads, it is the cox that has to run. And we saw them like they were just lightning quick yesterday. All very kind of light coxes, short maybe in stature and just very quick on their feet. And, you know, it makes a difference because they're the ones sprinting into those coxed boats. But absolutely. Now, there is a difference between sprinting, we'll say, on a track or in a field that a lot of people would practice on, and sprinting on a beach. I tried it myself yesterday. Wasn't, you know, it was just me trying to get from the beach up to here. I wasn't doing it, you know, well, I suppose I was testing the waters a little bit. But it was very difficult, you know, and it's very different to running on any other sort of surface. So, and we saw the beach tripped up a lot of people.
It did.
You know.
It really did, and it was a different surface today than the sandy beaches of Barletta last year. A little bit more pebbly this year in Genoa, but that did not stop Great Britain, who, well, they themselves have got a wide variety of beaches available to them to train on. I know that the British team have been training up in St Andrews, up in Scotland. That's a big hub for Scottish coastal rowing, and a number of the team from Scottish clubs. We've also got a sort of base down on the south coast in Great Britain, where well, the beach sprints for GB have been run down in Poole for a number of years. So yeah, lots of different beaches, and Wales, of course, you know, Saundersfoot.
Yes.
So all over the home nations in Great Britain, there are little centres being sort of established for pipeline and for training for the GB athletes. So yeah.
Yeah, but British Rowing, the governing body, have really taken British or beach sprints on board now and investing a lot of money, you know, and I think we'll see more and more of those national governing bodies doing that. May not be there in every nation right now, but British Rowing really have, you know, taken this under their wings and are going for it, and it's paying off because this is gold. They won the mixed quad yesterday.
Silver for Claire Jameson in
Yes.
the solo later. Yeah, look, I think that as we saw through the summer in the flat water rowing, Great Britain are a nation that pride themselves on being at the top of their game, and historically have always been one of the strongest sports for Team GB across both the Olympics and Paralympics, near the top of the medal table near on every time they've been to the Olympics over the last few years. So it doesn't surprise me one bit that they've embraced this new discipline, that they've gone, look, what do we need to do to be just as good at beach sprint as we are at the flat water stuff? And again, I'm cognizant that the United Kingdom and Great Britain are an island. They're an island nation, which gives them a big advantage, right, when it comes to trying to seek out bases. And they're not as big as somewhere like the United States of America or even Spain or Italy, right? Like they're much more compact and much more travelling distance for the athletes to sort of, you know, pop along to training camps or various things. So
But as we'll see, coastline doesn't always come into play with medalists. We'll see that shortly. We won't give it away. But yes, up next, the coastal men's solo, second last category, second last set of medals to go out. Now, this was an interesting final. It was interesting right throughout the day, but yeah, reigning champion from last year. We would have expected him, well, we kind of expected him to be on the podium, which he is. Maybe not the colour that he would have wanted.
No, certainly not. And I know that, yeah, we'll see Miriam Moncarega in just a second's time. But one of the nations, thinking about, you know, the nations that will be coming away from Genoa saying, yeah, we've done a great job, we're very excited for what is to come in the next 4 years. The United States of America has to be one of them. We're just talking about Great Britain. I think they'll be one of them. Really pleased with their performances this weekend. The United States also, I think, will be coming away with a bit of a glimmer in their eye of what's to come.
But who else will have a glimmer in their eye is Lithuania.
Oh,
First
100%.
ever medal yesterday, gold medal in the mixed double, and here they are on the podium for a second time, so making history for a second time here this weekend. So the men's solo, here we have them, are medalists, incredible racing, and some of the top athletes in the world getting caught out by those conditions. But in third position, finished fourth last year. I'm sure he dreamt of this in Barletta, of being up on the podium. I think here he has put in a massive year, and here he is getting the bronze medal. Zygimantas Galasanikis of Lithuania, second medal for the nation. They're going to be going home and being like, yes, we're doing something right here.
I wonder where the Lithuanians train, because they've only got a teeny tiny bit of coastline, right up in the north end of Lithuania. They're on that sort of same coast as Poland, the Netherlands, Denmark, all the way up in that sort of northern part of Europe, and their coastline is actually pretty small in comparison to the remainder of the country. So yeah, I'm intrigued as to where, you know, their base is and what they're doing about training locations for years to come. But well, we see him up on this podium time and time again, whether it be long distance, whether it be beach sprints, but not to be in terms of the championship win this time around. Spain's Adrian Miramon-Quiroga is one of those athletes that you can always bank on performing here at the beach sprint finals.
He's even having a look at the wolf. He's a bit confused.
That was uncanny.
That was,
you know, that was
twins.
Twins.
Yes, Adrian there winning 2019, those beach sprints in China. Like, little did he think, you know, 5 years later he's still getting podium places, you know, winning last year but second this year. But Chris back, here he is back again, 2022 champion, sick last year, was knocked out in quarterfinals, and like he told everyone earlier about his 2500s that his coach had him doing. And so those back-to-back races for Chris back, you know, they did not faze him. He was just ready to go. He looked so fresh in each one.
Well, he did. What's it called when your name sounds like the thing that that, you know, I can't remember. It has a special name, doesn't it? But Chris Back is back again. He does back-to-back 500s, and he's back at the top of the podium. So
yes,
whatever that literary term is.
And he was saying, you know, in his interview, how inspired he has been by Adrian over the years. And he's been the one, he said, he's been thinking of during his training. So I wonder, does he have a picture of Adrian up on his wall and is like, I need to push harder here if I want to beat him. But it certainly worked.
It's like you see in sports films, isn't it? People that have got like a target on the wall with someone's face in it.
So it certainly sounded like.
Look, it's flattery, isn't it? That if you're the one to beat, then it is flattery. I'm sure Miramon-Quiroga tips his hat here to Chris Back, who, when we were commentating at the time, Neve, every single part of his execution was perfect. And I know we said Miramon-Quiroga a tiny bit unlucky with some of his entries, exits, the waves that kind of knocked him a little bit as his dismount came towards the beach. But you can't knock Chris Back because he's, you know, he just planned it all out and executed it like he would in training.
Absolutely.
With the pressure on him.
Yeah, he lives and breathes this sport, like he really does. A lot of flat water work as well, but like he just puts everything he has in it and, you know, dedicates himself to the sport. He has, I'm sure he has his sights set on LA in a few years' time. He's in a great position here now, you know, becoming champion here again. And we're hearing that USA
flag
national
right
anthem.
On cue. That was, you know, straight as the anthem finished, flag went up, and yeah, they'll have their pictures now with the local dignitaries and Vincent Gaillard, Executive Director of World Rowing, up there presenting the medals for that men's coastal solo. And we reach, Neve, the last victory ceremony of the 2024 World Rowing Beach Sprint Finals.
We have. It has been certainly a long few days for everyone, you know, but some amazing races. We've been treated to incredible racing, and this final category was nothing short of that. Like, so many
mishaps, so many challenges facing these rowers. Probably the worst of the conditions today because it was very flat this morning. Bit more breakers than we saw yesterday, but then as the day went on, it just started getting worse and worse. And particularly those first 10 strokes were very messy for a lot of people. And then it was up to those who could control their boats on the way home, made it up onto the podium. A few people again unlucky with the timing of the waves and catching them, in the wrong part. But this is part of it.
And thinking about, we had 2 semi-finals that were almost characterised by a semi-final of flat water Olympians and a semi-final of more coastal specialists.
Yes.
And it's funny how that then transpired in us having
one of each
in each of the finals, right? We then had, the flat water Olympian going up against the discipline specialist that's come into coastal rowing, Claire Jameson versus Magdalena Lobnig, and then in that B final, Emma Twigg versus Janneke van der Molen.
It was actually, that's a great way of looking at it. And it just goes to show, Magdalena, they chatted to her on the beach afterwards, and she obviously was peaking for Paris, which is how long ago,
5 weeks ago, maybe.
Exactly. So she would have been peaking for that, all of her year. And I know she was unlucky with injuries and things, but her, preparation would have been peaking towards that. And then she had to step away from that, try and keep up her fitness, because you lose that very quickly if you stop training. So, she had that endurance space on her, but she was, she mentioned straight away about her team and how they got her ready again for this and to peak for not only this weekend, last weekend as well, because she rode with her sister Katarina, winning the women's double in the endurance event. So, they performed really well last week, and then to peak again this week. Incredible.
Yeah, absolutely incredible. And that's the blueprint, right, for a lot of people now who have they've finished Paris, they've put that on the shelf and are wondering, okay, what do I do now? I'm a flat water rower I might be a lightweight rower and I have no opportunity at LA because those events have ended. I might be an athlete that is on the verge of potentially retiring. I've done a few Olympic Games, or I've done my one flat water and I'm done, and I'm thinking, what's next? You'd be looking at this going, well, if Magdalena Lobnig can top the podium, why can't I?
Exactly, yeah. I was actually hoping to see Sanita Puspora of Ireland. I know she's good friends with Emma Twigg, and I thought she would be a good transition athlete from flat water over to the beach sprint. So it'll be interesting to see. And I think she has tried it a couple of times. She's been in a few coastal boats there over the last few months. So it'll be interesting to see if that's something she has her sights set on now over the next few years.
And especially given the history of coastal rowing in Ireland as a nation, right? I would say that coastal rowing is just as popular as flat water rowing, if not more so.
Absolutely. I'm not sure which side would say which, but yeah, definitely coastal rowing, traditional coastal rowing. I started that traditional coastal rowing when I was 8 years old, and that's, still in my club, Galley Flash Rowing Club. I'll give them a little shout out. You have athletes, kids rowing when they're 8, 9, 10 years old and just coming all the way up, and now they're getting the opportunities in these coastal boats as well and trying out the beach sprints, and we're seeing more and more of that. So yeah, coastal rowing, huge in Ireland. It is in Spain too, a different type. Lots of different countries have different versions of coastal rowing. Adrian, as we mentioned, in those massive boats with about 20 people in waves, I would not go near those waves that they go out in. Well, I'll have to show you some footage if you've never seen those.
I was going to say, I've never seen this, so you have to show me. Well, here we go. Here are the medalists from the women's solo, and we'll introduce them in just a second. But I guess, coastal rowing has sort of developed from traditional transportation, right?
Absolutely.
But right back, you know, in the very, very, very early days of humanity, ways of getting from A to B.
Exactly.
We've seen in canoeing, actually, traditional Polynesian island the VA coming into the Paralympic Games. And this is kind of similar, right? The sort of coastal, old school boats that you've seen, in many different countries around Europe and the rest of the world.
Absolutely. I think a lot of them were, we'll say, navigation or directing boats that were directing big ships in and out of ports. And then for a bit of fun, they used to start racing each other, and that's kind of how the coastal rowing started. But yes, this is really cool, okay? So 2 Olympians and a complete coastal rower up here to see the 3 different level of athletes here now. So obviously Emma Twigg here, New Zealand, winning that bronze medal.
2 of the Tokyo podium. on the podium here, just flipped a little bit.
Yes.
Emma Twigg won the gold in Tokyo, Magdalena Lobnig bronze on the same occasion. So this was what we saw at the Olympic Games 3 years ago with
So cool.
Claire Jameson. How's
Yeah,
she feeling,
like,
right?
this is amazing. Claire, like, I've seen her, I was at the Home International Beach Sprints back in Scotland, was it 2 or 3 years ago, and Claire was this athlete that came to the beach sprints, and, you know, she did pretty well, but then, like, to see her progress over the years, she won a silver medal in Wales in the mixed double, I think it was with Charles Cousins, who we saw on the podium yesterday in the mixed quad. To see the dedication she's put into this, and she's coming from a coastal rowing background, and that's, you know, that difference, and spent time doing the surf rowing that we spoke about yesterday in Australia, spent time doing that, and to see her up here, that's unbelievable.
Yeah, I bet she feels a swell of pride, as large as the swells we've seen out on the waters, on the seas today, but a biggest smile here from Austria's Magdalena Lobnig, who will be our World Rowing Beach Sprint Finals champion here in 2024, and Gwyn Batten having the honours. Now, we've spoken to Gwyn a few times here on the broadcast. If you've been joining our coverage all weekend, thank you, first and foremost, for tuning into us. But you'll have seen Gwyn talking about the development of this sport, and I want to take this moment to say thank you to Gwyn Batten, because she has worked effortlessly and tirelessly for this moment right here to happen, this first Beach Sprints Finals to happen whilst its Olympic Games debut is on the horizon. And we'll hear the Austrian national anthem for the first and only time this weekend.
It's great to see Magdalena, you know, such an experienced flat water rower, again, Olympian. She was in Paris as well, as was Emma Twigg, medals there. But to see her take beach sprints on, and to take coastal rowing on, and to, like, love it as much as she does. We heard her in her interview earlier, and, you know, I remarked how in a solo boat, you know, you think it's all down to the rower, but, like, straight away she was like, no, thank you to my team, thank you to my boat handlers, thank you to Austrian Rowing, everyone that got her ready for this. So it's not just because it's one person on the podium, there's a whole team behind. And of course her sister was stuck in the middle of it there, boat handling for her in the water all weekend. Yeah, very proud moment for all these athletes.
Yeah. And yeah, brilliant podium, a brilliant end to this championships, and Magdalena embracing the anthem up there on the podium, singing along. And not a privilege she'll have had, actually. I don't think any of the championships. She's never won any other flat water, you know, world championships. This is the only time athletes hear the anthem. That's important for us to say here, actually, that world rowing events, it's only championship level that you get to hear your anthem. So a rarity here, and Magdalena Lobnig will get to hear that and take in those special scenes.
Yes. Yeah, she was up in that position last week with her sister at the endurance, but of course there was no anthems at that, just as you mentioned.
And there are the final medalists here this weekend, 2024 World Rowing Beach Sprint Finals, and we'll be signing off very soon. And Neve, just before we do, I guess any highlights from you from this weekend? You've been to a number of Beach Sprint Finals now.
I have indeed had the pleasure of commentating on site in Saundersfoot and in Barletta last year. First time doing the broadcast, but yes, it's just been amazing. And what the difference is the level of how people are leveling up, how the athletes are leveling up and getting good at the entries and the exits and the turns and the sprints on the beach. Like, it's those split seconds that we've spoken about, and that's setting apart the people that are dedicating their time to the sport. So it's been amazing to see that upskilling.
I can only agree with you, Neve, and I think that, you know, if we look at it, there have been 4 beach sprint finals. We're looking backwards, we missed one for COVID, so looking back to 2019. If we look forward 4 years, we're going to be arriving at Los Angeles 2028, with this being in the Olympics. So that's the first time we've ever got to say that here on the broadcast, but we've had an amazing time. I cannot wait to see how this sport comes on in another 4 years. As we now sign off here from Genoa, a big thank you to everyone for putting on a great show, the athletes, the coaches, and all of you viewers who have been tuning in to support your athletes from all around the world. Big thank you to you. And we will be joining you again from undisclosed whose location next year. It's not been awarded yet, the Beach Sprint Finals for 2025, but keep your eye on the World Rowing website, and as soon as it's been awarded, it will be announced there. So can't wait to join you next year in 2025. But a big thank you from me, Camilla Haddon-Horrocks, and Niamh Hayes,
Yes,
who've been
thank
joining you here in
you.
the commentary box. Good afternoon, good evening, or good morning, wherever you're tuning in from, and we'll see you again next year.